Spider-Man Ultimate Peter. Chapter 1, Issue 1, Reborn. Hi, my name is Parker Petrus, just your local nerd medical specialist, and according to the directors of the orphanage I grew up in, I'm a teenage genius. My main focus in the medical field centers around cellular regeneration and increasing the human lifespan for a living because hey, who doesn't want to live longer? My hobbies include physical fitness, science, engineering, and of course, Marvel Comics. My favorite superhero is of course Spider-Man. I don't mean to gush, but reading the comics is what got me into science in the first place, and today I can die happy. The young man who had short brown hair and blue clear eyes smiled as he finished reading the newest issue of The Amazing Spider-Man. Parker leaned back into his chair and threw his arms into the air as he let out a cheer. Finally, the best pairing in Marvel history reunite. I hope this new guy fixes what that moron Dan slut did to their relationship with One More Day. Seriously, that was so out of Peter's character. They completely betrayed everything it meant to be Peter Parker, responsibility and power. Everyone knows the right choice was for him to be responsible for his actions and let Aunt May die. Activision really did my boy the right way, so maybe Marvel should take some notes. The Spider-Man I knew and grew up with would never make a deal with the literal devil. Now that MJ and Peter were back together, Parker gave a little prayer that things would work out for his favorite superhero before going back to his work. He was going over his life project, a serum that would trick the brain into reintroducing the hormone GSK3 that the body produces when their teeth regrow. The reason he showed so much interest in this subject was because it allowed the human to access a chemical that wasn't normally active like it was with elephants, and if he could find a way into fooling the human brain into thinking it was going through adolescence again, he might be able to trigger the GSK3 hormone to begin reproduction. If he could figure out the right serum mixture that can fool the brain into making certain chemicals, then he could also start finding ways to make the body heal much bigger problems, such as cancer and disease. It could even slow down one's aging. Only if he manages to crack this serum he was working on. He was going through a book on cloning hematopoietic cells from bone marrow, when suddenly, like a bolt of lightning cracking through dark clouds, Parker had an epiphany. He then stood up and ran out of his office and into the hospital halls. As he was heading to the elevator to get to his lab, he noticed that it was on the first floor and oh so slowly coming up. With his impatience getting the better of him, Parker ran off and headed towards the stairs. He was so focused on his revelation that his foot slipped and he tripped running down the stairs. Normally this wouldn't be so bad. At the worst, Parker would have ended up with a couple of broken bones. Unfortunately for Parker, the window on the 15th floor just so happened to have been removed for maintenance, and just like that he tumbled out the building and fell to his death. Days pass. Weeks pass. Months pass. Years pass. A/N. I wasn't thinking of this when I first wrote the time passing part, but now that I'm editing the work, I couldn't help but picture the South Park scene of Cartman in the hospital. Let me remove your face warmer, son. Parker felt his consciousness awakening, rousing from whatever fog he was stuck in to realize that he stood in place, floating in endless space with only a white void as far as the eyes could see. So I'm dead? Parker questioned as he looked for his body. However, all that remained was his consciousness floating throughout the empty void. He looked like a transparent clone wearing a lab coat. He didn't know how many years passed, as this new form of existence had no concept of time. He was floating around for what felt like an eternity of struggling to maintain his ability to think. Sometimes he would black out, blend into the universe itself for centuries at a time, only to wake up again to see he was still in the same place. At least as far as he could tell, he wasn't moving. It felt like he was taking a really long nap with glimpses of waking up. When he suddenly heard a voice calling to his name, Parker felt his consciousness snapping back to his usual standard. He looked around with a panicked expression and shouted, "Hello? Is anyone there?" A voice slowly became more audible, as if the voice was blinking in and out of existence, when all of a sudden it spoke in a crystal clear tone. Strangely enough, it sounded like a blending of both a male and a female's voice. When Parker could finally understand it, the strange voice became somewhat masculine as it continued to call out. Then it suddenly became clear. "Hello. I'm impressed that you adapted so quickly to purgatory and managed to hear my voice this soon." "Are you God?" Parker questioned. "I am the one above all from what you would call the Marvel Universe." The voice answered. "Beg your pardon?" Parker asked with a shocked tone. "Since you chose to worship me, even if it was a joke, I am the deity who presides over your soul. You have offered prayers on numerous occasions, such as Dear One Above All, the great Stan Lee of the sky. If I make this breakthrough with this formula, I promise to purchase 10 of the new Marvel comics and spread your name, thus accepting me as your lord. You have done many good deeds your lifetime, so I shall let you reincarnate as your hero in my universe with an alteration of your choosing. Parker's jaw dropped before he pinched himself to make sure he wasn't dreaming. After realizing he had no cheeks to pinch, Parker began to think of what difference he would choose. I wonder if this will follow the trend of getting an ability for reincarnating? Peter thought to himself. I want a gene that will activate when I receive my spider powers. It has to be on par with Wolverine's regeneration ability, but no claws please. Oh, and I'd like for Mary Jane to get the same powers too, if that's okay. Parker hoped with all his heart. He thought a lot of the issues about him being a hero could be solved if MJ was there to experience what he did. In the saga of Spider Island, MJ got Peter's power and finally connected with him in a way that allowed her to finally see through Peter's eyes. On top of that, Parker really loved the Renew Your Vows series when MJ became Spider-Woman. He always thought that it was a perfect way to move their relationship forward in a positive way. Sure, that sounds fun. While that is technically 2 alterations, your karmic level is high enough to ask for such a thing. Really? Parker's eyes sparkled. The one above all laughed as he said, I found the perfect universe to plant you in. It was a prototype world that never got its start. That's cool, Parker replied as he scratched his head, but he didn't have one. Yo ho ho ho. Insert Brooke laughing. And to ensure you become Spider-Man, your memories of this world will be sealed until you're bitten. Wait, doesn't that mean I'd be stealing his body? Not exactly, you're still you, the newborn is just another you. The only difference is that you living in the same environment that will raise a new Peter Parker with your personality. Then why seal my memories? I figured you'd want to pick up where you left off in your life. It'd be a pain to spend 16 years growing up again. It's not too hard to understand. Parker was about to complain that he was weeks away from turning 17 when he heard the sound of fingers snapping and blacked out. Sometime shortly thereafter, Parker Petrus was reborn as Peter Parker. The one above all reincarnated him in a universe that was similar to the Ultimate Universe Peter Parker series. It was a universe of the one above all and his own making, so it was not an exact copy. For example, MJ was childhood friends with him for a much longer period of time. The two have been neighbors and friends ever since they were 4, but the red-haired firecracker known as Mary Jane Watson only developed a firm attachment to Peter after he chased off a dog that was trying to attack her with a stick. After that event, she stuck to him like glue for most of their childhood. As they grew, they stayed good friends and eventually met Harry Osborn in grade school. The 3 of them hit it off after MJ and Peter helped him with another kid trying to steal his lunch money. When they learned that Harry was used to get picked on and used because his dad had money, they hugged the poor kid and learned a valuable lesson. Not everyone with money was a bad person. As one can image, Peter and MJ were surprised to find out his parents were rich. However, they didn't treat Harry any different, and that only helped them grow closer as friends as they grew up together. Life was pretty good until they entered middle school. M.J's father, who was a seasoned cop, started drinking heavily to deal with the horrors one encounters on the job. Philip Watson's addiction began to harm his family life. First, it started with yelling, and although MJ and her mother wouldn't admit it, Philip had begun abusing them in drunken stupors. When she was 13, Philip's addiction got so bad that during a particularly tiring night, he had hit his daughter while arguing with his wife. MJ ran away in tears and snuck next door before climbing through Peter's window and crawling into bed while he was sleeping. When Peter woke up in the middle of the night, he noticed a bruise from a slap on MJ's cheek and consoled her to the best of his ability. He held her tightly and promised to ask Uncle Ben if they could do something to help in the morning. The two stayed together the whole night, and Peter wouldn't know it for some time, but this was the night MJ fell in love with him. Although she was too shy to ever confess, Peter and Mary Jane remained the best of friends even into high school. It was the 9th of August, and Peter was a day away from turning 16. He and his whole class were on a field trip to tour Oscorp's research and development facility, and a certain nerdy kid was in the middle of taking pictures of the spider's display. The destined 8-legged escapee lowered itself from a thin web line and landed on Peter's hand. As soon as the radioactive spider bit into his flesh, Peter yelped out, throwing his hand up and grabbing with his other while the spider to slide into his jacket sleeve. When MJ came over to check on him, Peter's mind was thrown through a loop. It felt like he was stuck on a roller coaster that was running off the track. Peter suddenly remembered his previous life and proceeded to pass out from the pain. The teacher took a look at him and shook her head as she said, "Unbelievable! What parent in their right mind would allow their child to come to school with a fever this bad?" He was fine a few minutes ago, and I don't think you should be insulting his parents like that." "You don't even know them." MJ furrowed her brow. She didn't like hearing the Parkers insulted like that. They were basically her second family. The teacher scoffed and said, "Right, Well then, Mary, you can help Mr. Parker home. The rest of us will keep on with the school trip. Their teacher then had the T.A call a cab and take Peter out of the building. Once the T.A put Peter in the car with MJ's help, he walked back inside with a not my problem face. Hey. Where to? The cab driver that looked a bit like the B-movie king asked. Forest Hill, 20 Ingram Street, MJ replied. Seeing as your friend there is unconscious, I suppose you'll be paying? The red-haired beauty looked back at the Oscorp building and frowned. I can't believe teachers these days, MJ thought as she decided to go with him and skip the rest of the school day. Besides, she was still ticked off at their teacher's attitude. I just don't understand how a teacher can act like that. What's wrong with public schools these days? Amen, sister. So, you getting in or not? The Bruce Campbell lookalike called out. I swear, the school better reimburse me for this, or I might just start up the old club to raise some hell. Sigh, I miss Jess. We used to keep the faculty on their toes. When they got there, MJ discovered that both May and Ben was out of the house at the moment. May was out shopping while Ben was fixing up a sink for a tenant that was renting out Richard Parker's old house. MJ led him to his room and sat him down with a worried expression. Peter was running a fever and the bite mark located on his forearm was covered up by a long-sleeve shirt, so she didn't know that he had been bitten by something. MJ was about to call for an ambulance when Peter's eyes snapped open and he grabbed her arm before saying, Don't! We can't afford the hospital bills. It's just a cold anyways. Peter coughed a few more times before he passed out while pulling MJ into bed with him. She held her arm around his back while her emerald green eyes stared him in the face, and when MJ's gaze drifted to his lips, she then started to move her own towards them. Yet before she could kiss Peter, MJ suddenly felt a stinging sensation on her ankle. She then proceeded to freak out and jerked her leg before feeling something being squashed against Peter's bed frame. Looking at her ankle and seeing the small bit of blood, MJ assumed she killed a large mosquito. However, after thinking about it, she felt that it was a little too painful to be a mosquito. She quickly ran to the bathroom and washed off the dark blue-colored blood to make sure she wasn't stung by a bee. After seeing a little bit of the unidentifiable super spider wash of her foot, MJ started checking for a possible stinger when she suddenly started to feel dizzy. She wobbled back and forth as the wave of nausea overtook her, and somehow, like a zombie, MJ managed to stumble back home and fell on top of her bed before passing out. The next morning, Peter woke up smelling the food made downstairs. He could also smell Uncle Ben's aftershave and his Aunt May's perfume like he was right next to them. Suddenly, memories of his past life came flooding into the forefront of his thoughts. The God that brought him to this world wasn't lying. Sure, he had the body of Peter Parker, but his soul was 100% himself. The experiences had, the person he was shaped into, they were all him. He was Parker Petrus reborn as Peter Parker. Only in this life he had family to call his own. The reborn soul then gripped his fists tightly, feeling his new well-toned body's muscles flex, and the power contained inside them. Peter let out a laugh and started smiling as he looked in the mirror. Noticing his brown hair was almost ear-length, Peter's hazel-brown eyes glimmered with excitement as he thought, maybe I should get a haircut. Might get in the way of the mask. Peter then thought of how close he was with MJ and smiled. The redhead of this universe had hair down to her waist, her emerald green eyes shined like gems, her skin was rosy pink color, and her facial structure was flawless, a true future supermodel indeed. Her most noticeable feature was her lips. They almost seemed to have a mesmerizing property, because throughout most of Peter's youth he spent most of his time with her staring at them. I'm Peter Parker now. Wow, I didn't think reincarnation would feel like this. Heh heh. I'm Spiderman. He shouted inside his head as he pumped his fist into the air. He then realized how much of a genius Peter was, as when the memories of the two lives fused, his mind quickly began to grow in intelligence, especially after combining all the information from his previous life. Peter didn't know if he could compete with Reed Richards or Tony Stark, but one thing was for sure, he was going to try with all his might. Still, this world is light years ahead of where I came from. The science alone is giving me so many new ideas, and the unknown resources left to explore. He put on his baggiest pants and a loose sweatshirt before he headed downstairs to greet May and Ben. Morning, Uncle Ben, Aunt May. Peter gave them a hug and gave May a quick kiss on the cheek. The two were in their late 30s, and May's looks were similar to the Spider-Man of MCU's version. Ben looked a lot healthier and stern compared to most of his versions, and he had a shoulder-length long ponytail that had started to turn gray. I hear you got sick and sent home for being sick. What's got you so worked up, kiddo? Ben asked. Well, whatever I had, it gone now. Besides, I just feel so amazing. Peter said with a chuckle. I'm just glad he's better now. You should thank Mary for bringing you home. May said with a smile on her face. Peter smiled and said, I'll do that. Happy birthday, kiddo. Ben said as he moved the newspaper on the table, revealing a plate of wheat cakes. Peter gave May another kiss on the cheek and said, Your wheat cakes are the best, Aunt May. Please tell me we got some syrup to go with them. Ben went to the cabinet and pulled out some homemade syrup and said, The guy who's renting your father's house owns a small farm. This stuff was from the trees on another property he owns. Sweet. Peter grabbed the bottle and put some butter on his wheat cakes before he started to chow down like he was a starved wolf. Easy there, kiddo. You'll give yourself a stomach ache if you eat so fast, Ben said as he pulled up the newspaper and started reading. I skipped dinner last night, sue me old man. Peter said between chews. Of course he knew that it had to do with his new metabolism working at 1,000%. While Ben laughed at the joke, Aunt May gave her nephew a gentle slap to the back of the head and said, Don't speak with your mouth full. And happy birthday. Yes, ma'am, Peter said as he gobbled down his meal. After eating everything on the plate, Peter grabbed his backpack and said, Kay, love you, got to go to school. Well, he's in a good mood, Aunt May commented as she picked up the dishes. Teenage hormones. He's 16 now, right? Ben chuckled, earning a playful slap on the shoulder from May. The truth was that Peter planned on skipping today. He wanted to test out his powers and make his suit, not to mention erasing the video footage of him being bitten. He had to act fast, and going to school would just get in the way. To be honest, Peter was already smart enough to attend college, and even more so now that the memories from his previous incarnation had resurfaced. The only reason he was going to high school was because his guardians insisted on having him continue to build his social skills with kids his age. This Peter Parker, however, wouldn't have that. He would have to convince his guardians to let him skip grades. He had to make them understand that he's wasting his future and the hurting people he could save by delaying his education. Hell, even the special genius kid classes provided by the school proved to be no challenge for Peter. It didn't take long as he appeared in a shop that sold the original red and blue jumpsuit that he altered into his famous classic outfit. After pulling out his wallet, Peter sighed, seeing that buying the materials to make his suit would clean him out. So much for saving up all my lunch money for that spectrometer. Peter entered the shop and made his purchases. After waiting for Ben and May to leave for work, Peter snuck into the attic through the window and started making his costume. Peter had some pretty good sewing abilities thanks to Aunt May teaching him a thing or two, and the experience as a doctor also played a part in his graceful movements. After a few hours of trial and error, Peter finally had his first red and blue costume. He started chuckling as he placed it on and felt kind of snug, but it was a bit uncomfortable since the suit couldn't breathe and was made of cheap materials. He then thought of something and sighed before saying, Ugh, the smell is going to so bad. Have to get Tony to work on a suit with me, or maybe the Fantastic Four. To be honest, I'd rather they just give me the materials needed to build it. Peter then snuck into the lab he had in their basement and began working on his web shooters. Normally, Peter would have to spend a while making these devices, but with the hints he received from reading the comics, Peter was able to piece them together rather quickly. By the time Peter finished, another 2 hours had passed. The final products were rather bulky and had to be worn on the outside of his gloves. Functioning web shooters, check. Costume, little cheap-looking, bullet, check. Hee but check. Nervous as hell, check. Peter thought as he snuck outside and hopped from house to house. Heading towards the central part of the city, he knew what had to be done. Since he didn't have any practice web-slinging, Peter thought it would be safer for him to just stay on the rooftops while using his spider sense to avoid being spotted. As he jumped across hundreds of buildings in an acrobatic fashion, Peter made it to Oscorp Towers in a matter of minutes. Once there, he leapt off the conjoining building and started crawling up the building. He made his way to the roof and stealthily snuck inside the building through the ventilation ducts. Along the way to the server room, Peter made sure to use his spider senses in order to keep him hidden from the cameras. He avoided most of them, but occasionally he found some without blind spots to exploit. To get around them, Peter simply pushed down on the trigger for his webbing, blinding the cameras before they could spot him, and with the formula he used to make the web fluid, the webbing would melt away in 60 seconds. Not enough to warrant fixing them, but just long enough for him to dash past them by. At most he webbed up 6 different cameras, so the guards that noticed the blackout assumed that they were simply malfunctioning. Peter smiled as he crawled through the vents and stopped before he sensed another camera. God, I love the Spidey sense. Peter thought before looking at a rotating fan above him. Timing his jump, he hopped through it and landed without making a single sound. Can't hate on the reflexes either, I just pounced like a cat. Making his way to the hall next to the server room, he discovered his path was blocked by a locked vault. However, he was prepared for this. Peter out a small cell phone and switched out his webbing fluid. With a quick thwip, it was strapped to the roof with some webbing that would take around 5 hours to dissolve. Once he turned on the video camera, it showed the image of the keypad from an overhead view. Peter then leaned back inside the vents and waited for someone to access the server for maintenance. It took a few hours when Peter realized he had patiently waited right up until it was time for him to get out of school. Peter was starting to grow impatient when someone finally came in to do their jobs. As the technician accessed the Oscorp mainframe, the phone Peter left on the roof recorded the whole thing. After the maintenance worker left, Peter snuck in and saw rows of supercomputers lined up in rows. He made his way to the terminal and started deleted all the files concerning the super soldier serum and all the security videos for the last 3 years. While he was strolling through the files, he noticed that the dates on a series of uploaded files. Well, that's good. They send the backups weekly. I guess it's good that I don't have to track down their external storage. Thinking a bit about what to delete, he quickly came up with a plan. He didn't want them focusing on the day he was bitten, so just to make sure they didn't focus on why only that day was deleted, Peter deleted a lot of other random files before planting an ad-spamming virus. Quickly leaving the same way he came in, Peter switched into his civilian clothes and headed home to see a pissed-off Aunt May and Uncle Ben waiting for him. Knowing he was in trouble for skipping school, Peter sat down prepared for what was about to happen. "Where were you all day?" May asked him while tapping her foot against the floor. "I was looking at college and universities I could apply for. I don't want to go to a school that can't teach me anything," Peter replied in a depressed tone. Spider-Man Ultimate Peter. Chapter 1, Issue 1, Reborn. Hi, my name is Parker Petrus, just your local nerd medical specialist, and according to the directors of the orphanage I grew up in, I'm a teenage genius. My main focus in the medical field centers around cellular regeneration and increasing the human lifespan for a living because hey, who doesn't want to live longer? My hobbies include physical fitness, science, engineering, and of course Marvel Comics. My favorite superhero is of course Spider-Man. I don't mean to gush, but reading the comics is what got me into science in the first place, and today I can die happy. The young man who had short brown hair and blue clear eyes smiled as he finished reading the newest issue of The Amazing Spider-Man. Parker leaned back into his chair and threw his arms into the air as he let out a cheer. Finally, the best pairing in Marvel history reunite. I hope this new guy fixes what that moron Dan slut did to their relationship with One More Day. Seriously, that was so out of Peter's character. They completely betrayed everything it meant to be Peter Parker, responsibility and power. Everyone knows the right choice was for him to be responsible for his actions and let Aunt May die. Activision really did my boy the right way, so maybe Marvel should take some notes. The Spider-Man I knew and grew up with would never make a deal with the literal devil. Now that MJ and Peter were back together, Parker gave a little prayer that things would work out for his favorite superhero before going back to his work. He was going over his life project, a serum that would trick the brain into reintroducing the hormone GSK3 that the body produces when their teeth regrow. The reason he showed so much interest in this subject was because it allowed the human to access a chemical that wasn't normally active like it was with elephants, and if he could find a way into fooling the human brain into thinking it was going through adolescence again, he might be able to trigger the GSK3 hormone to begin reproduction. If he could figure out the right serum mixture that can fool the brain into making certain chemicals, then he could also start finding ways to make the body heal much bigger problems, such as cancer and disease. It could even slow down one's aging. Only if he manages to crack this serum he was working on. He was going through a book on cloning hematopoietic cells from bone marrow, when suddenly, like a bolt of lightning cracking through dark clouds, Parker had an epiphany. He then stood up and ran out of his office and into the hospital halls. As he was heading to the elevator to get to his lab, he noticed that it was on the first floor and oh so slowly coming up. With his impatience getting the better of him, Parker ran off and headed towards the stairs. He was so focused on his revelation that his foot slipped and he tripped running down the stairs. Normally this wouldn't be so bad. At the worst, Parker would have ended up with a couple of broken bones. Unfortunately for Parker, the window on the 15th floor just so happened to have been removed for maintenance, and just like that, he tumbled out the building and fell to his death. Days pass. Weeks pass. Months pass. Years pass. A/N. I wasn't thinking of this when I first wrote the time passing part, but now that I'm editing the work, I couldn't help but picture the South Park scene of Cartman in the hospital. Let me remove your face warmer, son. Parker felt his consciousness awakening, rousing from whatever fog he was stuck in to realize that he stood in place, floating in endless space with only a white void as far as the eyes could see. So I'm dead? Parker questioned as he looked for his body. However, all that remained was his consciousness floating throughout the empty void. He looked like a transparent clone wearing a lab coat. He didn't know how many years passed, as this new form of existence had no concept of time. He was floating around for what felt like an eternity of struggling to maintain his ability to think. Sometimes he would black out, blend into the universe itself for centuries at a time, only to wake up again to see he was still in the same place. At least as far as he could tell, he wasn't moving. It felt like he was taking a really long nap with glimpses of waking up. When he suddenly heard a voice calling to his name, Parker felt his consciousness snapping back to his usual standard. He looked around with a panicked expression and shouted, "Hello? Is anyone there?" A voice slowly became more audible, as if the voice was blinking in and out of existence, when all of a sudden it spoke in a crystal clear tone. Strangely enough, it sounded like a blending of both a male and a female's voice. When Parker could finally understand it, the strange voice became somewhat masculine as it continued to call out. Then it suddenly became clear. "Hello. I'm impressed that you adapted so quickly to Purgatory and managed to hear my voice this soon." "Are you God?" Parker questioned. "I am the one above all from what you would call the Marvel Universe." The voice answered. "Beg your pardon?" Parker asked with a shocked tone. "Since you chose to worship me, even if it was a joke, I am the deity who presides over your soul. You have offered prayers on numerous occasions, such as Dear One Above All, the great Stan Lee of the sky. If I make this breakthrough with this formula, I promise to purchase 10 of the new Marvel comics and spread your name, thus accepting me as your lord. You have done many good deeds your lifetime, so I shall let you reincarnate as your hero in my universe with an alteration of your choosing." Parker's jaw dropped before he pinched himself to make sure he wasn't dreaming. After realizing he had no cheeks to pinch, Parker began to think of what difference he would choose. "I wonder if this will follow the trend of getting an ability for reincarnating?" Peter thought to himself. "I want a gene that will activate when I receive my spider powers. It has to be on par with Wolverine's regeneration ability, but no claws please. Oh, and I'd like for Mary Jane to get the same powers too, if that's okay." Parker hoped with all his heart. He thought a lot of the issues about him being a hero could be solved if MJ was there to experience what he did. In the saga of Spider Island, MJ got Peter's power and finally connected with him in a way that allowed her to finally see through Peter's eyes. On top of that, Parker really loved the Renew Your Vow series when MJ became Spider-Woman. He always thought that it was a perfect way to move their relationship forward in a positive way. Sure, that sounds fun. While that is technically 2 alterations, your karmic level is high enough to ask for such a thing. Really? Parker's eyes sparkled. The One Above All laughed as he said, "I found the perfect universe to plant you in. It was a prototype world that never got its start." "That's cool," Parker replied as he scratched his head, but he didn't have one. Yo ho ho ho. Insert Brooke laughing. "And to ensure you become Spider-Man, your memories of this world will be sealed until you're bitten." "Wait, doesn't that mean I'd be stealing his body?" "Not exactly, you're still you, the newborn is just another you. The only difference is that you're living in the same environment that will raise a new Peter Parker with your personality." "Then why seal my memories?" "I figured you'd want to pick up where you left off in your life. It'd be a pain to spend 16 years growing up again. It's not too hard to understand." Parker was about to complain that he was weeks away from turning 17 when he heard the sound of fingers snapping and blacked out. Sometime shortly thereafter, Parker Petrus was reborn as Peter Parker. The One Above All reincarnated him in a universe that was similar to the Ultimate Universe Peter Parker series. It was a universe of the One Above All in his own making, so it was not an exact copy. For example, MJ was childhood friends with him for a much longer period of time. Ben stood up and fumed before he said, "This again? Look, Peter, we've been over this. The reason we want you to go to high school is that we want you to make friends your age and learn to socialize." Peter frowned and said, "Uncle Ben, you tell me all the time that with great power comes great responsibility. I have greater intelligence than most people. Is it not my duty to take every advantage that I have so I can help those who need it sooner? If I were in college right now, who knows what I could be doing? I could get noticed by somebody famous like Reed Richards or Tony Stark. I could work on my own projects. The stuff I could invent could help all of mankind, yet you want me to sit in a classroom for hours on end and hear them talk about stuff I already know." The two were shocked at his tone when Peter placed his hands up and continued by saying, "I thought long and hard about this, and while you may be my guardians, I do have some child rights, such as the right to peruse a higher level of education. Peter then let out a sigh of defeat as he gave them a serious expression and said, "I said what I want to say. You can ground me now or whatever." Ben sighed as May sat down next to him. The mother figure in Peter's life then placed her hand over her nephew's and asked, "Is this really what you want, Peter?" Peter nodded his head and said, "I'll keep going to school for now. At least until I find a scholarship program that suits my talents. I know we're tight on money right now, and this way the state or some donator will have to pay for my schooling." The two smiled and tried deciding on how to punish Peter off for skipping school when they heard a knock on the door. A familiar voice that belonged to Madeline Watson came through. "May please open up. Philip's in the hospital with a concussion and Mary ran away." Peter opened the door and saw the beauty 30-plus-year-old woman in front of him. She had the same red hair as MJ, and most of her appearance too. However, she was kind of like his other mom. He couldn't understand why her father kept ruining his marriage. He's a seasoned cop with more than 10 years of experience. He should be able to deal with his issues in a more healthy way. They have licensed therapists for Christ's sakes. "Maddie, you okay?" Peter asked with a look of concern. As May helped the weeping woman inside, Madeline began explaining what happened. MJ came home with a cold, she went to bed without dinner, and when she woke up the next day everything seemed fine, but... Madeline took a big breath to calm down before saying, "Philip started drinking and the two started fighting. MJ slapped him and his head hit on the corner of the table. There was so much blood that MJ thought she killed him, ran into her room. I called an ambulance and Philip in the hospital right now. The doctors say he'll be okay, but when I got back..." Madeline pulled out a piece of paper with MJ's handwriting on it. The letter was hastily written, and Peter could tell her hand was shaking the whole time. "Dear Mom, something strange is happening to me and I don't know what to do. I killed Dad so I can't come home. I'm sorry, Mom. I didn't mean to." Much to everyone's surprise, Peter grabbed his jacket and ran outside in a hurry. He then headed down the street as fast as he could while thinking, "Please be there." Ben and May were shocked by his speed while they tried to chase after. As their shouts for his to stop grew quiet in the distance, they lost track of Peter completely. When could Pete move like that? Aunt May breathed out a wheeze as she grabbed her hips. "Phew, adrenaline is a hell of a drug. I think he knows where she went. Let's have some trust in the boy, May." Chapter 2, Issue 2, Two Spiders. After running halfway across town, Peter found the abandoned construction site he was looking for. They used to come to places like this to get away from everybody. No one ever came here, and this place had plenty space and quiet to vent their life's frustrations. Peter ran inside and searched around desperately for MJ while he felt his heart was pumping through his chest. After a few minutes passed, Peter suddenly heard a small feminine voice call out to him. "Peter?" Peter looked over to see MJ with a jacket and a sleeping bag. She was sleeping over some cardboard boxes in a dark corner of the room with clutter like old crate boxes around her to hide. When he saw that she was all right, Peter hopped over the barricade she built and woke her up with a hug. "I'm so glad you're safe," Peter said with a sigh of relief. MJ blushed as she tried to push Peter back but noticed she couldn't. She then looked at him with an expression of surprise while she thought, "When did Peter get this strong? Wait, is he like me?" Seeing her feeling up sculpted muscles, Peter figured out what she was thinking and began looking around. Once he found solid, slightly rusted pieces of steel supporters laying in a stack, Peter walked over, bent one inward, and crushed I-beam into a ball. "Peter, how?" MJ shouted as she peered into Peter's eyes. Peter gave her a calming smile before he said, "Your dad is still alive. He's in the hospital right now. After a few stitches, some rest, and an ice pack, he'll be sent home." When MJ heard that her dad was still amongst the living, she shook before asking, "I'm not a murderer then?" "Oh, thank God. I hate him sometimes, but I never wanted to sniffle." Tears then formed in her eyes as she cried into his shirt. Peter smiled and held her close and waited patiently for her to relax. After she calmed down, she realized that they were rather close when she asked with blush covering her face, "Tiger, I think we're mutants. What am we supposed to do?" Peter started laughing. "Well, you can't call yourself Storm or Rouge. I think those names are already taken." In response to his lacking response, MJ's cheeks puffed up as she shouted, "You're making jokes?" "No." Peter smiled as he decided to just go through with what he was thinking about doing for the past 10 years. With a single motion, he covered MJ's mouth with a kiss. She was surprised at first, but when the shock faded, she felt like it was a dream coming true. MJ closed her eyes while wrapping her arms around his neck and enjoyed the moment. After they parted, Peter started talking as he wrapped his arms around her waist. We aren't mutants, not the normal kind. That day when I got sick, did you get bit by anything? MJ thought back to the night she took Peter home. When we were in your room something bit me, but I killed it. Peter laughed as he said, well then, you just killed a multi-million-dollar project that belonged to Oscorp. MJ's face paled as he explained what the super spider was derived from. You know that Captain America guy that's in the history books? The serum use on him was the base for the serum injected into that spider's venom. MJ couldn't believe what she was hearing. You don't have to worry about them finding out about it. I wiped the hard drives of any footage they had of us. MJ grabbed Peter. That's illegal. Peter shook his head with a smile as he commented. So is destroying the spider. I'm serious, Pete. MJ frowned. I did what I had to. Norman Osborn is a psychopath. His company has its hands in a lot of dark places. Places so illegal that you'd go to prison for the rest of your life, kind of illegal. But he's Harry's dad. MJ retorted. I know, that's why I feel bad. OS Tech has ties to illegal weapon manufacturing, and he sells them to anyone that can afford. Then there's bribery from foreign nations, selling military secrets, and illegal human experimentation. Harry doesn't know about any of this, and we can't do anything to stop them, so I never said anything, Peter explained. Poor Harry, MJ said with a depressed tone. However, in time, I'll be able to help Harry out, Peter said as he then stood up and started walking along the walls. MJ gasped in excitement as she asked, Can I do that too? Peter smiled as he held out his hand. Come on. MJ reached out to him and felt her body suddenly being pulled off the ground. As she stuck to the wall, Peter started to explain. Our wall-crawling ability is achieved by the use of van der Waals forces. By using electrostatic clinging on a molecular level, our bodies are able to control our internal magnetic fields in a way that allows us to stick to objects or vice versa. How do you know all this? MJ questioned. I know a thing or two about spiders and science, Peter informed as he grinned and ran up the wall before jumping up to the second floor of the half-built building. He poked his head out from over the cover of the half-constructed floor and said, Follow me. MJ started to move, slowly adjusting to her newfound ability. She started to climb up when a huge grin came across her face. This is amazing, MJ thought as she climbed after Peter. When they reached the roof, Peter stood up and took MJ while still clinging to the wall. Care for a stroll? MJ laughed as she took his hand and said, This so weird. They walked up the wall by the hand and showed her the view of the city from the highest point this building could offer. The two sat in silence and waited for the sunrise. He held off on saying anything until she was ready to speak, and just enjoyed the view of the city lights and tall skyscrapers in the distance. Sue, we're not mutants, then what are we? Mutates. MJ raised her brow. I'm being serious. We had our basic genetic codes rewritten through an unnatural manner. Mutation takes hundreds of years while ours was instantaneous. The redhead gave a look that said, Come on, really? There's a difference, Peter announced as he stood and threw his hands up. MJ started laughing. Seeing her look a bit better, he sat back down and said, Any other questions? Not right now, can we just, hang out? I don't want to go home yet. MJ blushed a bit as she grabbed his hand. They leaned against each other until the sun started to rise above the horizon and enjoyed each other's company. Not a single word was spoken, but they felt closer than they had in years. Ready to go home? Peter asked MJ before she wrapped her arms around him and placed her head on his chest. Yes. Hey, Tiger. MJ moved her head and looked him in the eyes. What do we do now? Well, MJ, I think the only logical step is to become superheroes, Peter answered with a grin on his face. MJ gawked at Peter with a look of disbelief and asked, You okay, Tiger? You didn't hit your head anywhere, did ya? The would-be superhero laughed and said, I'm serious. You know that saying Uncle Ben always brings up? Mary Jane smiled and said, With great power comes great responsibility. Peter snapped his fingers. That's the one. The two shared a soft chuckle before Peter continued by saying, MJ, right now, you and I have a lot of power. If we have the power to help others and choose not to, isn't that the same thing as letting them suffer? MJ looked like she was thinking intensely when she said, That's really deep, Parker. Something about you is different, and I'm not talking about the powers. Peter looked to her and smiled as he pulled her closer. What can I say? After getting bit by that spider, I feel like a whole new person. Picking her up bridal style, he jumped off the building and landed safely below. MJ held his hand as they walked home. You know, I always wondered what it would be like to be a superhero. So, do you think we should make some suits? MJ asked with stars in her eyes. Peter laughed as he recalled MJ's liking for fashion. She got the same look he did whenever he saw something science-related. I actually made one already, and I'm wearing it right now, Peter said with a grin on his lips. MJ smiled and reached out her hands towards Peter's waist and started to tug on his tucked-in shirt while saying, "Let me see it." Peter covered his crotch and backed away in a defensive gesture before he said, "Not before you take me out to dinner, you deviant." MJ blushed and slapped him on the back, which ended up hurting him more than he thought it would. As they approached his house, MJ's mom came outside and embraced her daughter. MJ cried and apologized and said, "I'm sorry, I put Dad in a hospital. It was an accident. I never." MJ's mother shook her head and replied by saying, "No, it's my fault. I should have done something about his behavior sooner. I talked to some of his friends on the force and told them about his drinking habits. We've decided on pooling some cash together for sending him to rehab. Maybe that smack in the face will finally knock some sense into him." MJ cried even harder when Madeline sighed before saying, "Come on, baby. Let's go home." Peter walked back inside with May and Ben looking particularly peeved, but after giving it some thought, they both sighed and realized that he didn't do anything wrong. However, despite their nephew's good intentions, they couldn't forego punishing him for running out in the middle of the night like he did. So, after talking it over, they settled on sending him to his room to be grounded until the tomorrow. Peter was okay with this because he was kind of tired from all the running around the city. He really had to start practicing his web-slinging and get into shape. Just because I have super muscles now doesn't mean I shouldn't work on them, Peter thought as he went to his bed. Falling onto his back and laying his head into his pillow, Peter stared at the ceiling and thought, "So, MJ was bitten by the same spider? I guess this isn't the amazing universe since we weren't going at each other like dogs in heat." The image of Silk pouncing on the amazing Peter Parker flooded his mind for a bit as he shook and cleared his head. He then looked over to the calendar and saw that it was 2012 and turned on his computer to begin looking through the web for information on other superheroes. There were stories about Captain America, Hulk destroying Harlem, and Iron Man. It seemed that Tony's storyline followed the MCU storyline pretty thoroughly, and he even looked like RD Jr. He didn't find any mentions of Thor, but didn't think he would in the first place. Peter didn't exactly have the equipment to hack into SHIELD to get at that information. At least not without being caught, that is. He was happy to find out that the Fantastic Four were up and operational at the Baxter Building, and it appeared that Reed and Sue have already gotten married in this universe. Next, he'd check out various mutant sightings and some other heroes that already existed, such as the Wolverine, the Black Panther, Ant-Man, the X-Men, and several others. Peter turned his monitor off and went to bed. He smiled and shouted internally, "I don't think I ended up in any known universe of Marvel. I wonder what life's going to be like from now on." Peter turned in for the night thinking about what he was going to do tomorrow after school. He woke up the next morning and met up with MJ. The two gave each other a knowing smile and held each other's hands while they walked to school. The two were shyly thinking about last night when Peter inhaled a breath of fresh air before saying, "So we are going out, right?" MJ blushed as she squeezed his hand and replied, "You're not getting away from me, that easy tiger." Peter smiled as he felt like the luckiest guy in the world right now. "So how's your dad?" Peter asked before seeing a sad look come over her face. "He's got 15 stitches across his forehead and fancy new scar, however, the doctor said he'd be released this afternoon," MJ explained. Peter gave her hand a reassuring squeeze as he said, "It wasn't your fault, MJ. Your body just changed too quickly for you to notice. With some training, we'll be able to control our strength, but until then, it's better to avoid physical activities for a while." MJ nodded her head and asked, "How'd you get to be so smart, Tiger?" Peter laughed as he replied, "A lot of studying. Studying that will also become part of your training too." MJ chuckled and let out a playful smile before asking, "Sure you're not making up reasons to spend more time with me?" Peter smiled and answered, "Of course. Who wouldn't want to spend time with such a beautiful girlfriend?" MJ blushed and gave him a kiss on the cheek that made Peter feel like he was walking on a cloud. He maintained that feeling right up until they walked into the school's halls, where Flash appeared like some kind of super bully magic. "No way. Puny Parker's dating Mary Jane?" Flash yelled out, calling the attention of everyone in the halls. While the children gossiped, Peter rolled his eyes before he smiled and said, "I know you had your sights set on me, Flash, but I don't swing that way. A/N. Get it? Spider-Man not swinging that way. Sigh, I'll show myself to the door. MJ tried not to laugh, but when the crowd joined in on it, they all couldn't help it as they started busting up in a wave of laughter. Peter smiled seeing MJ's cute laugh while Flash turned purple, then green, and then red as he shouted, "You little twerp!" Flash reached out his hand, however. Harry suddenly appeared and placed his hand in front of them before saying, "I think that's enough, Flash." Flash stopped his fist and held his hand back before saying, "Harry, why are you standing up for this dweeb? I thought you were cooler than that." Peter started laughing again before he shouted, "Careful, Harry, I think he's crushing on you now." Flash looked like he was about to boil over and pop when the bell rang. "Saved by the bell, puny Parker." Flash grunted. "The only thing that was saved is our purity," Peter said as he acted like a scared, stereotypical B-movie damsel in distress. A vein on Flash's forehead throbbed as he walked past his usual bullying target while attempting to bump Peter's shoulder violently. However, all he had to do was gently tilt his body and stick out his foot, making Flash almost fall on his face. While Flash hoped to regain his balance, Peter tossed in one more insult. "Thank God, Harry. For if it weren't for the bell, I fear he might have started to hump your legs. You got to be careful around dogs that aren't trained." Harry started to laugh, making Flash turn his head and say, "Parker, after school you're so dead." Peter smiled as he placed his arm around Harry's shoulder and said, "Sup, bud?" Harry smiled and laughed before saying, "I see you're in a good mood." Peter smiled as he looked back at MJ and held their conjoined hands in front of his face. "Well, I nabbed the girl of my dreams, so I'd say I hit the jackpot." Harry went bug-eyed and said, "You two are finally going out?" Peter smiled and gave MJ a quick kiss on the lips before he replied by saying a simple but joyful, "Yep." MJ blushed as she gave Peter's back a little pinch. "Easy, Tiger, I don't mind a little PDA, but only when I'm aware," MJ said, teasing him. "Ow. Ow. Ow. I'm sorry, MJ. Forgive me." Peter cried out, making Harry laugh. "I'm happy for you guys. All I can say is it's about time," Harry said as he wrapped his arms around their necks and hung them over their shoulders. Peter liked this version of Harry. Although his dad was still a real piece of work, he hadn't yet become the Goblin, and with his actions deleting all the research data and their backups, he knew that only the last week or so was actually deleted. He could only hope his action might have bought him some time or set them back enough that it puts the Spider and Goblin projects on hold. He would at least like to avoid Norman becoming the Green Goblin altogether. Call me crazy, but something tells me nothing can stop the Goblin's birth from happening. Heck, I might have just accelerated the process for all I know. Peter thought to himself. This version of Harry was Peter and MJ's best friend, and he had been since grade school. When Peter helped Harry study for the entrance exams for this school and actually helped him pass, and just like in the Ultimate Timeline, Osborn thanked Peter and showed little interest in his own son's achievements, focused on complimenting Peter's genius while ignoring his son's. Ever since then, Harry has always resented Peter a little, but not enough to stop being friends. As they sat in class, Peter talked with MJ and Harry throughout most of the period. They joked around, but after a while, Peter suggested starting a study group with Harry. "Why would I want to do that when I can have some fun instead?" Harry questioned with a serious expression. "First of all, you're my buddy, Harry. I don't want you to get good grades, I want you to get spectacular grades, and before you ask, no, your dad didn't put me up to this," Peter replied. "I didn't think that." Harry shot back. "Yes, you did." MJ giggled. "Look, man, you know how much I love your mom, right?" Peter joked while wagging his brows. Harry almost spit as he held in his laugh. MJ pinched his arm. "Please explain." "Ow, ow. Easy, girl, it was a joke. You know his mom is an environmental scientist? What I really love about her is what she's doing with her work." MJ let off as Peter blew over the red marking on his skin. He then turned back to Harry and said, "You see, unlike other climate cash grabbers, your mom is actually making stuff to improve the health of the environment. I've read up on her plastic-eating fungi research and her air filtration designs for smog control. She's a freaking genius," Peter explained. "And your point is?" Harry waved his hands in a hurrying manner. "Well, you should study to be like her. Honesty, how long do you want to hang on to Daddy's wallet?" Peter answered and questioned. "What the hell, Pete?" Harry shouted, sounding really offended. Peter continued by saying, "Now, hear me out. I'm tired of the scowls you throw my way sometimes. Your dad's an ass, I get it. Even I wanted to slug him when he didn't even congratulate you for passing that exam with high marks. I want you to do better for you, man, so you can give Daddy Osborn the middle finger and tell him you don't need his approval to be a great man. Harry paused. He paled a little with a look of realization before he tried to think of a way to change the subject. Seriously, Pete? What the hell are you doing? Showing concern for my best buddy. You're smart, Harry. If you just forget about your dad and do this for yourself, you can excel at your studies just as well as I can, I just know it. I want you to get interested in something you like. Your mother's research is a good start. When you go home today, just ask her about her work, and join in on any one of her projects. The study group I want is for my friends for a very good reason. MJ lifted a brow and sighed. He's right, Harry. It'll be fun. We can get smarter together and hang out more often. It's a win-win. Harry turned around and wiped his eyes. Seriously, what's up with you two today? Why all the serious talk all of a sudden? Harry, how smart do you think I am? Peter asked with a blank look on his face. You're the smartest guy I know, Pete, Harry replied. I'm much smarter than you think I am. I'm not just planning on graduating early. My aim is to go to a university and study genetics and engineering. Both of them looked surprised at Peter's statement, especially since they knew how Uncle Ben and Aunt May felt about him staying in school with kids his age. Dude, you're gonna go for it? Harry asked with a saddened expression on his face. Yeah, and I'd like it if you guys came with. Peter said as he rubbed the tip of his nose in a shy gesture. MJ and Harry laughed at his expression and gave in to the idea of being tutored by Peter. They agreed to spend 2 hours after school going over all of their schoolwork and lessons ahead of the teachers. After school, MJ, Harry, and Peter went to the library and studied for 2 hours straight. Peter was a good teacher and helped them through their hurdles by offering good advice. In his previous life, he was able to graduate from a medical university by the time he was 13, so studying alongside other people who didn't know the meaning of sleep prepared him for this. Harry had a bit of trouble when they first started, however, Peter had him repeat the answers over and over again, explaining everything in minute detail until he had the subject they were studying completely memorized. The hardest part was finding something he could compare the terms to, and he sometimes needed to draw it out for them. Spider-Man Ultimate Peter. Chapter 1, Issue 1, Reborn. Hi, my name is Parker Petrus, just your local nerd medical specialist, and according to the directors of the orphanage I grew up in, I'm a teenage genius. My main focus in the medical field centers around cellular regeneration and increasing the human lifespan for a living because hey, who doesn't want to live longer? My hobbies include physical fitness, science, engineering, and of course, Marvel Comics. My favorite superhero is of course Spider-Man. I don't mean to gush, but reading the comics is what got me into science in the first place, and today I can die happy. The young man who had short brown hair and blue clear eyes smiled as he finished reading the newest issue of The Amazing Spider-Man. Parker leaned back into his chair and threw his arms into the air as he let out a cheer. Finally, the best pairing in Marvel history reunite. I hope this new guy fixes what that moron Dan slut did to their relationship with One More Day. Seriously, that was so out of Peter's character. They completely betrayed everything it meant to be Peter Parker, responsibility and power. Everyone knows the right choice was for him to be responsible for his actions and let Aunt May die. Activision really did my boy the right way, so maybe Marvel should take some notes. The Spider-Man I knew and grew up with would never make a deal with the literal devil. Now that MJ and Peter were back together, Parker gave a little prayer that things would work out for his favorite superhero before going back to his work. He was going over his life project, a serum that would trick the brain into reintroducing the hormone GSK3 that the body produces when their teeth regrow. The reason he showed so much interest in this subject was because it allowed the human to access a chemical that wasn't normally active like it was with elephants, and if he could find a way into fooling the human brain into thinking it was going through adolescence again, he might be able to trigger the GSK3 hormone to begin reproduction. If he could figure out the right serum mixture that can fool the brain into making certain chemicals, then he could also start finding ways to make the body heal much bigger problems, such as cancer and disease. It could even slow down one's aging. Only if he manages to crack this serum he was working on. He was going through a book on cloning hematopoietic cells from bone marrow, when suddenly, like a bolt of lightning cracking through dark clouds, Parker had an epiphany. He then stood up and ran out of his office and into the hospital halls. As he was heading to the elevator to get to his lab, he noticed that it was on the first floor and oh so slowly coming up. With his impatience getting the better of him, Parker ran off and headed towards the stairs. He was so focused on his revelation that his foot slipped and he tripped running down the stairs. Normally this wouldn't be so bad. At the worst, Parker would have ended up with a couple of broken bones. Unfortunately for Parker, the window on the 15th floor just so happened to have been removed for maintenance, and just like that, he tumbled out the building and fell to his death. Days pass. Weeks pass. Months pass. Years pass. A/N. I wasn't thinking of this when I first wrote the time passing part, but now that I'm editing the work, I couldn't help but picture the South Park scene of Cartman in the hospital. Let me remove your face warmer, son. Parker felt his consciousness awakening, rousing from whatever fog he was stuck in to realize that he stood in place, floating in endless space with only a white void as far as the eyes could see. So I'm dead? Parker questioned as he looked for his body. However, all that remained was his consciousness floating throughout the empty void. He looked like a transparent clone wearing a lab coat. He didn't know how many years passed, as this new form of existence had no concept of time. He was floating around for what felt like an eternity of struggling to maintain his ability to think. Sometimes he would black out, blend into the universe itself for centuries at a time, only to wake up again to see he was still in the same place. At least as far as he could tell, he wasn't moving. It felt like he was taking a really long nap with glimpses of waking up. When he suddenly heard a voice calling to his name, Parker felt his consciousness snapping back to his usual standard. He looked around with a panicked expression and shouted, "Hello? Is anyone there?" A voice slowly became more audible, as if the voice was blinking in and out of existence, when all of a sudden it spoke in a crystal clear tone. Strangely enough, it sounded like a blending of both a male and a female's voice. When Parker could finally understand it, the strange voice became somewhat masculine as it continued to call out. Then it suddenly became clear. "Hello. I'm impressed that you adapted so quickly to Purgatory and managed to hear my voice this soon." "Are you God?" Parker questioned. "I am the one above all from what you would call the Marvel Universe." The voice answered. "Beg your pardon?" Parker asked with a shocked tone. "Since you chose to worship me, even if it was a joke, I am the deity who presides over your soul. You have offered prayers on numerous occasions, such as Dear One Above All, the great Stan Lee of the sky. If I make this breakthrough with this formula, I promise to purchase 10 of the new Marvel comics and spread your name, thus accepting me as your lord. You have done many good deeds your lifetime, so I shall let you reincarnate as your hero in my universe with an alteration of your choosing." Parker's jaw dropped before he pinched himself to make sure he wasn't dreaming. After realizing he had no cheeks to pinch, Parker began to think of what difference he would choose. "I wonder if this will follow the trend of getting an ability for reincarnating?" Peter thought to himself. "I want a gene that will activate when I receive my spider powers. It has to be on par with Wolverine's regeneration ability, but no claws please. Oh, and I'd like for Mary Jane to get the same powers too, if that's okay." Parker hoped with all his heart. He thought a lot of the issues about him being a hero could be solved if MJ was there to experience what he did. In the saga of Spider Island, MJ got Peter's power and finally connected with him in a way that allowed her to finally see through Peter's eyes. On top of that, Parker really loved the Renew Your Vow series when MJ became Spider-Woman. He always thought that it was a perfect way to move their relationship forward in a positive way. Sure, that sounds fun. While that is technically 2 alterations, your karmic level is high enough to ask for such a thing. Really? Parker's eyes sparkled. The One Above All laughed as he said, "I found the perfect universe to plant you in. It was a prototype world that never got its start." "That's cool," Parker replied as he scratched his head, but he didn't have one. Yo ho ho ho. Insert Brooke laughing. "And to ensure you become Spider-Man, your memories of this world will be sealed until you're bitten." "Wait, doesn't that mean I'd be stealing his body?" "Not exactly, you're still you, the newborn is just another you. The only difference is that you're living in the same environment that will raise a new Peter Parker with your personality." "Then why seal my memories?" "I figured you'd want to pick up where you left off in your life. It'd be a pain to spend 16 years growing up again. It's not too hard to understand." Parker was about to complain that he was weeks away from turning 17 when he heard the sound of fingers snapping and blacked out. Sometime shortly thereafter, Parker Petrus was reborn as Peter Parker. The One Above All reincarnated him in a universe that was similar to the Ultimate Universe Peter Parker series. It was a universe of the One Above All in his own making, so it was not an exact copy. For example, MJ was childhood friends with him for a much longer period of time. "Ugh, this is annoying. Why do I have to keep reading the same paragraphs?" Harry shouted in frustration. "Because your memory sucks. You have to train the brain just like any other organ or muscle. Once you do this enough, memorizing stuff becomes easier. Just think, Harry. Won't it be nice to be able to read something once and recall its contents?" Peter said with a grin on his face. "I can't do that." Harry replied. "Harry, you know what your social security number is, right? How many times did you have to repeat that 10-digit number until you can recall it without even trying? See, I can is just an excuse. This is the exact same thing. Imagine how easy these stupid tests will be. Hell, we'll be able to relax for the whole year. No worrying about homework, finish the work in class, and we can goof off as much as we want," MJ said with a similar grin. "That does sound nice," Harry commented before he begrudgingly went back to studying. Peter held his hand under the table, and MJ gave him a low five. "Did you guys just high-five?" Harry asked with an angry look on his face. "Nope. the two said as they shook their heads and they pulled their textbooks in front of their faces. We low-fived, Peter responding, earning a good chuckle out of them both. Dork, Harry mumbled as he facepalmed. Looking at his friends with a smile, he had to admit that it was nice to see them working so hard for his benefit. It was also a little sad that there were only two people in his life that didn't want to be buddy-buddy with him because of his money. Pay attention. Peter slapped him on the head with a paper fan he rolled up. Geez. All right, I'll read. Harry rubbed the top of his head. After the 2-hour study group passed, Peter and MJ said goodbye to Harry before they went to find a secluded location to start their training. They chose an old abandoned warehouse that was near the pier. Work for the place dried up the moment the governor made cuts to police funding, resulting in a lack of training and personnel. Without well-trained police officers to patrol the area, crime rates increased and the hostile environment made unsafe to work. Nowadays, the only people that come through this place are drug dealers and unsavory characters with bad intentions. The upside to all this was that they wouldn't have to worry about any cameras spying on them and might be able to get in some basic training with low-level thugs. Staring at the messy interior of the building, the two looked at each other and smiled before MJ said, Okay, Tiger, where do we start? Chapter 3, Issue 3, Birth of the Way of the Spider Part 1. Peter smiled as he walked over to a few I-beams stacked together and said, First step in hero training, weight training. MJ lifted a brow. It's simple, pick up heavy things. He picked up the 700-plus-pound steel block and placed it gently back down on the ground before he began jumping across the walls and ground and shouted out, Agility training will be augmented by parkour, sprinting, and obstacle course running. Peter then landed in front of MJ and smiled before crossing his arms and saying, As for combat, Shang-Chi should be our teacher, but it will take me a while to track him down. MJ showed a puzzled expression before she asked, Who is Shang-Chi? Peter replied with a grin on his mug, He's the world's greatest martial art master. MJ then followed up by asking, Why would he teach us? To which Peter answered, Because he's a nice guy. While thinking, and Madame Web may influence his decision. Peter seriously doubted that Madame Web would ignore his presence for long. If anyone could see what he had to offer and help, it would be the one directly connected to the web of life and destiny. MJ walked over to the I-beam and picked it up, smiling at how easy it was. She started working out as she asked, If we have this kind of strength, is there any reason to actually work out? Peter picked up 3 I-beams and started lifting as he replied, Yes, you remember how I said that the spider was made with the data of a super soldier serum? MJ nodded her head. Well, the muscles we gained are like super advanced versions of what they used to be. Let me put it this way, if our muscles used to be copper, now they're gold. Peter continued to lift around half a ton as he continued. Although it's changed composition, we still need to exercise them to make them grow. If we don't build up our super muscles, then a lot of its potential would be left untapped. After his metamorphosis, Peter knew better than anyone what was happening to his body. He always wondered why Spider-Man's strength always surpassed that catchphrase, proportionate strength of a spider. There have been several occasions of him doing so, such as stopping a train and catching a plane and supporting its weight while it landed, not to mention him holding up an entire building. After studying the files he pulled from Oscorp, he had his answer. They were indeed trying to replicate the super soldier serum, and the boons went far beyond what a spider could offer. MJ seemed to get the point he was making, so she picked up another I-beam, and they continued to put their muscles to the test. Once they pushed the limits of their bodies to the max and felt intense strain, the spiders came to the realization that 20 tons were their current limit. They benched until they worked up sweat and focused on acrobats by playing a very mobile game of tag. This also doubled as spider sense training, as the two would use it to warn them of the other's touch before they were tagged. Their game of cat and mouse carried on for a few hours until they had to switch back to other training methods. This time MJ spoke up. We should include yoga, it can improve our flexibility. So, it's strength, endurance, and then dexterity training. Sounds good to me, Peter replied as he scratched his head. Just one issue though, I don't know yoga. MJ chuckled before saying, Luckily I do. They used cardboard boxes as mats and MJ guided Peter through several exercises she picked up in her mother's classes. Peter found it exciting that they were able to bend in ways he didn't think possible. I've got to say, Tiger, we're going to have to invent some poses. That has never been easier for me. I guess so, I can't believe how flexible we've become. I can center my entire body on a single finger or even twist myself to touch the back of my heel. Once they finished their workout routine, the two noticed it was starting to get dark out. Race you back. MJ said as she wiped up the sweat with a towel. Let's go, Peter shouted as they took off. They jumped up to the nearest rooftop and started making their way across Harlem. When they got back to their cul-de-sac, they split off and waved goodbye before they each entered their respective houses. As he opened the door to his house, Peter was once again met by a worried Aunt May tapping her foot against the floor. Just where have you been, young man? Do you have any idea what time it is? May asked with crossed arms. MJ said if I want the bullying to stop, I have to get into the shape. She was jogging with me around the city. I'm even thinking about getting a gym membership card, Peter said as he removed his jacket. Oh, you've been spending an awful lot of time with MJ lately. Something good happen? Ben said with a teasing smile. Ben, not now. May pinched the bridge of her nose. As Peter approached the table, he sat down, smiled before saying, Yep. She's my girlfriend now. May smiled happily, completely forgetting that she was supposed to be mad. I always thought you two would make a good couple. Suddenly Ben and May smelled the odor coming off Peter's body. In response to seeing him remove his sweat-filled jacket, May's face turned green and shouted, Don't you dare place that jacket on my chair, young man, to the laundry room and hit showers. Aunt May then ushered him into the bathroom and grabbed a basket before saying, Now you take a shower and prepare for dinner. Peter blushed and thanked May before pushing her out of the bathroom and dropping his clothes in the basket from behind the door. After taking a shower, he poked his head out the door to make sure May and Ben weren't around. Peter couldn't quite explain the change in his body. He would need at least a few months before he could explain away his built physique. Once he saw that the coast was clear, Peter dashed up to his room, and as he closed his door behind him, he then turned around and saw MJ sitting on his bed staring at his six-pack with a hint of lust in her eyes. If you keep staring like that, then maybe I should start charging a fee, Peter said, making MJ snap out of her daze. I wasn't staring, MJ shouted as she crossed her arms and turned around with a red face. Peter smiled and said, No peeking, as he quickly got dressed. However, MJ didn't listen and tilted her head back slightly to see it momentarily. She suddenly gasped in shock as she thought, Is it normal for it to be that size? Before Peter finished putting on his clothes, MJ snapped her head back and smiled with a bright red face. As he sat down beside her, Peter tilted his head at her awkward expression and asked, What's up? MJ grinned before she gave him a kiss on the cheek and said, It's the weekend tomorrow. Are we going to get up early to go train again? Peter nodded his head before answering, Yeah, but this time we have the whole day to train, so I get to show you something cool. Peter placed his hand on Mary's shoulder and was seconds away from kissing her when May's voice interrupted them. Peter! Dinner's ready. Are you decent? MJ hopped off his bed like a frightened rabbit. She then leaned outside his window before saying with a blushed face, See you tomorrow bright and early, Tiger. She hopped down and headed across the street. As Peter watched her toned ass swaying across the street, she looked back and grinned before waving goodbye. I'm definitely going to make you my wife someday. Peter shook his head with a smirk on his face. He headed down to eat dinner with his aunt and uncle. During the meal, So MJ and I are dating now, and she'll be picking him up tomorrow to go jogging. I plan on working out with her for a while. Ben and May couldn't help but tease him for a while. After a few minutes of throwing out comments like, So, when are you getting married? And remember to be responsible, we don't want grandkids just yet. Lalalal, I can't hear you. Peter rushed upstairs with his hands over his ears before crashed onto his bed. The next morning, around 5 a.m., MJ came knocking. Peter grabbed a towel and jumped into his shower. While he was getting ready, Ben, who was also an early riser, let MJ inside and greeted her by saying, Good morning, Mary. It's good to see you. MJ smiled and replied, It's good to see you too, Uncle Ben. I'm here to pick Peter up. He's getting ready, so he should be down any second now. No sooner than saying this, Peter came downstairs with wet hair and a sweatsuit on. After greeting them, Peter grabbed MJ's hand and ran out the front door while saying, We'll be back in a few hours. Later. Ben smiled at the two as they jogged off at a steady pace. After they were out of view, they started running to their fastest sprint and took off in a blur of intense speeds. This is so fun, MJ shouted as she jumped up and landed on top of a rooftop. She looked over the ledge and saw Peter dash up the side of the wall before hopping over her with a big grin on his face. Yahoo! Peter shouted as he leapt off the ledge into another rooftop. Wait up! MJ cased after with an excited expression. The two chased after each other, trying to one-up each other with their acrobatic feats. MJ saw Street in the gap before her eyes darted around the area. Once she spotted the billboard, she jumped into the air and used her hands to vault herself to the next building top, landing a 360 front flip. Peter laughed a little as he kicked to the signboard, landed backwards on the ledge of the next roof, and 360 flipped onto the gravel roofing. What else do you have to show me? Peter ran ahead. Cocky, aren't we? MJ chased after and had a blast moving through the city. When they arrived, Peter threw down his backpack and started to suit up. MJ blushed seeing him undressing, and even more so when he put the suit on. Wow, Tiger. Turns out the saying, the clothes making the man, is true. MJ bit her lip as she stared at the classic red, black, and blue costume. Peter smiled and pulled out his newer model web shooters and placed them under his gloves. What are those? MJ asked with an excited grin, making Peter grin under his mask. These babies are my web shooters. Right now they're still in the prototype phase, but it's what I'll spend most of my time training to master. I can't wait to start swinging from skyscrapers. Peter shot a web to the ceiling and quickly climbed up it. He laughed as he shot another web and swung from it, landing on the second floor. That's awesome, did you make that? Can you make me one? MJ's eyes glowed as she tried pulling on the webbing to test its strength. I can make you one, but it will take a while. I had to spend the car money I was saving up to make these, Peter said as he climbed down the webbing. He then jumped down the rest of the way and landed in front of MJ. The web formula consists of salicylic acid, toluene, methanol, carbon tetrachloride, potassium carbonate, and ethyl acetate, and a trace amount of synthetic carbonadium. I used the rest of the synthetic carbonadium to build a miniature spider spinneret that creates the web as the CO2 ejects at the fluid. The webbing hardens almost instantly because of the... Peter did his best to explain the properties of his webbing, but he could tell that he had lost her around salicylic acid. Peter then started to pull out a bunch of textbooks and said, I think you should try reading some of these and I'll tutor you every day. A look of horror spread across her face as she said, My arch nemesis. Chemistry. Peter chuckled in response to her statement and replied by saying, Oh, come on. It's not that bad. Besides, once you start to get the hang of it, I think you'll like what you can do with the power of knowledge. Seeing the innocent expression on Peter's face, MJ caved in and agreed. How does that old adage go? Knowledge is power. She picked up one of the notebooks for physics and biology and sighed as she started reading while squatting with I-beams on her back. Peter stepped outside and started his webbing practice. This training continued for almost 3 months. In this time, MJ and Peter grew accustomed with their enhanced bodies. On top of their muscles looking more defined, they had built up the stamina needed for prolonged combat through intense sprinting and acrobatic performance. Even their flexibility had shown some improvements when MJ came up with some interesting ways to stretch their bodies. The two saved up enough money to make another pair of web shooters and even started web slinging practice. It took them a few weeks to get the hang of flinging themselves from building to building, and their skills were still lacking. During his off time, Peter continued to search for Shang-Chi. He monitored Chinatown and waited for reports of the martial arts master being spotted taking out triad members. It took him the entirety of the 3 months before Peter finally found him sitting in a Chinese restaurant called the Golden Dragon. Looking at the photo of Shang-Chi and seeing the man sitting by the window, Peter walked inside before he sat down next to the Bruce Lee look-alike and smiled while holding his hand out. Hi, name's Peter. You're a martial artist, right? Peter questioned. Shang-Chi looked at Peter like he was a mystery. Thanks to his vast experiences, he could tell that the boy in front of him was both physically strong and had a powerful chi boiling inside him. Of course, the chi Shang-Chi noticed is what Peter called his bioelectricity or living energy. In Kung Fu, both chi and bioelectricity are essentially the same things. Furthermore, thanks to Wolverine's regeneration and the spider powers, Peter was gifted with an abundant amount of chi, far more than what Shang-Chi was used to. The master martial artist held out his hand to shake, and the moment he felt Peter's grip, he knew he was correct. My name is Shang-Chi. Tell Peter, why have you sought me out? Peter smiled and said, I wish to receive combat training from you. Right now, I have been granted extraordinary powers, and with them, extraordinary responsibilities. I need someone to help me shape my abilities into the perfect tool for me to wield. If I can't focus and use my talents to their fullest potentials, then I can't save everyone that I come across. While hearing the boy speak, Shang-Chi used his chi to read Peter's pulse, and after hearing his whole story and discovering no lies were told, Shang-Chi smiled and asked, Why would you risk your life for others like that? Peter scratched his head before thinking through how he wanted to phrase his next statement. I've always wanted to be a hero. Whether it was using my brain to solve some kind of world crisis or through pummeling bad guys with my fist, I just wanted to do some good. A while ago, I was just a smart kid, but after I received these powers, I realized that the saying my uncle always tells me is true. With great power comes great responsibility. I know this sounds silly, but I always tried to live by this motto, and right now I have a whole lot of responsibilities. Shang-Chi smiled and handed Peter a piece of paper. Head here tomorrow and I shall test you. Peter smiled as he took the paper and opened it up. The directions led to Shang-Chi's personal dojo were written down in Chinese. However, with the power Google Maps, Peter was able to find it without any trouble. Maybe I should start learning other languages. The next day, Peter and MJ appeared standing in front of a large Chinese-style building with a white fence surrounding a large garden-like courtyard. Inside the building, Shang-Chi had sensed their arrival. After entering, Shang-Chi saw MJ and showed a surprised expression. Just like Peter, Shang-Chi could sense strong waves of energy emanating from her body. Shang-Chi then smiled as he placed out his hand in a martial stance before saying, "Show me what you can do." Peter moved forward and took up a very basic boxing stance, and as he tried to punch at Shang-Chi, Peter only managed to hit the air. Shang-Chi dodged Peter's punch with little effort and appeared beside him before saying, "Not a bad choice for punches. Boxing does indeed have many years of fist techniques under their belt, but your moves are amateurish and are poor imitations." Shang-Chi then kicked Peter's feet from under him, making his spidey sense go off. Narrowly dodging the low kick, Spider-Man jumped back and did a flip before landing in the low to the ground pose Spider-Man was famous for. "Oh, now that was interesting. How did you detect my attack?" Shang-Chi asked with a curious expression. He knew that Peter wasn't fast enough, nor was he skilled enough to dodge. Peter smiled and rubbed the back of his head and said, "It's a danger sense of sorts. Although the ability borderlines on precognition, it's very hard to tell what level of danger is approaching us. In simpler terms, we get a tingling sensation that invades our minds and warns us of impending danger." After explaining a bit and the limits of their powers, Shang-Chi smiled before saying, "I can think of a few things to start teaching you, but first we begin with the basics. I especially look forward to training your spider senses. I wonder what kinds of training methods I'll develop. This could even prove useful for me." Peter smiled and said, "I'm glad we can help." With that said, the two began their training. It had been another 3 months of constant training until Shang-Chi had finally started to see the outline of their new martial art. To train their senses, he blindfolded them both and made them dodge his attacks. In the beginning, the two were beaten mercilessly. Shang-Chi pummeled them with soft and hard attacks in an attempt to help them learn of the difference in severity of danger for the attacks. Although they could sense it, they weren't able to tell which of his attacks were more damaging, and neither were they able to see through to his real attacks. However, after many days of this type of training, they began to fine-tune that section of their senses. On the end of the first month, the two spider warriors could feel a slight difference in the levels of dangers, and the ringing sensation inside their head had slight alterations to it depending on how Shang-Chi attacked. After another week of Shang-Chi's intense training, they began to sense and effectively dodge their master's attacks. With their spidey senses under control, they could almost see the image inside their mind before Shang-Chi's punches and kicks connected. Once he approved of their level of mastery, Shang-Chi removed their blindfolds, revealing that he too was wearing one, shocking the two spider-themed heroes. Shang-Chi removed his blindfold and said, "Defense is decent. Next, we work on attacking." Chapter 4, Issue 4, Birth of the Way of the Spider Part 2. Throughout the 3-month ordeal, Peter and MJ kept up with both their studies and their physical training. Both were exhausted most of the time. However, Peter's grades never suffered, and MJ's grades kept rising. Even Harry's grades improved by leaps and bounds, so the teachers couldn't complain about them catching some sleep during their classes. As for Flash and his bullying antics, it had been put to the back of Peter's mind and no longer registered as an issue. When Flash would start something him, Peter would just give the bully one of his witty quips and avoid him whenever the jerky jock tried to fight him. Anytime they weren't studying, they were training with Shang-Chi. During this time, Peter also noticed that MJ's wounds from training were healing much quicker than the Spider Soldier Serum was originally capable of. If he had Wolverine-level regeneration, MJ could be said to have Sabretooth's level of regeneration. When he learned of this, Peter asked for a drop of her blood to examine. When he took it under the scope, he discovered a second mutagen in her DNA that had come from his blood. Did the spider ingest some of my blood and transfer my healing factor into MJ's genetics? Peter thought as he began running some tests. After running dozens of experiments, Peter discovered her healing factor was only around half as good as his own. The theory of his mutant genes transferring to her would be a suitable answer. However, something was bothering him. He looked at his own blood and discovered a third strain that didn't belong to his healing factor or his spider gene. He crunched the numbers and ran hundreds of analyses, but no matter how he tried, Peter couldn't crack where this gene came from or what its purpose was. He put his hands down against the table and sighed. I don't get it. I understand the one above all gave me a healing factor, but he didn't say anything about this. Did he add something in of his own? Peter burned the blood sample and disposed of the materials. Next, he headed over to his current project. He was working on something that came from the Peter Parker of Earth 751263, the nanotech suit. The Peter Parker of that world based his suit on the Fantastic Four's unstable molecules and his own advancements with nanotechnology, thus making a suit that could change into any form and even control its own durability. Furthermore, thanks to the suit being made of unstable molecules, it can also be altered to create an unhackable and indestructible data storage unit, such as the Omega Drive. He was even thinking of building an AI, but right now that was more Tony's area of expertise. Since he was only in the blueprint stage, he didn't have to worry about money, but looking at the materials he had a rough estimate. Since he didn't have access to the Baxter Building's resources, the cost for building this suit was around $5 million, meaning he would need 10 to make MJ's as well. Peter started thinking of how he could earn this funding when the idea of joining SHIELD occurred to him. He didn't know if Hydra had infiltrated the place, but Fury always had a way with moving money to the heroes that need it. Of course, he knew that it came with stipulations. He'd have to work for it. Peter shook his head as he pushed that option to the back of his mind. Maybe I could get Tony and Reed to personally teach me. I could also work for them. Peter, are you down there? It's time for dinner. Aunt May's voice called out. I'll be up in a few minutes. Just put in the microwave for me. Peter shouted back as he hid away his blueprints and started working on MJ's web shooters. At the end of their 3 months of training, both of them managed to save up around $800. They finally had enough money to purchase some good materials to build top-dollar web shooters. Each of them had 3 different modes: spay, impact, and shock webbing. He placed the thin and sleek web shooters onto his wrist before he said, MJ's gonna love these. After school, MJ apparently had something to show him as well. When they ducked into an abandoned alley, she grabbed something out of her backpack before climbing up the side of the brick building. Keep watch, MJ said, confusing Peter. When MJ dropped her shirt on his face, Peter blushed as he figured out what she was up to. Stuffing her shirt in MJ's backpack, Peter guarded the alleyway with a protective expression. Acting like everything was normal in this situation was not his forte. She suddenly dropped down. She was wearing something that was similar to the classic Spider-Man outfit, but the colors were reversed, with blue being the prominent color and red being the secondary. The only thing that was the same was the black webbing pattern and spider on her chest. The mask was cut off at the forehead so she could let her hair out, and she also had a hoodie with that she could wear as long as she tied her hair up into a bun. So, what do you think? MJ asked, smiling under her mask. You know that saying about the clothing making a woman? Peter laughed as he quickly stripped down, revealing his suit underneath. Wearing your suit underneath, I should take some notes. MJ thought to herself. After he climbed up, handing her backpack over, Peter sat beside her and asked, So I'm Spider-Man, what are we going to call you? MJ crossed her arms and laughed. Spider-Woman. Duh. Peter laughed and crossed his arms as he thought. Sorry, Jessica. Looks like MJ beat you to it in this timeline. Looking at her new costume, Peter blushed a bit before pulled out the new web shooters for MJ and said, I like your suit, but something's missing. Oh, what's missing? MJ asked with a playful tone. Well, since you asked, I got you a little present for getting full marks on your finals, Peter declared as he handed over her set. MJ's eyes shined as she grabbed hold of the devices and pulled her gloves off before she placed them on her wrist. Unlike her previous web shooters, these newer models had a brown-tan webbing pattern on them, looked thin and fragile, and when she put her gloves back on, MJ couldn't even see outline of the web shooters underneath. Wow. It's so thin and flexible, it's like it's not even there. MJ praised as she pointed to imaginary targets. Peter pulled out a belt that was made of the same material and said, It's made out of a permanent solution of the webbing compound, so it's tougher than Kevlar and as flexible as silk. Peter then pointed to the slots on the belt and continued his explanation by saying, The web cartridges are at max capacity, and this belt is filled with extra cartridges. When you run out, I'll refill them for you. MJ put the belt under her suit and wore it around her waist as she said, Nice. I'll also teach you the formula so you can make it yourself, and now that I've seen your suit, I can make a vest and leggings for you. Just because we heal quicker doesn't mean we shouldn't lessen the damage. It's easier to recover from a blocked bullet than one that passes through you, and in the game of saving lives, every second counts. MJ lifted up the lower part of her mask, and pulled up Peter's mask before giving him a wet, deep kiss. Babe, not while we're suited up. MJ chuckled and said, Why not? I don't care if people find out we're a superhero couple. Peter coughed a couple of times and changed the subject as he said, While I've added the web lining to my suit, it can stop a bullet pretty well, but this skin-tight suit isn't exactly boner-proof. That reminds me I should add web armor for a cup. MJ smiled and said, Perv, as she pulled her mask over her mouth and climbed up the building. Peter smiled back and followed after her. As the two stood at the edge, they held each other's hands and looked out at the city. Peter made sure MJ could handle web-slinging like a pro. After countless failures, the two had become very acrobatic and could maneuver just about anywhere in the city. Peter made a web onto the nearest high rise and asked with a teasing tone, You ready? MJ aimed her shot next to Peter's and laughed before replying, Try to keep up, Spider-Man. As she jumped off, Peter tried to chase after. However, as he tried to move forward, he discovered that couldn't move his feet. Looking down, Peter saw two piles of webbing trapping his feet against the surface of the ledge. He wasn't even angry and had to stifle his laughter. I'm so damn proud of her. Peter acted like he was wiping tears off of his mask. He easily ripped the webbing and jumped off after MJ while yelling at the top of his lungs, WAITFORME. YGOU, A whirlwind of nerves pinched Peter's stomach as he swung from building to building. Every time he reached the top of his climb, he felt weightless and free. The whole world seemed to melt away, along with all his worries and problems. The only thing that existed was MJ and the city surrounding them. Peter shouted cheerful yahoos and hoorays as he blazed past MJ and jumped over a sign and landed on the side of a brick building. Running across the wall as fast as he could, kicked off the corner of the building and webbed through some random construction site parkour style. MJ followed behind, and they both jumped off a building in Chinatown and landed in front of Shang-Chi's dojo before they sprinted to the doors at full speed. Peter touched the door first and threw up his arms as he laughed and said, You owe me dinner, Spider-Woman. MJ smiled under her mask before saying, I hope you're fine with takeout. Peter wrapped his arm around her waist and flirtatiously said, With you, pizza with 3 meat and mushrooms toppings would taste like fine cuisine. Easy, Spider-Man. Like you said before, your suit isn't boner-proof. MJ swayed her hips seductively as she headed inside. Peter shook his head and smiled. While he followed his girlfriend's purposely temptful strut, he thought, Damn, these teenage hormones. It wasn't easy in my past life, and it's still getting to me in this one. Peter had to wait a while before he could greet their master as usual. When Shang-Chi looked at their suits, he completed their designs. He even asked Peter to make him a vest out of his spider silk, and to make sure it didn't restrict his movements. Peter obliged because Shang-Chi had been teaching them for free, and he felt that he owed him quite a bit. Training proceeded as usual. It was brutal, it was harsh, and several times they were pushed to the limits of their physical limits. After their workout, they were taught the basics for capoeira, lucha wrestling and grappling, which emphasized their unique flexibility and high speeds they could reach. Lessons also included boxing and MMA grappling for quick takeouts and powerful punches, Krav Maga for power and lethality. Lastly, they polished their Aikido for pressure point attacks for suppression. Little by little, the style was slowly blending together into Shang-Chi's new creation, the Way of the Spider. After another 3 months, Peter and MJ had managed to complete the initial mastery of the Way of the Spider. Now all they needed to do was spar with each other constantly to perfect it. They experienced constant combat sessions with martial artists and got in plenty of sparring. They faced surprise attacks from Shang-Chi while they were web-slinging or just wandering the city. Their master even threw darts at them while they studying at school and teaching Harry. Every day they trained together, fought against each other, and grew stronger at a constant pace. Of course, they didn't fail to train their brains either with their study group. As for the study group, it was doing better, while ignoring any contact with Norman Osborn and gradually getting better grades. Bit by bit, the father and son relationship began to improve. Peter pretty much ran away from Norman anytime he saw the guy, so he would have to focus on his son. Before he knew it, it had been 9 months after Peter and MJ were bitten. Shang-Chi stood in the center of his dojo as he bowed at his disciples. You are free to use the dojo to train anytime you wish, but I will no longer be offering you 2 pointers. My work is done, and any improvement with your new skills is entirely on your hands now. Shang-Chi said while he thought. Not to mention, I have fulfilled my contract with Madame Web. He could still recall their meeting several months before he met Peter. The strange old woman in a smoky room, she was sitting on a web throne, and the immense life force that he sensed around him sent shivers down his spine. He made a bargain that day. In return for helping the spider heroes, he was able to learn training methods for increasing his internal chi. Shang-Chi suddenly straightened his stance and placed his hands behind his back as he said, I have taught you a unique martial art suited perfectly for you, and taught you the basics of chi control. Now comes your final test. Shang-Chi breathed in deeply and then shouted, Come at me with everything you have. MJ bolted forward towards her master as Peter webbed a nearby pillar and pulled himself into the air to get behind him. MJ started sparring, trading blows and blocks with their fellow martial artist when Peter dived towards him with a flying kick and ejected some webbing over Shang-Chi's feet. Their master jumped up, making MJ the target of the webbing. MJ leapt to the side, and as the webbing hit the ground, Peter pulled back on the spider web in his hand and pulled himself towards his target, whipping his body through the air before kicked out both of his feet at Shang-Chi's back. The martial arts master jumped up and spun around as he returned the kick with a chi-fueled attack of his own. As their feet met, a yellow electric light appeared around Peter's leg. Gotta make the chi gather and burst. Peter thought as the shock of bioelectricity exploded and forced Shang-Chi to push himself away from Peter's punch. After kicking off his opponent's leg, Shang-Chi backflipped, landed some distance away. He smiled at Peter and clapped. Well done, my whole leg is numb. After learning to harness his chi, Peter discovered that it presented itself in the same manner that Miles Morales' Venom Blast acted. Only a lot stronger, and he could direct it to manifest at any point on his body. Peter didn't give him any chance to recover. Dashing forward with all his speed, Peter's limbs were cloaked in the yellow electric energy, while his fists and feet turned into blurs. Even with one leg, Shang-Chi dodged all of Peter's attacks using a style of drunken fighting. The teacher fumbled about the room with all the grace of a fish out of water, waiting for his leg to regain its feeling. After 5 minutes of dodging, Shang-Chi started to feel the nerves in his legs responding to his movements. Impressed by Peter's ability, he kept his combat senses at the peak of its performance. He knew that if Peter landed another hit on him, he could immobilize him completely. Shang-Chi didn't forget about his other student lurking in the shadows either. He amped up the chi surrounding his body and began to block Peter's attacks. All I have to do is offset the chi by overpowering it, Shang-Chi announced as he shook his hand. The only issue is the stinging sensation. The unique property of your chi is quite dangerous. Nice to know. Peter got back into fighting stance. The two began to trade blows, throwing powerful chi-filled punches and spin kicks towards each other. Peter managed to dodge most of the attacks and chose to let the fake ones through, allowing him to close the gap. Now that Shang-Chi was using his inner energy to protect his body, Peter couldn't make any advancements and was trying to keep him busy long enough for MJ to find an opening to exploit. Shang-Chi smiled and continued to dodge and counter Peter's attempts to hit him. Not bad, I can't feel her presence anymore, and Peter's ability to improve on the fly is amazing as always. No sooner than the martial arts master thought this, 3 impact web bullets shot out. Shang-Chi dodged to the side easily enough. However, he wasn't expecting it to explode when Peter shot his own impact webbing into Mary Jane's. Peter quickly jumped back and landed next to MJ, and as the two looked at the sealed Shang-Chi struggling to escape his webby bonds, the two spider heroes high-fived each other while saying, "We won!" Shang-Chi smiled, and then they watched as his glow bright yellow momentarily before blades of chi shot from his body, shredding their webbing without any effort. Shang-Chi then clapped his hands and said, "Congratulations, from today onward you are no longer my students but my fellow brother and sister in martial arts. I look forward to your future achievements." Shang-Chi clasped his hands together, making a palm and fist. As he bowed, the two did so in return, thanking him for all the training they received. As they left, they waved goodbye to their new martial brother and swung all the way back to their places. After sneaking into his room and changing back into their civilian clothing, they both met up to study. While they sat on his bed with their textbooks open, Peter looked up and asked, "So, to make you web armor, I kind of need your measurements." "For the armor, of course, and just the armor." "Tiger, you've been watching my body long enough. Haven't you figured it out yet?" Peter gulped before he pulled out a pen and said, "Not as subtle as I thought I was. Well, I could take my best guess." He wrote down his answer on the blueprint paper and showed it to Mary Jane. After reading the measurements, MJ smiled before saying, "You are SOOO busted." MJ crossed her legs over his knees and sat in Peter's lap before she started to kiss him. In response to her advances, Peter grabbed MJ's waist and placed her on his bed before they started making out for quite some time, right until Ben knocked at his door. "Peter, are you there?" Ben asked as he continued to knock on his door. The two laughed before they sat up, and Peter answered by saying, "Yeah, Uncle Ben. I'm tutoring MJ right now." Ben and MJ laughed at Peter's statement. They both knew there was no way that he believed Peter based on what his dear old uncle said next. "Okay, don't stay up here too late, MJ. After all, I can only convince May that you're studying for so long." "I swear I can see him making quotation marks when he said the word, studying," Peter said before he let out a sigh. Deciding they should probably study, the two spent a few hours reading up on advanced calculus before Peter stood up and took MJ to his lab in the basement. Recently, she had really become accustomed to Peter's work, so much so that she was starting to really become a genius in her own right. Compared to what the schools were teaching, Peter had MJ levels ahead of everyone else. Even Harry was becoming a specialist-type scientist thanks to working with his mother. Peter wanted Mary to apply for the same scholarship he chose so they could go to the same university together, and she felt the same way. Call it young love, call it childish, but both of them were dead set on this decision, that way they could stay together. At first, MJ doubted herself, but after enough time passed and she began to get interested in the material, she completely flipped her attitude. Not to mention, she was sure that her new superhuman powers helped her brain power up too. Mary Jane was especially fond of engineering sciences. Once she dismantled and resembles her own web shooters, MJ was hooked, and with passion fueling her desire to learn, she managed to grow by leaps and bounds. Of course, it didn't hurt they had a genius like Peter helping them every step of the way. They grew so close that they even came up with nerdy nicknames for each other. MJ was Grease Monkey, and Peter was Bio Nerd. After making the vest and leggings for MJ, she tried them on. It looked like a two-part suit that had straps around the shoulders and was tight and close to her physique, showing off her curves. It looked a bit like latex but felt like silk. MJ then smiled as she tested the flexibility of her new suit in surprise. No matter which way she turned, the suit followed without a single issue. It was like an extension of her flesh. She placed her clothing over it and stretched around in a provocative manner, making Peter growl before he said, "You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" MJ came over and sat on his lap and said, "You should try making some bras out of this material. Women would love it." Suddenly, Peter had an idea. Chapter 5, Issue 5, Finding Funding with Trustworthy Friends. MJ's words rang in the young scientist's head. Peter hugged his girlfriend and said, "You're a genius, babe." MJ gave a smile and said with a cocky tone, I know." Peter then smiled while thinking of his formula. Starks has got connections to military and law enforcement. While on the other hand, I could present the solution to Reed as a new bonding agent. He'd be up for discovering how useful permanent web glue could be used. Of course, he has to patent my dissolvent for the solutions as well. I'll have to engineer it so it doesn't work with my superhero webbing, but I can just change up the compounds, so that's not really an issue. He even wouldn't mind giving MJ the rights to the hardened web compound for clothing designs. After all, she still had a liking for good fashion, and he had to admit he didn't exactly have an eye for it. "I think you should pursue our unique spider silk as clothing material. You always had talent for making clothes." "You know what, I think I will. I just need to find a solution that can give the fabric different feels. I have one hell of a girlfriend." "Yep, and don't you forget it." Peter chuckled before he gave her a kiss. The young couple stayed down in the basement tossing around ideas and enjoying their company until it was time for dinner. "See ya, babe. Later, Ben, May." MJ waved as she walked out the door. "Hee hee, have fun studying?" Ben smirked. Peter blushed when he shouted, "Shut up. They do make cute couple." "Just make responsible with her," May said as she tried to hide her smirk. The uncle and aunt laughed as Peter walked away while grumbling about hating being teased. "I sure have a lot to do. There's Stark, the Fantastic Four, and quite a few other heroes whose help I'll be needing. Luckily, it's a weekend," Peter said before he went to bed. The next morning, Peter woke up and worked out with MJ before heading to Stark's home. He was a little nervous meeting one of his heroes. While looking at the large, gated entrance, he took a deep breath and thought, "Okay, play it cool. Just play it cool, Parker." Peter then rang on the gate's intercom and pulled out a piece of paper that had a few of the compounds and the webbing fluid's chemical structure written on it. It wasn't enough for him to learn the recipe, but it was enough to give a genius like Tony Stark a good hint. Peter placed it in front of the camera and waited for an answer. A voice came over the intercom and said, You've reached Tony Stark's badass house. This is Jarvis speaking. How can I help you today? Peter almost laughed and lowered the tone of his voice a bit before saying, I want you to send a picture to Tony of this and tell him I want his help patenting it so I can put it to good use. Jarvis scanned the document and said, One moment, sir. Tony was in his lab listening to Black Sabbath's Iron Man while working on his latest model, the MK.13. While he was singing along to the song, Jarvis's voice shut off the music, making Tony complain, Ah, why'd you do that? It was getting to the good part, Jarvis. Jarvis then replied by simply stating, My apologies, sir. However, there is someone at your door with an idea he wishes to present to you for funding and patenting. Tony wasn't even paying attention as he continued to work on his suit. He asked, So, is it any good? Or is it another flop? A giant holographic screen displayed the compound in front of Tony. Oh, this is Nita compound spider silk fluid that can harden to incredible density yet retain its flexibility. The compound is incomplete. Smart fella. Show him in Jarvis. I'm interested in meeting the mind that came up with this. Jarvis then simply replied, As you wish, sir. Peter stood outside the gates for a few minutes when he was met by an automated Iron Man suit being piloted by Jarvis. It stood by the gate and pressed a few buttons on the other side. As the gates opened, the AI turned to Peter and said, Please follow me this way. Tony wishes to meet you in person. Peter pumped his fist in triumph as he was led inside Tony's seaside penthouse. Along the way, he made sure to study the MK.6 armor in front of him, and while Peter was fascinated and gushing over the technology, he suddenly realized that he had been led into Tony's garage. He stared at the open reactor on one of the suits and began to inspect it while thinking out loud. This one was built for aerodynamic flight potential. The modified rectangular arc reactor provides it with enough power to achieve the same flight and maneuverability parameters as the previous suits. However, the reactor seems a bit shoddy. Using the original ring design provides a much more stable electromagnetic field. This one moves the energy back and forth around in a triangle. While it's an interesting idea and the power output is weaker than the original design, the difference isn't big enough to notice either. Next, Peter looked over the suit itself. It resembles the original basic suits for its overall design. It's also notable that it has a lighter armor than previous incarnations. I see. He's utilizing aluminum and titanium steel over the original composites from the earlier designs is a pretty ingenious idea. What's this? Vibranium coils to sustain the magnetic field. What an interesting application. While Peter was gushing over the armor, Tony was watching him with great interest. What a little genius. While hearing Peter continuing to break down his suit's design and point out some flaws, Tony coughed and said, I know the output is weaker, but I wanted to see if there would be any trade-off in sustainability. Peter jumped up and turned around. Mr. Stark. Name's Peter Parker. I came here hoping to do business with you. Please call me Tony, and I must say, Peter, you sure know your stuff. How old are you, kid? Tony questioned. I turned 16 not too long ago, but I think that my age shouldn't account for my IQ. Wouldn't you agree, Tony? Peter replied with a confident tone. Tony laughed as he shook his hand and said, Well, let's take a look at that formula. Peter handed over the permanent solution and armor designs. I thought you could pass these out to military personnel and local law enforcement. I have another that's for an adhesive, but I intend on selling that to the Baxter Building as they have better ties to city construction and commercial tech companies while you're more lean toward. Peter pointed at his many Iron Man suits. Tony waved his hand and said, Yeah, I get what you're saying. I'll sponsor your products as long as I get a cut of the profit. Let's say 50%. Peter laughed before he gave Tony a dead-eyed stare and said, 25%. Tony smiled and said, 30, you little twerp. Peter shook his head and replied by saying, 25%. 30 and not a percent lower, Tony shot back. Peter grinned then sighed. Okay, then time to bring out the big guns. 10%. Tony laughed and patted Peter on the back as he said, All right, kid. 25% it is. You know, should make your own company someday. I think you'll handle just fine, Mr. Parker. Tony shook his hand before Peter showed him how to both make the material and cast it in a shape. The technological genius only grew more impressed as he watched Peter use random parts around the shop to assemble a 3D printer that was similar in design to Spider-Man's web shooters. After the first set of body armor was made, Tony put it on before he pulled the vest away from his waist and felt a sharp slap against his flesh as it bounced back. Yee, ouch. That stings. All right then, let's test this thing's durability. Tony declared as he grabbed a pistol out of one of his toolboxes. Tossing the gun to Jarvis' automated arm, the A.I fired off a couple of rounds, making Peter jump for cover. Tony slid back after feeling the concussive force from the bullet being distributed along the entire surface of the vest. Tony smiled and said, "Oh, I got to make a suit with this stuff. Jarvis, what do you think, a tux or business attire?" "Are you crazy? How about a little warning next time?" Peter shouted, waving his fist in the air. Peter then noticed Tony picking up the shell casing. Tony looked to his vest and ran his hand across the slight dent on the armor's surface before it snapped back to its original shape. And to think this was only a single layer. "I'm impressed, kid. This is a pretty unique formula." Tony proceeded to put the gun away before he walked over to Peter and held his hand out as he said, "I'll be looking forward to working with you in the future, Peter." Peter smiled as he shook his hand. "Thank you, Tony. I can't tell you how much of a tight spot this patent will get me out of." Tony laughed a bit and said, "You got money problems?" "More like no money to have problems with." Peter replied, "Well, one thing is for sure, that's about to change. I know some people that would love to get their hands on lighter and more effective armor. With the purchases from the Army and law enforcement, you could probably net in around 10 to 100K for the first month. It would only increase once word gets out on how effective it is." Peter rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment when he said, "Gosh, Tony, any more compliments and I'll think you're flirting with me." Tony laughed as he said, "And you're funny too. High intelligence is wasted without a sense of humor. So Peter, with your intelligence you must be in college by now." Tony was thinking of asking the kid to come work with him if he had already graduated. "Actually, right now I'm looking for a good scholarship. I'm currently attending Midtown High School and have no money to pay for college," Peter replied in a depressed tone. "A scholarship, huh?" Tony then rubbed his chin before he smiled and said, "Well, keep your eye out for one in the future. Maybe a special talent grant could just pop up at Midtown High School any day now." Peter laughed, thinking that this was the Tony that he loved. He didn't doubt that the famous entrepreneur would do something like putting in a multi-million-dollar grant for a public school just to get what he wants. The two then began chatting. Tony prodded Peter's mind about several different subjects. He was constantly surprised by many of the kids' ideas as they bantered back and forth. Tony was seriously thinking of giving Peter special treatment and hiring him on as a chief engineer at StarkTech, but first he would have to get his parents' permission first. After a few hours passed, Peter had to excuse himself as he still had to take the adhesive compound to the Baxter building. Tony saw him off with a smile, and once Peter was out of sight, the billionaire turned to his AI companion before saying, "Jarvis, get me the number for Midtown High School and send me a file on Peter Parker." Jarvis replied, "Yes, sir," and got to work. After a few minutes of web-slinging, Peter touched down near the Baxter building and changed back into his civilian clothing before exiting an ally. Standing in front of the massive Baxter building, he placed his hands in his pockets while he casually entered the building and strolled up to the front desk. A young Sue in her early 20s appeared on a holographic screen being projected by a floating orb behind the desk. "Hello, are you lost?" Peter shook his head and looked around with jokingly surprised eyes before he asked, "This is the Baxter building, right?" Sue smiled at the cute boy in front of her and asked, "Are you here with your parents?" Peter laughed and asked, "How old do you think I am? I'm here to ask if you guys would patent a revolutionary adhesive." Peter then held up the same piece of paper he showed Tony and said, "This is just a taste of my product. If you guys are half as smart as I think you are, I know you can see the benefits for such a product, especially one that you could sell." Sue was going over the product and her eyes brightened up. She then stood up and walked over to the nearby control panel and called the box down. When the doors opened, Sue, the holographic image of Sue, turned to Peter and said, "Please come right up." Sue was really excited. The stuff Reed came up with was always revolutionary, but his inventions usually had a specific purpose that wasn't profitable or too advanced to replicate and sell. Oftentimes, they were things that could be made into terrible weapons if not handled by the proper sources, so they couldn't really be sold without major consequences. Lately, the luck of the Fantastic Four company hasn't been too good either. With no multi-purpose invention that would allow them to reach a large number of consumers and make some real dough, they were gradually losing money over time. But if this formula was as easy to produce as Sue figured it would be, then the Baxter company could actually stand to make a profit for once. When Peter entered into the main living space of the Fantastic Four, he saw Sue waiting for him dressed in a white lab coat and wearing a wedding ring on her finger. Johnny was standing next to her looking over Peter like some kind of freak, and Ben was sitting on the couch reading a book on rocket engineering. Acting on the chance of a gathered crowd, Peter introduced himself. Hey folks, the name's Peter Parker and I will be your local teenager genius for this evening. Please fasten your seatbelts and get ready for my presentation. Peter pulled out a vial of the web fluid and continued his product expose. The adhesive is made up of both artificial and organic compounds. The semi-fluid is a shear-thinning liquid that is virtually solid until a shearing force is applied to it, rendering it fluid once more. By altering the formula slightly, it can quickly shift from semi-fluid to a concrete solution that is tougher and more durable than anything out on the market. It can even be used to move about in the vacuum of space and in underwater environments. The construction uses are endless. The solution can be maintained permanently. It does, however, emit radioactive particles. Although that's nothing to be worried about, as these particles are called radionuclides. As you know, radionuclides are found every day in soil that radiates from the Earth's core and is often found in the cosmic radiation we are bombarded with daily. The best part is that as the chemicals for the formula of adhesive could be found in an average high school chemistry lab and bought on a child's allowance. Peter then waved his arms at the sample he pulled out. This right here is a wonder adhesive that can change the industry of construction. So, are you interested? Johnny started laughing as he said, "Sis, this guy is great. Did you see how amped up he is?" Sue slapped Johnny in the back of the head and smiled before asking, "Can your formula really do what you say?" Peter smiled back and answered by saying, "I brought this capsule to show one of the cement mixtures." Peter turned to Johnny and said, "So you're Johnny the Flaming Boy?" Johnny's eyebrow twitched as he said, "Beg your pardon?" Peter smiled as he threw the capsule onto Johnny's arm and watched as the webbing locked around him and turned into concrete. Johnny shook his hand and shouted, "I don't want to be like Ben." The fantastic hero then shouted, "Flame on!" And they watched as the concrete began to heat up. However, it didn't break yet, as Peter explained. Because of the high carbon mixture, the material is capable of withstanding 2,300 degrees Celsius and can even absorb moisture to keep from being iced over. Johnny breathed a sigh of relief and was about to raise his temperature past the melting point when Peter marched over and dropped a few drops of his solvent. As they watched the concrete mix fade away, Peter turned back to Sue and said, "Of course the solvent for the different mixtures each required different solvents, and I happen to have one for every type of adhesive I've made thus far." Chapter 6, Issue 6, Rumble in Hell's Kitchen Part 1. Peter smiled as he watched Sue read through the formula. She then took a few samples of the material from the broken cement, moved to her lab, and placed it under a microscope. After concluding her findings, she came back out to see Peter getting along with Johnny. "So, you're a fan of cars too?" Johnny shouted as Peter shook his head. "Well, I like engineering, and engines are always fun. I haven't had time to get my driving permit, but my first car has got to be amazing," Peter said while looking over one of Johnny's pet projects. "I get what you mean. When I look at an engine, I think, how can I make it move faster? Can I make it lighter without compromising the structure, stability, or engine performance?" Peter laughed and said, "Funny. When I think about an engine, I'm thinking about how to make it fly." Peter then thought of Lola, SHIELD agent Phil Coulson's LOLA, levitating over land automobile. Oh sweet Lola, Peter thought to himself. If Peter Parker was going on any car, it should at least fly. Johnny laughed as he patted Peter on the back before saying, "Now that'll be the day." Peter laughed and replied with a knowing smile, "You have no idea." Ben also started to get in on the conversation. It appeared that they all shared a common interest in engineering. The three of them chatted for some time before Reed appeared next to Sue, looking rather exhausted. Mr. Fantastic had been exploring the negative zone and looking for new resources for months now. Recently he managed to find a few good materials to study, but most of the time was spent wasted. When he looked over to see Peter making the two of his closest friends laugh, Richard leaned in close to Sue and asked, "Who's the kid?" Sue smiled and gave her husband a kiss before she looked back and handed him Peter's papers. Reed grabbed the documents and started reading over them. As his eyes scrolled down the content, they widened in surprise as he pieced together Peter's formula. "This is amazing, Sue. It even has usage in space. It has so many applications," Richard shouted with stars in his eyes. "Yeah, that boy is the one who made it. He wants us to patent the material for him. His name is Peter Parker," Sue said, holding half her arm around Reed. "You don't say?" Richard looked over the cost of making the adhesive and almost choked. "Sue, do you know what this means?" Sue nodded her head and smiled as she replied, "It means we can finally make a steady source of income." Reed walked up to Peter and smiled before saying, "It's a pleasure to meet another up-and-coming scientist. The work you've asked us to patent is revolutionary, and I can promise that we will only take 10% of the funds for endorsing the product." Richard. At least fight for 20%. Sue complained. Nonsense. This adhesive has countless uses. It can be used to help support buildings, build lightweight plastics, concrete filling, surgical applications, construction materials, outer space and underwater environments, over-the-counter super glue, and can even be made into a fabric. 10% is plenty. Johnny counted up the money in his head. Whoa, little kid's gonna make us some money. Hey, I'm 16 and a few months from turning 17. You're only a year older than me, fire farter. Peter joked as he turned to Richard and shook his hand. I will roast you like a shish kebab, Johnny declared while grinding his teeth. Ben laughed and slapped Johnny in the back as he said, That's a good one. Do you really fart fire when you flame up? Peter chuckled before he turned his attention back to Mr. Fantastic. It's an honor, Reed. I follow all of your work. Your most recent review on folding space inside those crystals you discovered has me very interested. I've been mulling over the idea if there were any commercial uses for it. It's a rock of pure spatial energy. What if you cut them and stabilize the spatial environment by surrounding in a magnetic field? That way you can control the empty space through the magnetic field with a machine, and if my calculations are correct, a ring-sized piece of the spatial crystals could create a hammer space that can fit up to a little over 300 meters of materials. I was also wondering if it had any applications for CPU enhancements and data storage as well. If you could supply the power needed to a motherboard without needing power routers or circuits, you could place them directly where they're needed and you don't have to worry about overheating. Peter couldn't help but prattle on. This boy is a godsend. Finally, I can keep up with all of our expenses. Sue thought as she started to cry and held herself back from hugging Peter. Reed had a blank look on his face as the wheels in his head started turning. Seeing the look on his face, Peter scratched his head and said, Sorry, I sort of geeked out there. Reed started laughing before he said, That's no reason to be sorry, Mr. Parker. Minds like yours are quite hard to find these days. The idea I had in mind for the temporal crystals, well, let's just say it was far less lucrative than your idea. Were you thinking of some massive transdimensional storage facility? I admit that they could be used in this manner, but you could only sell it to high-ranking government officials and personnel. I admit they might be useful for making farming space for agriculture and wildlife preservation, but those sound more like charity cases. If you focus on smaller pocket spaces, then you can make more money by making it more accessible to everyday people. Peter thought out loud again. Placing his hand on his chin and remembering the prison Reed once built, Peter couldn't help but sigh at how badly that went before he said, Maybe making safe labs for certain companies so their more dangerous experiments don't destroy everything or affect the environment. Since the crystals have their own space and reality, any damage they cause would be localized to the crystal's subspace only. Any toxic waste, smog, or chemicals could be cleaned out by dissipating the materials into void space. Can you imagine how easy it will be to transport large quantities to waste in these subdimensions? They hardly weigh a thing. This boy's thought process is a gold mine. The invisible woman grinned. Reed looked at his wife with a jealous stare. Honey, you're brilliant, but your inventions just don't sell, Sue said with dollar signs in her eyes. Reed looked shocked as Sue and the rest dropped their jaws. Did Reed get out Reed, Ed? Johnny shouted in disbelief. Peter shook his hands in front of him in a defensive manner before he said, No, I haven't figured out how to make a hammer space, that was all Richard, but from reading Reed's notes I could certainly figure out what direction it was going. Dr. Reed was thinking of how to save the world's biggest problems with this stuff. I just figured out a few different ways the technology could be applied. Ben patted Peter on the back and said, You should come around more often, kid. It's not every day that you get to see a look of surprise on this know-it-all's face. Peter laughed and held his hand out to Reed. For the patent, your company can claim 25% of the profit. I offered a similar deal to Tony for military defensive products. Peter then pulled out the formula and handed it over before he said, This is a Kevlar-like material that's 50 times stronger than Kevlar and has the same flexibility as silk. Since Tony's sources tend to lead towards defense contracts and public security, so you can't sell these mixtures for those products. Reed looked over the formula and smiled before saying, This is pretty good. I've been thinking, for us to wear just unstable molecules was a bad idea. What if they were somehow disabled by something in the middle of combat? We wouldn't have anything left to protect us. And we'd be naked too. Johnny shouted in horror. Reed shook Peter's hand and said, We have a deal. Say, Mr. Parker, would you like a job? Peter shyly rubbed the back of his head and said, Actually, I'm still in high school. The reason I'm selling this stuff right now is because I need money, or at least a scholarship to get into a good college. So how much will I get for the first check? Reed smiled and was reminded of a younger version of himself before he answered, With what you brought here, I can think of many contracts I can draw up for multiple companies. So, I'd estimate around 50,000 for the first check, minus our 25% of course. Of course, that number will increase once word spreads around. Almost everything these days has some form of use for adhesives, so it's only a matter of time before we corner the market. Peter smiled and said, I look forward to doing more business in the future. Well, it's starting to get late now and my family should be getting worried. Sue giggled at Peter's antics. Ben liked anyone who made fun of Johnny. Richard saw big things for Peter's future, and Johnny asked for Peter's cell phone number. Let's hang out sometime, Pete. I show you my automobile workshop. I have tons of ideas, Johnny said as they exchanged phone numbers. Peter smiled and waved as the elevator door closed and said, Sure thing, Johnny. It was an honor meeting you all. After walking away from the Baxter building, he suited up and started webbing his way back home. Along the way he saw a few muggers and purse snatchers, but they were dealt with rather easily with a venom blast that could knock a full-grown man out for around half an hour, long enough for the cops to get there and arrest them. Peter wanted to wait before his webbing formula became commonplace before he started wrapping up bad guys. That way, even if someone inspects his webbing, they can't trace it back to him because it's available for anyone to purchase. Peter landed on the roof overlooking the New York Square and thought, Odd, I have seen any drug pushers or any of Kingpin's lackeys lately. Is that because Tony's still around? Peter called up MJ and said, Can you ditch Liz? I think we got a case. You know those drug dealers we've been smacking around for practice? I haven't seen any of them around lately. Have you noticed anything happening lately? MJ, who was on the other side of the conversation, excused herself from her kitchen table. When she made it to her room, she locked the door behind her and sat on her bed. MJ then pulled up her web browser before she asked, Peter, haven't you seen the news? Been busy today, babe. What's up? Peter asked with a curious tone in his voice. MJ sent him a link in a text. After clicking on it, an article showing a blurred picture of a man in red armor, standing over a beat-down Kingpin, and the words, Red Devil of Hell's Kitchen stops drug lord Kingpin. Matt Murdock. Peter shouted out loud. When MJ heard him shout, she pulled the phone away from her ear before she whispered back, Wait, you know this guy? Peter sighed. Look, just suit up and come meet me at Hell's Kitchen. Peter hung up and thought of all the innocent people that were killed after Kingpin went away. I guess this means the Punisher's coming to town. Of all the first heroes to meet, it had to be the one he was most conflicted about. Peter swung to a building at the highest point in Hell's Kitchen, and while waiting for MJ to show up, he stared down at the streets and rooftops, looking for Daredevil. Seeing a few muggings going on, Peter quickly knocked them out using his venom blast without anyone seeing him and called the cops. After doing this a couple more times, Peter managed to get a hold of some information by holding up a thug by his feet over a rooftop while thinking, it worked for Batman. After a few minutes of Spiderman threatening the information out of him, Peter discovered that the Irish mob was meeting up tomorrow to discuss taking over Kingpin's turf. Peter knocked the guy out and put him on the ground with his unconscious allies. As he exposed any firearms or drugs they were carrying, MJ finally showed up. Hey babe, ready for some action? It's going to be dangerous. Tonight's weather forecast, guns and thugs will definitely be present, and it may possibly rain bullets, Peter said, cracking his fist. MJ leaned her chest against him and gave him a kiss over her mask before saying, Let's go get Tiger. I have a good feeling about tonight. Peter and MJ swung until they stood over an apartment that is a high-ceilinged bachelor pad loft. After a few minutes of searching the net, Peter easily found Matt's apartment. It was also the only building with an isolation tank that could be seen from the patio. Peter pointed to MJ and said, Wait for me here, I need to talk to Matt. After climbing down the glass, slide-open door, Peter smiled as he took out a tiny but powerful magnet and slowly lifted the lock. After crawling inside, he made his way to the center of the living room and made a quick web line to climb down without making a noise. However, the release of the C-02 from the web shooter woke Matt up. The moment Peter's feet touched the floor, he felt his spidey sense blaring inside his head and dodged a cane that was being swung at his head. Jumping onto Matt's ceiling, Peter placed his hands up and said, Easy, Matt, I need your help. Matt didn't listen to Peter's plea as he jumped off his couch and reached for Spider-Man's head. Peter rolled back and placed his whole body against the ceiling like he was laying down. Please stop, you're embarrassing yourself, Daredevil. Matt stood still. How did you know? Peter dropped down and said, Come on, take a look at me, I know you can see. Peter clapped his hands in front of his face. You're a kid. Matt shouted in surprise. Peter nodded his head. Not a kid. I'm a teenager who could stomp you in any fight, by the way. Now, are you going to calm down and listen to me? You have 1 minute, Matt said as he began tapping his forearm to count the seconds. Peter stood up on the roof and said, I need your help. You did a good job of taking down the Kingpin, but you put away the big kahuna, and now the floodgates are open for every crook, thug, and gangster to take his place. This is no time to be celebrating and taking a break. You just created the biggest power vacuum in New York. Matt was shocked when he slapped his head in shame. He looked over to the corner of the room and then said, Are you going to tell your friend to stop aiming whatever is on her wrist at me? MJ's jaw dropped as she stepped out of the shadows and asked, How did he know where I was? Peter chuckled before he answered, Because Matt isn't completely blind. You see what you hear, right? Like echolocation or sonar. Brother Shang could do it too by manipulating his chi into a large enough area. Wait. Shang-Chi. Matt had heard of the master of martial arts before. He had even met him once as a lawyer. Shang-Chi roughed up a guy trying to rob a convenience store and got in trouble with immigration. To help him, Matt taught him how to read and write English and helped him take the citizenship test before his trial came up. Once Shang-Chi was an American citizen, Matt just showed them the papers and the whole debacle came to an abrupt end. Peter nodded his head before he hopped off the roof and said, Yep. Shang-Chi taught us to fight. MJ circled around him and said, I still can't believe this guy brought down the Kingpin. Sorry if I wasn't what you pictured. How did you find out about that? Matt asked in response. Sorry, that's a secret, and besides it's not that hard to figure out. Over half of the cases you take on end up having some mobsters put away the next morning or put in the hospital the night before. Did I mention I'm a damn good detective? Peter said, gloating a bit. What did you hack my records at City Hall? Matt asked, frowning. Peter just whistled in response. Sorry, Matt, I don't kiss and tell. Peter shot back, holding up finger guns. Peter then sat on his couch and leaned back while pointing his head at the ceiling. Normally I'd throw in a blind joke like, man, what do you do for downtime, stare at the ceiling? But we don't have time for that. You just said the joke, babe. Clearly you had the time, MJ said as she rolled her eyes and crossed her arms. Ahem. Right now is the most opportune time to put away a bunch of really bad people. The big boss is gone, and they'll do stupid and reckless things like throw parties and announce that they're going after Kingpin's territory. You know the place and the local gang hangouts, and we have lots of power. You see what I'm getting at? Peter asked while he pointed to MJ and himself. So, daredevil. Do you want to help record some evidence and put away a bunch of crooks before tomorrow? Peter asked with a grin under his mask. Chapter 7, Issue 7, Rumble in Hell's Kitchen Part 2. Matt looked at the two heroes jumping off of his patio and sighed before saying, I guess I should get suited up. He moved to the closet in his room and brought out a locked trunk. After changing into his daredevil outfit, Matt met Peter and MJ on the roof before he asked, So what do I call you two? Peter pointed to himself before announcing, I'm Spiderman and she's. MJ held her hand in front of Peter's face before she chimed in by saying, Spider-Woman. Dig the costume, by the way. Okay, but why spiders? Daredevil asked. Peter smiled and answered in a jokingly tone, We were bitten by a super spider that gave us our powers. How'd you get yours? You get bitten by a radioactive devil bat or something? Matt chuckled before he said, Close, it was a chemical spill accident that fell on me when I was a kid. How is that close? MJ asked while shaking her head in confusion. I'm not sure, but I think the chemicals were radioactive, Daredevil answered. This time it was Peter's turn to laugh. Did the devil of Hell's Kitchen just make a joke? What can I say? I'm in a good mood. Kingpin is behind bars and I'm sleeping like a baby these days. So, Spider Couple, what's that plan? Daredevil asked. Ooh, Spider Couple. I'm keeping that one. MJ said before she giggled. I'm thinking that you know every dirty scumbag in this neighborhood. You point them out while Spider-Woman and I kick their butts until they confess, and if we're lucky enough, we catch them doing or speaking about something illegal. Peter threw a burner phone to Matt. Press and hold 1 to contact me, 2 for Spider-Woman and 3 to record. Daredevil put the phone away and led them to their first group of thugs. They lucked out and managed to overhear them confessing their boss's misdeeds. Spider-Man and friends crept by a nearby window and watched as a group of Irish mobsters sat around their table playing poker. Can you believe that moron Fisk has finally been put away? What a dumb ass. Who gets caught by the police by a regular dude in some devil mask? Lackey 1 said. Lackey 2 then asked, Hey, that devil guy, think he's a competitor? Lackey 1 said in response, Nah, who'd dare compete with the boss? Lackey 3 looked at the pile of cash on the table and smiled before saying, Do you remember that dame and her family we killed a couple of months ago? Man, I wish I could have had a taste before the boss offed her. How could I forget? Everyone was there, even the boss's sons. Dude, that undercover pig died in a lot of pain. I mean, killing his whole family in front of him, I'm telling you, I ain't never been that hard before, Lackey 4 said before he laughed in a sadistic tone. Lackey 3 smiled as he threw out a wad of cash. I've saved my commission from that job, and I know you guys have some money left over too, so quit holding back. You're bluffing, Lackey 1 claimed. Spiderman, who had snuck inside, slowly slid down from the roof on his web line and said, No, I don't think he's bluffing, he's got 4 aces. So tell me, Lackeys 1, 2, 3, and 4, is there anything you'd like to add before going away to prison for the rest of your life? Spiderman kept the recording camera lens on his phone pointed at them as Lackey 1 shouted, How? Who the hell are you? I'm that which goes bump in the night. I'm the voice for all the victims that couldn't speak out against their oppressors. I am Batman, Peter said as he landed on the table. Get 'em, boys. Lackey 1 shouted as the room filled up with local thugs, all of them holding weapons, such as bats, chains, and golf clubs. Peter had a bunch of knives pointed at his face when he said, You guys want to hear a joke? Who are you and where did you come from? Lackey 2 shouted at Peter. No. Are you sure you don't want to hear my joke? Peter said as he pointed to the window. Spider-Woman flew in from a window and kicked a guy through the wall. She landed in the center of the crowd. She turned to the lackeys and said, You should have listened to his joke. It was a real kicker. Peter laughed as the thugs began jumping towards MJ. Spider-Woman leapt off the ground, started kicking and punching everyone near her. Every strike she made targeted their nerves and weak points, making it easy for MJ to knock them unconscious with a single blow. Next, Daredevil suddenly busted down the door and started kicking the asses of every thug he could get his hands on. Matt's martial arts and combat senses were in peak form. He made sure to knock them out as many as he could with a single attack and preserve his stamina as much as possible by throwing the heavier opponents towards the spider couple. Peter went around the room tapping the thugs on the shoulder and nailing them with a venom blast that would keep the unconscious for hours. The lackeys were about to reach for their guns when Spider-Man webbed them to their hands to their chairs. He then stood on the table surrounded by the lackeys and webbed the mouths of everyone but Lackey 4. You're going to tell every little bad thing you and your boss have ever done, Spider-Man said, staying at the lackey. I ain't telling you shit, the lackey shouted in defiance. Spider-Man turned off the camera and placed his hands on the thug's shoulders before squeezed until the man screamed. You're going to tell me what I know, or you're going to experience what it's like to have all 360 joints individually dislocated. Eat a dick. The fourth lackey spat in Peter's face, only to watch Spider-Man dodge before gently pinching his left arm out of its collarbone socket. The criminal let out a scream of pain that made Peter roll his eyes and said, We already have you fessing up to murdering an entire family. Why not just give us the information and save yourself some pain? Go to hell. Freak. The lackey shouted out before Peter's side dislocated his right arm. You know the funniest part about this? I'm so skilled at pulling your joints out that I'm not doing any real damage to you. Ouch. Talk about disarming your foes, MJ shouted, making Peter laugh a little. Hey, I'm the one who's supposed to tell the jokes, right? Peter said with a humorous tone. The man screamed for aid, but no one came to help. Spider-Woman started tying up the crooks while Peter worked on the villain. Daredevil supplied her with various items they found in the building, such as ropes and chains. You see, the fun part about pulling your joints out is that they can be put back in just like this. A loud snapping noise was heard as Peter put both of his arms back in their sockets. Arg! The lackey cried out in pain. And now that it's back in, you get to experience the whole thing all over again. After Peter threatened to dislocate his arm from the fingers up, the lackey couldn't help but cave in after the first finger. After resetting his bones, Peter smiled underneath his mask and said, Okay, now tell me everything about your little gang. The rat spilled his guts and began confessing to a handful of crimes that almost made Spider-Man puke under his mask. Peter almost felt guilty about saving the lackey's life and felt that they deserved the Punisher's wrath. Sighing, Spider-Man stopped the recording and threw the phone to Daredevil. So is this enough to put them away? Peter tied up the last guy's mouth and knocked the 4 of them out. Walking over to the pile of unconscious crooks, Daredevil kneeled over their bodies as he said, I think we have more than enough. Peter smiled as he clapped the dust off his hands, then he moved to the window and cracked his knuckles before saying, "Next gang, Daredevil. I plan on making a clean sweep tonight." That night the three took down 5 different gangs, each belonging to the Irish, Italians, Mexican cartel, and Yakuza. While they were working on the leftover thugs from Kingpin's group, Peter was tying up a group of crooks when his spider senses started suddenly ringing. As he jumped up to dodge, an albino man in a fancy suit charged through a wall and missed his attempt to grab Spider-Man by the throat. "Tombstone!" Peter shouted internally. "You think you can move in on my turf just because the boss is away at the moment?" Tombstone glared hate at the 3 heroes. "OMG! Look at that suit, it's the walking monument of MC Hammer." Spider-Man joked while jumped in and hit Tombstone square in the jaw. Tombstone's body flew into the wall while Peter felt a stinging sensation sting throughout his arm and shouted, "Man, what the hell is your chin made out of granite? No, maybe marble, after all, a good tombstone is so hard to come by these days." Tombstone pulled himself out of the wall and spit up a little blood before saying, "Been a long time since I felt pain." Tombstone then wiped the blood from his chin with his sleeve when Spider-Man said, "Get ready for some more, because my fist is about dent the words R.I.P. into your forehead." "Babe, desecrating a tombstone is a crime." "But what the heck, we'll pay the fine," MJ joked as Peter webbed his feet and pulled him towards his fist. After sending him flying again, Matt pulled out his walking stick and separated it before he wrapped the thin wire inside the parted pole around Tombstone's throat and flipped the villain upside down. Spider-Woman responded by webbing up her fist with the cement webbing and punching Tombstone directly in the face with a fierce uppercut. The force from MJ's attack caused Tombstone's body to shoot right back up, while Spider-Man used a slingshot maneuver with his webbing to slam his feet into Tombstone's gut. The villain then flew towards the wall while Spider-Man shot a web line on his chest and pulled him back towards the 3 heroes. Matt, Peter, and MJ all threw out their fists and hit Tombstone in the face, knocking him out cold as he hit the floor, smashing the wooden planks like they were made of cardboard. Spider-Man tied him up with a bunch of reinforced chains and made sure he was well secured. Tombstone was a beast in his own right, boasting superpower durability, enhanced strength, and senses. Peter didn't want to take any chances, and he wrapped the villain from head to toe. Spider-Man wasn't joking when he said he felt like he smacked into a wall of concrete. Tombstone, originally known as Lonnie Lincoln, wasn't born superhuman powers. He gained his abilities through artificial means that was the result of a mutagenic reaction to an experimental preservative gas that had been absorbed into his bloodstream. He possesses physical strength that has been increased beyond his original limits, reaching superhuman levels. His reflexes, speed, and stamina are likewise heightened beyond a range attainable for normal human beings. Tombstone's body is also highly resistant to physical injury, and is capable of withstanding extreme temperatures, great impact forces, high-caliber bullets, and toxic gases without sustaining injuries, making him a royal pain in the ass to take out. Luckily, he knew this beforehand and didn't hold back as much normally does. Peter made sure to take some blood samples as he finished up his interrogation. After heading out, they called in the cops and waited. Peter figured that if sending one or a group of them to jail, the politicians the hand has ties with would let them back out on the street in no time, but if he sent them all at once with supporting evidence, well, let's just say City Hall is going to be busy as hell for the next few months. Not even Fury would be able to sweep this incident under the rug. Peter thought to himself. Hearing the sirens approaching, the 3 heroes left the scene of the crime and dropped the evidence they had gathered off with a few mob bosses that had a note taped to their foreheads. When the cops read it out loud, a few of their officers chuckled. "Compliments of your friendly neighborhood Spidey couple and the angelic devil of Hell's Kitchen." Peter and MJ landed on top of Matt's house as the sun was starting to rise. Noticing this, Peter looked at his watch and cried out, "Oh, man, we are so grounded." Peter then grabbed MJ's hand and got ready to web away when Matt asked, "Wait, how can I contact you if something like Tombstone comes up again? I may need a hand. Superpowers like that are kind of hard to deal with on my own." Peter smiled and tossed him one of the burner phones and said, "Just press 1 to call." "And 2 for me." MJ followed up. Peter then pulled MJ close to him and lifted her over his shoulder before he said, "Oh yeah. Matt, give me a call if you spot any ninjas and don't do anything crazy." With that, he swung away carrying a laughing MJ through the city. Matt looked a little puzzled about the whole ninja comment, but decided that Spider-Man was just joking. After pulling off his mask, he then chuckled before he headed inside to get some rest, unaware of the coming hand issue. As Peter swung through the city, MJ stifled her laughing and said, "What are we going to say to our parents?" Peter smiled and said, "Damn, I knew your ass was talented, but it can talk too." MJ slapped the back of his head and said, "I'm serious. You know my dad, he'll never buy that we were doing something normal all night." Peter grunted as he tried to come up with a good excuse. "How about we got locked in a library, that happens, right?" "I don't know about that one, Tiger," MJ said as she repositioned herself into his arms. She then looked him dead in the eyes and asked, "Got anything better?" Peter fervently tried to come up with a plausible excuse when he suddenly had an idea and said, "I got it, let's just sneak into my lab. We can act as we slept in there all night going over the patent for your clothing line. I keep the lab locked when I work and when I'm out so they might not notice we've been out all night. If they ask why we didn't hear them pounding on the cellar door, just say we were exhausted. You could even show them the products you've been working on." MJ smiled at the idea and purred before she said, "Now that's my tiger." "Are you sure I'm the tiger? After all, you're the one purring." Peter joked as MJ puffed up her cheeks and jumped out of Spider-Man's grasp. She then webbed out a line and shouted out, "Last one back is a rotten egg." Peter grinned as the two took off in a blur of speed, jumping and bouncing off of the building the whole way back. When the two returned to Peter's house, they snuck into his lab before switching into their civilian clothing. They didn't need to worry about messing their appearance up as they were already tired, and messed up hair could be explained away as bedhead. They put on their lab coats, then took a nap for a few hours before coming out of the hatched-off cellar and headed into the house. When they opened the door, they noticed Aunt May and Ben were sitting on the couch across from MJ's mom. As the parents saw their children's appearance, they all stood up shouted, "Where on earth were you two?" At the same time, Peter and Mary flinched when Peter waved his hands in front of him in a defensive manner said, "We were in the lab. We were working on something late last night when we fell asleep." MJ was holding a bra in her hand and said, "Peter came up with a solution that could make some neat fabrics. This is my first product." Everyone in the room paused. Madeline looked over the bra and pulled a few times to notice it returned to its original shape without any wearing on the fabric. "Smooth, feels a bit like a cross between cotton and silk. I love the design. Did you make this, Mary?" MJ nodded her head before she said, "Peter thought up the formula. The design and production of the bra was my doing. Since I wanted to get a job, we've decided to sell the products to a clothing company. We worked so much that we exhausted ourselves and fell asleep. I don't think a mob of gangsters shooting guns would have woken us up." Peter almost laughed at the whole mob of gangsters bit before he turned his head and hid his expression. Madeline then pulled MJ into a hug and said, "My baby has an eye for fashion. This is going to make you some money. Now I want you to be responsible with it and start saving up for college." Peter saw the happy expression on MJ's face and could relate to her. It was nice when parents acknowledged their children's hard work. Peter nudged MJ's elbow with a grin on his face and said, "I told you science can be fun." May raised her eyebrow and turned to Peter and asked, "That doesn't explain where you went this morning. Where did you go and why didn't you leave a note or something?" Peter slapped his forehead as he said, "I was so engaged in my work that forgot. I'm sorry I didn't let you guys know what I was up to, but I was just so excited." Peter then smiled and looked at everyone before saying, "I managed to score to big sponsors that will help me patent the adhesive I came up with. After the first month, I can expect a big paycheck, combined from the 2 sponsors I landed. I'm looking at around $60,000 for my first payout." Everyone's jaw dropped, MJ's included, before she asked loudly, "Who did you get as a sponsor, Tiger?" "The only people I think I can trust with my materials, the heroes Tony Stark and Reed Richards," Peter answered with a big shiny smile. Chapter 8, Issue 8, X Factor Part 1. May and Ben were still shocked. Even Madeline couldn't believe her ears when Peter said he got Iron Man and the Fantastic Four to sponsor him. MJ wrapped her arm around Peter before she said, "So how much do you think I'll get from the clothing wear?" Peter did the calculations in his head and said, "If you can get a hold of some good companies, then maybe even more, because clothing can be sold to an even wider range of consumers. I won't be making any real money until word spreads. Materials for clothes can be sold to companies and shops alike. So if I had to guess, it could anywhere from 4 to 6 digits." MJ jumped into his arms, making everyone in the room scratch their heads in shame. Here they were struggling to get by, and now their kids would be making more than them. Ben thought that Peter might have overheard them talking about their mortgage when he put his hand on Peter's shoulder and asked, "Peter, did you do this for us, did you?" Peter smiled and said with a lofty grin, "What, you think this is about the bills?" "No. I did it for myself. Helping you two is just a bonus." May and Ben gave Peter a hug. They held him there for a while with pride welling up in their chests when Peter said, I know things have been rough for you too. I mean, what kind of nephew would I be if I didn't help my family? While the three of them shared a nice embrace, MJ and her mother excused themselves from the room. Peter was let off with a warning but told not to let it happen again. Later that night, he went to bed and slept for a few more hours. After waking up, he stretched out his arms and decided to continue studying like he always does. Turning on his computer, he began absorbing as much knowledge as he could. If there was something that caught his interest, he would focus on that matter until he had a complete understanding of the subject. After 4 hours or so, he headed to his lab again to study Tombstone's genetics, and as he thought, there was an additional genome attached to the villain's DNA. Peter scratched his head as he started to take apart the compound. It appeared to be similar to his spider gene, but was far less advanced. However, there was only one place that he'd seen such a familiar structure, and that was the super soldier serum Luke Cage, otherwise known as Power Man, was injected with. The gas used on Tombstone gave him a watered-down version of Luke Cage's abilities, but there were still many issues and flaws in this strain. Peter sighed as he thought that the person who made Luke's S.S serum must have been getting close to perfecting his formula, and he figured since this strain showed up, Luke should be popping up in Harlem sometime soon. Peter walked back inside to get some food and saw Ben and May watching the news. They were covering the story of the spider couple's work last night. Peter poured himself a bowl of cereal and sat down next to them and watched as his favorite JJJ ranting on screen. Reporting in, we have our first description of the vigilantes that had apprehended 5 gangs last night. They're depicted as a male and female pair that dress up with a spider-themed costume, and a man in a Red Devil's outfit that is suspected of being full-body armor. A drawing of them made by the NYPD sketch artist popped up. All in all, they did a pretty good job in depicting them. However, the proportions of his muscles and height were way off. I guess the mobsters didn't want to admit getting their asses kicked by a person almost half their height and frame. Peter thought as he chowed down. It's total mayhem down at the courthouse as lawyers are scrambling to handle all the new cases. With over 400 arrests made last night and the evidence handed to the police, it's looking like multiple open and shut cases. Peter chuckled, but what he saw on the news next made him choke on his breakfast. Also, a man responsible for killing dozens of members belonging to the Mexican cartel turned himself in this morning. As it turns out, the killer was previously an Army Special Forces Ranger and an undercover agent for the FBI. After the tragic slaying of his family and killing criminals related to his case, the recently presumed dead Frank Castle turned himself in peacefully and without a struggle. Peacefully, my ass. Peter thought as he quickly finished his meal. Damn it, Frank. I put the ones he wants to kill behind bars, and he goes and turns himself in. I forgot how hard it was to predict his actions. Out of all the Marvel heroes, the Punisher was always the wild card. Peter stood up, went over to the sink to wash his dishes. He then sighed before he thought, what do I do? I know a lot of people are going to die, but if I interfere, even more innocents will lose their lives. Frank isn't the kind of guy to care about collateral damage. After cleaning up, Peter went up to his room and flopped down onto his bed. He scratched his head in frustration before he jumped back up and searched out Castle's history in this world. It was like a half and half of the Netflix and Thomas Jane version of Frank Castle. Peter pulled out a pen and a piece of paper and wrote down a quick spoiler. Colonel Schoonover is blacksmith. Billy Russo and Agent Orange are at the root of it all. Do what you have to do, but stop causing trouble in my city, Frank. He couldn't stop a man like the Punisher. If he got arrested, he'd just escape somehow, but if he gave him the killers, then maybe Frank would retire, and it's not like he didn't feel for him either. No man should experience what Frank went through. There is no therapy for that, only revenge. He snuck out miles away from his house and sent the envelope to Matt with instructions to get it to Frank. Writing in Braille was a new one for Peter. He had to cut each individual hole in the paper to perfectly match the Braille patterns. After dealing with the Frankie mess, Peter then went back to his lab and started working on his first nanobot design. The next few weeks, the two spider heroes got a lot of publicity. They weren't hiding their deeds anymore, and were out in the open working alongside the cops, often in taking down criminals. Peter also enjoyed the little stuff. Stuff like helping an old lady cross the streets, or changing a few flat tires here and there. MJ liked seeing Peter chatted up with the citizens. When he did stuff like this, she fell for him even harder. MJ eventually earned a reputation for being a big anti-bullying symbol, as she often put a stop to anyone who's been through Peter's situation. He caught her more than a couple of times yelling at and scolding some bullies they found. When a poster of her came out that had an anti-bullying slogan on it, Peter started laughing at the red-faced MJ before she buried her head into his chest and hit him a couple of times. John Jonah Jameson, unlike in the original, didn't seem to harp on the two as much. Maybe it was because they kept the damage to the city at a minimum and did more than just fight crime. For some reason, he seemed to want to interview them more than berating them. It was still summer, so they had a lot of time to work on their image as heroes. The next morning after the poster incident, Peter took a break and went out on a date with MJ. Since she got to decide where to go this time, MJ gleefully took Peter to the mall to buy him some new clothing. He complained, but she insisted that she pay for everything by saying, "Tonight, I'm going to be your sugar mama." Peter snorted before she explained. Apparently, some of the clothing samples she sent out to a few high-paying clothing lines showed a lot of interest in the new fabric. Recently, most of MJ's time was either doing hero work or dealing with numerous fashion lines and fabric-producing companies. After tweaking the webbing formula into something that made high-quality silk, which was much closer to clothing than armor, MJ managed to score more than a few dozen sponsors, giving her more than a few huge paychecks to make the product in large quantities. Peter had Matt help her with all of the legal stuff so that she wouldn't be taken advantage of by greedy people in suits. Peter was over the moon when she told him she already applied for the patent to protect the silk formula and was considering hiring some college students that shared her interests in fashion. With some good workers, she could make her own clothing line. Although MJ wanted to start clothing line in the future, she didn't want that to be all that she accomplished. She had a keen interest in technology now, and was even thinking of applying for an internship at Horizon Labs when she graduated. While Peter was sitting in a chair and Mary Jane was constantly swapping out clothes and placing them in front of him, he smelled a terrible odor approaching. It was like someone hadn't washed for months alongside the scent of cheap booze and cigars. Peter poked his head out of the shop while MJ was picking out a pile of clothes for him to try on when he spotted a certain noticeable group. Logan was a short but built man that looked a lot like Hugh Jackman. He wearing blue jeans, a white tank top, and a cowboy's hat. Next to Wolverine was a young teenage Scott who was closer to his comic book design and appearance. He was dressed in blue jeans and a blue and red shirt with a tan leather jacket over top. He was holding hands with the red-headed Jean Grey, who Peter had to admit was gorgeous, and could even give his MJ a run for her money. Jean had on a green jacket, a pink shirt, and blue jeans as well. Next to Jean, Peter saw Kitty Pryde wearing a pink tracksuit, and walking next to her was the holographically disguised teleporter known as Kurt Wagner. Peter started to sweat a little when Logan noticed Peter staring while sniffing. "Odd, I've been smelling this scent all over the city lately." Jean, seeing their teacher focusing on the boy, couldn't help but use her psychic mind-reading ability on Peter, and dropped her jaw as all she saw was a rush of random information. Peter was thinking of advanced calculations and biological formulas along with random DC Comics and other geek culture references to try and keep Jean from reading his mind. Jean looked a little confused when MJ came out of the shop and said, "Pete, you have to see this, they have Spider-Man and Spider-Woman plushies." Peter slapped his forehead as the dam he put up in his mind came rushing down. When the image of him and Mary Jane in costume came to mind, Peter knew the jig was up. "No way!" Jean shouted in disbelief. Jean was impressed with Peter's mental defenses, but being the polite mind reader that she was, she didn't want prying into him any deeper than his surface-level thoughts. However, MJ's mind was an open audiobook for her that spilled their secrets by the truckload. "This is not cool at all, Jean," Peter shouted mentally. She waved her hand apologetically, making Scott raise a brow. Peter then sighed and waved back, seeing her as their party approached. Jean rumbled through her backpack before she took out a pen and notebook. She then walked up to Peter and asked, "I'm a big fan. Can I get your autograph?" MJ noticed Jean and walked up next to Peter before she placed her arm around his elbow and questioned him. "Peter, who are these people?" Peter rolled his eyes and took the pen and paper. When MJ saw him write, "To the X-Men known as Jean Grey, from your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man." She knew something was up. After handing the notebook back, everyone who read it showed a shocked expression. Scott, however, frowned before he asked, "How did you know her name?" "I know all your names. Since we're in the same line of work, it wasn't hard for me to figure out that the X-Men are students of Professor X. I just read up on you guys online. For having secret identities, you guys don't hide them that well," Peter said before MJ looked at them with stars in her eyes. "Wait, are they the you-know-what men?" MJ asked as she clapped her hands together. Peter smiled and nodded. "Well, I guess there's no hiding who we are anymore, but can we move this conversation to another location? You know, somewhere more secluded?" Jean nodded her head and handed the notebook to MJ before she asked, "Before we leave, can I get yours too?" MJ blushed and nodded her head and signed her hero name next to Peter's before she commented, "This is a lot easier with the mask on." "Tell me about it," Peter followed up. "No fair. I want one too." Kat and Kurt shouted. Not here, let's go to the roof to talk, I can sign one for you all there, Peter said as he started to walk away. Peter? MJ called out. Yes? My love. Peter called back. You're not thinking that this will get you out of buying new clothes, are you? MJ asked with a frightening smile on her lips. Peter cringed and visibly shook before he said, I would never. Jean giggled before she said, Yes, he would, and that's a rude thing to call a lady, Peter. Don't need to be a mind reader to figure that out, MJ said as she and Jean smiled at each other. I have a feeling we're going to be good friends. Jean held her hand out. Funny, I was thinking the same thing, MJ declared as she shook Jean's hand. While they walked to the roof, Jean had told her party that Peter was the mutant Professor Xavier sent them to pick up. Peter figured it was only a matter of time before Cerebro picked him up and he would meet the X-Men, but he didn't think it would be so soon. After the spider bit him, the dormant mutant gene given to Peter by the One Above All became active. So it was no surprise that he would appear on Cerebro's radar, and with an unsupervised mutant as powerful as Peter running around unchecked, Spider-Man expected Charles Xavier would surely come knocking. Thanks to Jean's telepathy, they all could easily gain access to the roof without raising an eyebrow. They passed by guards and restricted areas without any staff members batting an eye. When they got to the roof, Peter turned to Jean and asked, Can you not pry into our thoughts? We have a lot of personal information we don't want to share. Jean sighed and lowered her head before she said, Sorry, it wasn't intentional. Although your mind is rather well guarded. I could still bust through your defenses, though. It took her a few seconds to realize how rude that sounded as she suddenly waved her hands in front of her face. Not that I would. I mean, I could offer you some advice to better your mental barrier. Whoa. How'd you learn to do that? Kurt asked with a curious stare. I know Tony Stark and the Fantastic Four. Sue taught me some tricks to fend off mind readers. The X-Men gasped while MJ figured it out. She was the reason they were busted. Does this mean it was my fault? MJ placed her hand over her mouth. Yeah. But it's my fault too. I should have prepared you for a mind reader, Peter said before he sighed in frustration. Peter, if you told me you wanted me to train my mind against telepaths before now, I would have called you loony, MJ joked while thinking rather harshly of herself. Jean lowered her head in shame. I'm sorry. We were sent here by our professor to see if we could convince you to come and visit his school. I didn't think we'd meet Spider-Man and Spider-Woman in person. Oh, is that who this kid is? Logan asked with a disinterested tone. Autographs, please. Kurt and Kat asked in tandem. Peter and MJ sighed as they obliged them, after signing Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man and Spider-Woman. The two were officially invited to go to Mansion and meet with Professor X. So much for our date, MJ said in a grumpy tone as she crossed her arms. Maybe after meeting with Professor X we can continue our date, or better yet make this our date, Peter said looking at Jean, who bowed her head in apology again. No, just no. After we're done here, we are going to get you some new threads. You have a hot body, Parker. You should show it off, MJ declared, earning a chuckle from the X-Men, excluding Logan. Peter and MJ placed their masks on and took their clothes off, revealing their suits underneath. After putting away their civilian clothes, the Blackbird jet appeared uncloaked with a certain white-haired ebony beauty flying it. Jumping up effortlessly while the rest were carried up by Jean's telekinesis, the whole group entered the Blackbird and took their seats. After buckling up, Logan looked to the two of them and asked, So, you two been dating a long time? MJ smirked before saying, What gave it away? My close proximity? Or maybe it was the fact I said you ruined our date. Logan smirked and replied, No, you two are drenched in each other's scents. MJ blushed and was glad the Logan couldn't see her face. She turned to Jean and asked, So you can read minds, can you choose not to? Jean started to explain, I don't really try to. Normally I would have to pry into an individual's mind, but some people are so open with themselves that it kind of just flows off of them. Peter here covers up his surface thoughts with advanced mathematics and several different types of sciences, kind of like a barrier around his thoughts. Not to mention that lately my powers seem to be getting even stronger. It's hard not to skim the thoughts of those in close proximity. MJ suddenly thought of something and sat in a meditative position and cleared away all her thoughts, making Jean surprised. That's never happened before. It's different than Peter's method, but all your surface thoughts have been hidden by a black void. Logan smiled. The state of Zen, huh? Scott asked, What's that? Clearing your mind of all distractions and thoughts, Peter answered. MJ opened her eyes and maintained that state while asking, Still leaking thoughts? Chapter 9, Issue 9, X Factor Part 2. As they made their way to Xavier's mansion, Peter looked around the Blackbird and asked them, "So what are your abilities? I mean, it's not fair that you guys know ours and we don't know yours." "Cyclops is my code name. Scott Summers my real name. I have the ability to shoot beams of energy out of my eyes," Scott said as he pointed to his glasses. "Jean Grey, I'm a psychic. Kitty Pryde, I phase through objects. Kurt's my name and I can teleport to any place that I've seen. My name is Logan and I can heal fast. As for our pilot, Strom, she can control the weather." "My name is Aurora. It's a pleasure to meet you too," Storm giggled. MJ was excited and while hearing how their powers work, but she was more interested in their personal lives. They chatted for a while about themselves. A little under 10 minutes had passed by before Storm announced that they had arrived. After exiting the jet, they were met by a bald older gentleman in a wheelchair. Standing next to him was Beast, the furry with blue fur. "Hello, it's a surprise. See, Spiderman was the mutant we were searching for," Charles said with a smile on his face. Everyone exited the Blackbird when Peter said, "It's an honor to meet you as well, Professor Xavier, but I ask that you respect my privacy and avoid reading my mind. I think a gentleman such as yourself can do that, right?" Peter frowned under his mask. Although he respected Charles, he had to be wary of one with his kind of power. Peter didn't know if Charles could pry into the memories of his previous life, and would rather not take any chances. Little did he know, those memories were protected by the one above all. Charles laughed before saying, "Of course, I wouldn't abuse my power without a good reason, but I think you won't mind me using the intel Jean gave me, Peter." Spider-Man shook his head and said, "Let's get this straight. While we're in costume, nobody call us by our real name. Secret identity and all." "I'm going to have to agree with him on that one," MJ followed up. Xavier turned his hover chair around and asked them to follow him. While Charles led the group throughout the mansion, Peter saw numerous unique children with many incredible abilities that caught his interest. Peter smiled as he looked around at how happy the students were. He had to give Charles some props, as not many places would accommodate mutants so willingly on top of letting their powers flourish naturally. When Peter was observing the mutants use their powers, a kid around the age of 5 appeared beside him. The boy could change the surface of his skin to mimic the environment much like a chameleon, so his body was almost unnoticeable, and since he posed no danger, Peter was taken by surprise as the kid pulled on his suit and asked, "Are you Spider-Man?" Peter smiled and gave a thumbs up before he said, "Yep. But you forgot the friendly neighborhood par.t." Suddenly the other kids took notice of them and started at the two spider heroes. Cheers erupted throughout the school halls. Peter and MJ were crowded by fans asking to sign their belongings. After a few minutes of this, they made their way towards Xavier's office while signing shirts, notebooks, and toys made in their image. Once the two made to the professor's office, they sat down while the Charles poured them both a cup of tea. "The children here love the spider duo. They look up to them," Charles said as he moved behind his desk and placed a cup of tea out for MJ and Peter. The spider couple lifted the lower half of their masks and took a sip of tea before smiling. "I'm more of a coffee guy, but this stuff is pretty good," Peter commented as he took another sip. "It's way tastier than what we have at home, that's for sure," MJ said as she licked her lips. Charles smiled, happy that they enjoyed the tea he prepared. He proceeded to proposition the spider heroes by asking, "So tell me, Spider-Man, Spider-Woman, what do you two think of this place? I think what you've done for these kids is a kind thing, and the place is full of interesting people," MJ stated before she took another drink. "It's pretty neat, could use some Spidey-covered drapes and a couple of posters, but other than that, I'd give you 5 stars, Peter said with a laugh. "I'm glad you two approve. So let's cut to the chase, shall we? How would you like to come to my school?" Xavier asked while Spider-Man sipped his tea. "I have to think about that one," MJ said with a bit of a frown. Peter put his cup down and said, "Sorry, Xavier. While I'm sure we'd get along, I don't want to join the X-Men. Nor do I want to attend school here. I have other goals for my education." Xavier sighed in disappointment before saying, "If you want, you can spend a few minutes here while we refill the Blackbird. Should you ever change your minds, please feel free to come and join." Peter thanked them as he took MJ to explore and meet several mutants. They caught up with Scott, who was working on a motorcycle in their garage. Peter offered to help, but Scott declined by saying, "No one touches my baby." Peter smiled and couldn't repress the joke he came up with as he said, "Man, if that's your baby, then the mother must be one ugly monstrosity." Scott laughed and loosened up. They started discussion different as the two chatted for a while, getting to know each other better. Peter hoped he didn't become the dick that Marvel turned him into. He recalled his early years reading the X-Men comics. Scott was kind, brave, and a damn good leader. It wasn't until the age of soap operas that they really started to mess the character up in just the worst ways. MJ chatted with Gene and even offered Scott some advice to improve his bike's performance speed, which only made Peter laugh harder when Gene chided Scott for thinking, "Great, Logan will never let me live this down, I can hear him now, a girl can do a better job than you. What's wrong with a girl knowing mechanics better than you?" Afterward, laughing up a storm, the Spider couple met up with Kitty and Kurt in the courtyard. They chatted about school life, how they started attending Xavier's school, and how their abilities worked. "So you can phase your body, huh? Is it like quantum tunneling?" Peter asked. "Quantum what now?" Kitty asked with a puzzled expression on her face. Quantum tunneling is a quantum mechanical phenomenon where a particle passes through a potential barrier that it classically cannot surmount. It's like popping in and out of existence to move through matter. The theory I have is very complicated, but I think you might be altering the structure of your body to become a wave, rather than a particle. Because as a wave, you'd be transporting your physical body to a reality that's aligned with ours, but in a realm where no matter exists, Peter explained. Peter then turned to Kurt and said, "Your ability is a little more advanced. You could be entering another reality entirely, and once you are there, you can re-enter our universe wherever you chose. Or you could be dispersing or shrinking your body to the point where you can access wormholes. In that case, your memories may be guidance system used to access which wormholes to traverse and get to where and when you need to be on instinct alone." Peter was fascinated by using science to try and figure out their abilities. While he was discussing their powers and how they might be used, Beast came strolling along and joined in on their conversation. Peter and Hank hit it off and became friends rather quickly. While they talked quite a few of their ideas on biology, Peter turned silent for a few seconds before asking, "I was wondering if you could take a look at my blood. I managed to identify my X gene and even the spider gene, but there's something else there I can't identify. With your advanced knowledge of genetics and bioengineering, I was hoping you could help me take a look." Beast smiled and agreed before leading them to his very expensive-looking lab. Hank took a sample of Peter's blood and placed under a costly microscope and began his examination. Peter informed him that there was a possibility of his blood being radioactive, and helped Hank take the necessary precautions in dealing with his blood. After running a few tests, Hank returned to Peter and said, "Any radioactivity in your blood has been cleaned out by your regeneration factor. The second mutation I discovered appeared to be a mutation caused by some kind of venom or serum, you spider gene as you so elegantly said. The third is similar to your spider gene, it wasn't originally part of your genetics. The best way I could describe the piece of genetic coding is that it acts like a blank gene that can allow your body to accept multiple strains of augmented genetics, and judging from how old the strain is, I'd say you were injected between the ages of 4 to 6 years old." Peter was shocked because if what he said was true, someone inoculated him with this blank gene when he was too young to remember, and whatever he was injected with had already merged with genetic coding. "Can you tell what used to be in the blank gene before the spider bite took place?" Peter asked, making Beast sigh. "Peter, do you ever remember being sick?" Hank asked with a serious expression. Peter frowned and searched through his memories. "Twice, once when I was a child, and the second was after I was bitten by the radioactive spider." "When you were young, did you have problems seeing things? Did you have trouble moving your limbs, or have other symptoms such as clumsiness, walking problems, and seizures?" Hank questioned. Peter frowned and then asked, "Are you saying it's a vaccine for NP type C?" "Smart boy. Yes, and if I'm not wrong, it used to be a cure for an extremely rare genetic disorder called Niemann-Pick type C disease. As you know, that genetic disorder is a defect on the gene that regulates cholesterol metabolism in the cells." Peter continued Beast's explanation. "Harmful amounts of the fatty lipid which our bodies may continuously and normally excrete accumulate in the spleen, liver, lungs, bone marrow, and ultimately brain. Prolonged effects from the genetic disorder lead to neurological deterioration that can trigger seizures and loss of motor skills like walking, holding a pencil, even swallowing. NPC is sometimes dubbed childhood Alzheimer's because it leads to severe dementia. Which is why I'm so impressed with the design of this serum. It managed to locate the disease and create a replicate antibody that targets this disease." Peter gulped. He remembered a certain viscous, ectosymbiotic neuroactive obligate mutualist that sounded an awful lot like what Beast was describing. It was too close to how a symbiote acts in order to cure cancer cells. He thought of the ultimate timeline and the fact his parents were the ones who helped make the symbiote in that universe. Peter got up off the examination table and destroyed the blood sample before saying, "Beast, you can't tell anyone about this, doctor-patient confidentiality and all." Hank understood and said, Relax, Peter, I have never broken my Hippocratic oath, but this has given me some ideas on how to target cancer cells. It could even be used to augment existing harmful mutations. I hope you don't mind me acting on this knowledge. Hearing this, Peter felt reassured. Out of all the X-Men, Beast was actually his favorite, especially the gentlemanly version of him. Hank always remembered to keep his humanity and morals above all else, so Peter knew he could trust him to keep his promises. Peter then returned to MJ, who was chatting it up with the X-Men, and told her to prepare to leave. After saying their goodbyes and thanking Professor X for his hospitality, the Spider couple was dropped off a couple of blocks from the mall they were picked up from. After spending the rest of the day shopping with MJ, the two of them headed home after grabbing a slice from Tony's Authentic Pizza. After they got back, MJ gave Peter a kiss and said, "See you later, Tiger. Remember to wear the one I like to our next date. I thought you liked them all." Peter grinned as he turned around and carried in a few dozen bags of new articles of clothing through his front door. Keeping the happy grin and the lipstick mark on his cheek, Peter greeted his chuckling aunt and uncle before heading up to his attic. After putting away his new clothes, Peter headed up to the attic and started going through some of the boxes taken from his parents' old house. Searching hundreds of files and boxes, Peter came across a set of tapes, along with dozens of locked cases. He easily picked the locked and opened the cases to discover a few hundred files that were titled Project Venom and Medbed Blueprints. Peter slapped himself in the head for being so forgetful. He promised himself that he would clean out the attic in case there were any other dangerous projects that parents may have left laying around. Peter took the boxes to his lab and began going over the notes and videotapes concerning the research. After 4 hours, Peter managed to go through the whole stockpile of mother and father's research. He had a pretty good idea of how venom was made and what materials were used to make it. First, he was surprised to learn that a single drop from a unique sample inside a moonstone was the source and start of the Venom project. It appeared that JJJ's son found this on his exploration of the dark side of the moon and brought it back to Earth. Peter couldn't find any information as to how his parents obtained the moonstone, but he couldn't shake the feeling that they were being funded by one of the big agencies in the Marvel Universe. Peter figured that if he had the same substance, he could even replicate his parents' experiments, but he didn't know if he should. A symbiote is a powerful ally and can give Peter a wider range of powers, but they were volatile and easy to fall prey to corruption. Peter took a deep breath and sighed as he thought. Venom has the capacity to do good, but his way of understanding things is problematic. Question is, how do you teach a symbiote how to behave like a human? I hope Dr. Strange is around. Maybe he could help me communicate and teach it, then maybe I could put up with sharing my body. Peter also knew he had to go to steal the venom sample from Eddie. He wouldn't put up with a symbiote and monster like Eddie constantly hunting him down. The kid couldn't help but feel rather depressed at the moment. It wasn't like just suddenly possessed Peter Parker, but he was Peter Parker from birth. These were his parents, and although his memories of them are fuzzy, he remembered that they did love him more than their own life. He was told so every night before he went to bed. Seeing his dead parents on the video recordings made him cry and miss them even more. After so many years, he could barely remember their faces, yet all of this sudden stimuli started to help him remember his youth, along with the happy times he shared with them. As he was cleaning out the boxes, Peter noticed a key of unknown origin in his father's favorite first edition copy of Moby Dick. Putting it in his pockets, he proceeded to destroy all of the data his parents left. Everything on Project Venom was burned to ashes in a tin trash can. Peter had a lot to do, so after nightfall he called MJ and told her to meet him at 177A Bleecker Street in a few hours. Sneaking after his aunt and uncle went to bed, Peter headed out to Reed Richards Science Center in an all-black costume. It looked just like the classic Venom suit without the spider. Sneaking inside the facility, he easily found the cold storage center. Peter then crawled along the roof and destroyed all the cameras in the room. He stopped in front of dozens of locked cabinet-sized freezers and spent half an hour picking open all the locks. In the process, Peter managed to find 2 different samples of venom. One that belonged to his father and the one Eddie made from his father's sample. After webbing them up and placing them in his backpack, Peter closed all the lockers and exited the building the same way he came in. Once he was outside, Peter carefully made his way through the city and changed into his Spider-Man costume once he was out of sight. Standing on top of a tall building, he looked around for the path to Bleecker Street and began web-slinged his way towards New York's magical sanctum. It took a while to reach because he had to be careful with the venom samples in his backpack. He didn't want to drop or break them. Peter didn't want a venom to be born out of an accident, so he managed sure to stay on high alert throughout his entire trip. When he saw the sanctum, Peter spotted MJ on a nearby rooftop and landing next to her. "Now be honest, did you miss me?" Peter said after putting the samples down by his feet and throwing his arms out. MJ jumped into his chest and wrapped her arms around his back before she replied, "Always Tiger, what you got in there?" MJ was looking at the webbed-up vials. Peter picked the venom samples back up and answered her by saying, "Something that I hope never becomes a problem for us. Come on, follow me." Peter then swung down to the street alongside MJ and knocked on the sanctum's doors. After waiting for a few minutes, they were met with an older, slightly tubby Wong. He was wearing the traditional leather robes master spellcasters are given when they graduate from the inner sanctum. Wong looked at both of them with interest before he asked, "What brings you to these doors, young heroes?" Peter coughed awkwardly and said, "I wish to speak to the Sorcerer Supreme. I require his assistance with an important matter." Wong looked at him, then to MJ, and then at the webbed-up vials before he heard the master of the house call out, "Let them in, Wong." Looking past Wong, Peter noticed Stephen Strange, who looked like the MCU universe's Benedict Cumberbatch, walking down the stairs while holding his hands behind his back. "So you're those spider people that have been gaining a lot of popularity recently?" Dr. Strange said as Peter and MJ stepped inside the building, and the doors magically closed behind them. MJ jumped at the sight of the door closing behind them, and while she was a little spooked, she turned to Peter and asked, "Who is this guy?" Strange waved floated down the rest of the way and hovered in front of them before he said, "Didn't you hear him announce my title earlier, Spider-Woman? I am the Earth's Sorcerer Supreme." Wait. MJ waved her hands in front of her face before she asked, "So, magic is real?" Peter laughed and then said, "Well, yes and no. By the definition, magic isn't real. However, what Dr. Strange here knows is just science we don't understand. Yet." Strange lifted a brow and said, "Very astute of you, Mr. Parker. Madam Webb was right about your intelligence. You accept science while keeping your mind open to every possibility. Very suitable for learning magic. The Ancient One would be pleased to meet you." Suddenly Peter felt a cold chill drip down his spine as he thought, "The Ancient One is still alive." It appeared that Dr. Strange became a sorcerer much sooner than the MCU timeline and was closer to the Ultimate timeline, meaning he hadn't met Dormammu yet either. Peter sighed as he unwrapped the webbing around the venom samples along with Peter's overall summary and personal notes on the Venom Project's research. "As a doctor, I'm sure this will interest you, but there is a problem with the lack of control over the suit. I was hoping you could help me find a solution to this problem. Please burn that when you are done reading it." Peter requested as Strange took the items. Chapter 10, Issue 10, X Factor 3. Dr. Strange looked over the Venom files and was surprised by Peter's work. Stephen was so impressed, he thought that if he had seen this before he learned magic, he would have lost his calm and gone a little ape shit. The symbiote would have not only have cured his hands completely, it would have revolutionized medical procedures across the world. However, Stephen also saw the dangers of such a powerful biosuit as well. One could augment the human in a way never thought possible before, and countless people would send armies to obtain it. Mankind wasn't ready for this responsibility, not as long as they're still fighting amongst each other. Stephen used his magic to scan the symbiote. A golden dust-like box appeared around the vials while the Sorcerer Supreme floated in front of them and broke the symbiote's genetic information into raw data. MJ shocked as she turned to Peter and whispered in his ear, "Spider-Man, can we do that too? Actually, you to possess a phenomenal amount of mana. I don't know if that is a result of your mutation or if you were born with it. Either way, you both have the potential to make good sorcerers." Wong chimed in. MJ had an excited look on her face when Peter nodded his head before saying, "Yep, probably has to do with our regeneration factor, but I see no reason we can't learn magic." Dr. Strange completed his analysis and tuned to Spider-Man and said, "You were right in choosing not to bond with this creature. Its intelligence is far too primal compared to us. Its thinking pattern is one-dimensional, protect the host and survive. I think I can help you teach it, but you'll have to go somewhere and collect what I need." Peter raised his eyebrow before asking, "What do you need?" Strange responded by saying, "I need the Stones of Merlin." "Wait for it," Spider-Man said, confusing MJ. "Unfortunately," Dr. Strange added. "Oh, I get it. There's always a but, or an unfortunately," Spider-Woman said, shaking her head. "They are in another reality." Stephen Strange. "Of course there are," Spider-Man sighed, because there was very little known about these magical artifacts. Even in the comics, they are only mentioned briefly and with no explanation as to what they do. MJ raised her hand and asked, "Oh, what are the Stones of Merlin?" Suddenly, with the use of a little magic, Wong appeared beside them holding a book in his hand and started reading. Centuries ago, Merlin, the previous Sorcerer Supreme, conferred upon a collection of gems and empowered them. Each of his creations was modeled after the Infinity Stone's abilities. These gemstones, later known as the Merlin Stones, would be sought after and used as sources of power by various beings over the following centuries. After Merlin retired, he stored his gems in our vault, but was recently a Bamf appeared and teleported many of our treasures across a few different realities. Bamfs are denizens of Niafem, which is the home realm of their father Azazel. They are mischievous little creatures that like to cause trouble, Stephen followed up. Anne and I brought him here. A very Ryan Reynolds-like voice could be heard echoing throughout the sanctum. That's right, readers, you didn't expect this saga to be a Spidey and Deadpool team-up. Yay, Spideypool. Talk about random right, this writer needs some help. Wade Wilson's voice echoed from the nearby hall. Peter slapped his head as he looked over and saw Deadpool constrained and tied up by a pair of magic chains. Wade was slowly making his way over to them via a worm-crawling maneuver when he looked at the two spider heroes and said, "This universe has a Spidey-Man too, and Whistle, aren't you sexy one? Maybe Spider-Man and I can share the D.P name and have a little fun. Just call me Tiger." Peter walked over to Deadpool and snapped his neck. In response, MJ's eyes went wide as she screamed out, "Peter! What have you done?" Peter then leaned down and spoke in a very calm voice as he declared, "She's 16, asshole. Talk about my girl like that again, and next time you can spend the next few hours regrowing everything below your neck." Wade jumped back up, making a jump back in horror as he said, "Owie! You're a lot meaner than my amazing Spider-Man. Bad form, author, bad form." Peter then backed off before saying, "Spider-Woman, meet the merc with the mouth. He's essentially me, but with guns, weak morals, and a face only a mother could love." Hey, I do not have weak morals. I feel very strongly about the bad guys I unalive. I have a purpose, a motto I live by. With great firearms come great piles of dead baddies. Deadpool shouted as he threw up a Power Ranger pose. "Shouldn't we be throwing him in prison?" MJ asked with hope in her eyes. Peter shook his head as if it was hopeless when Deadpool suddenly shouted, "A prison can't hold me. Well, it can't hold me for forever, at least. It would only serve as a momentary plot device where we could throw away some potential bad guy by randomly killing them. R.I.P. Black Tom Cassidy." By the way, did anyone else think it was weird that Black Tom would serve no purpose other than a quick racial joke? I mean, he was white as snow. Oh, I bet it was soft to the touch. "Please, can we just throw this guy in prison?" MJ begged. "Weren't you listening? That would only delay the plot. Quit stalling, writer, and get on with the story." Deadpool shouted in the air. "Spider-Man, I need you to travel to where Deadpool's Bamf went and retrieve the bag of infinite storage for me." Strange pleaded with them. "You forgot to add, take Deadpool far, far, far away from you," Peter said before he sighed. "Please, Spider-Man, I can't take his incessant rambling anymore. It's driving me crazy." Spider-Man could almost see the tears forming in Stephen's eyes. Peter rubbed his forehead in frustration when Deadpool somehow escaped the magical bindings restricting his body, wrapped his arm around Spider-Man's shoulder and said, "Come on, Spidey, this is your fault in some way. Another version of you removed M.Y. Bamf's collar, and ever since I've been chasing him down across the dimensions. It's only right a Spider-Man fix his own problems, regardless of which universe they're from. Seriously, all I have to do is play the responsibility card and you're in." Ugh. I hate that you're right about that. Peter yelled as he slapped his forehead. Spider-Man then looked at Wade and held his finger up in a demanding gesture as he said, "Fine. Just this once, Wade. But no killing." Deadpool jumped up and wrapped his arms and legs around very annoyed Spider-Man in a koala hug before he shouted, "Ei. Spider-Man and I get to team up again." MJ still was lost as Peter tried to explain multiverse theory that lulled Deadpool to sleep. MJ was starting to get it when she asked, "So there's an infinite number or realities with an infinite number of us, and the only differences besides the ones with different natural laws are the choices we made in life?" Peter elbowed Deadpool off of him and said, "It's your cue. Now the hot spider lady gets it. I need to capture that Bamf and return him to Shikla, or she'll have my hide for losing her gift." Deadpool then turned to Stephen and said, "Well, Doc, can we get to work? We have a Bamf to catch." Dr. Strange snapped his fingers and summoned a yellow paper talisman before he said, "I tagged him with a tracking spell. This will guide you to the Bamf. Of course, Wade will join you in traveling to the universe to make sure to capture the Bamf, collar it, and return." By the gates of Shangri-La. A portal opened up leading to a high altitude overlooking the city of New York in another universe. MJ stepped up next to and grabbed Peter's hands before she spoke with eyes full of wonder. "This is so unreal. You get used to it," Deadpool mentioned as he walked next to them. Without waiting any longer, the three heroes jumped through the portal and started free-falling towards the Earth. On the way down, Spider-Man and Spider-Woman webbed out to the nearest high-rise seconds before they heard Deadpool shout, "Hold me like you love me, Spidey." Peter rolled his eyes before he shot out and webbed up Wade's waist. While he held onto his line with his other hand while Peter starting his swing with Wade screaming like a girl the whole way. MJ and Peter jumped up from their first swing and rapidly fell towards the nearest rooftop they could spot. As they landed, Peter watched as Deadpool rolled across the rooftop and landed in an awkward position with his back against a wall and his head against the ground. Wade then jumped up, brushed the dust off of his suit, and proceeded to hug Spider-Man as he said, "Normally I prefer the straight-laced Spider-Man, but this is really starting to spark the M in me." Peter almost hurled in his mask as he pushed Wade in the gut and sent the Merc rolling back. Right in the muffin button. Deadpool shouted as he struggled to stand back up. "Okay, Deadpool, spread out and find that Bamf. Remember, no killing or else we'll never have another team up again in any timeline." Spider-Man said, waving his finger as if he were disciplining a child. "You wouldn't." Deadpool shouted back. "I'll contact every last universe, don't make me do it." Peter threatened. "Don't worry, Spidey, I won't let you down," Deadpool declared while Peter grabbed MJ and webbed away. After they were out of view, Deadpool looked around and with a confused gesture before he said, "Now what was I doing here?" "Looking for Bamf." A deep voice echoed in Deadpool's head. "Right. Killing Francis. Oh God. I hope there's a Francis to kill in this world." Deadpool shouted as he clapped his hands together. "Why do we even bother?" An innocent and almost childish voice spoke in Wade's head as he jumped off the roof. As the two were web-slinging throughout the city, MJ caught up to Peter and asked, "Are you sure it was a good idea to leave Red alone like that?" Peter groaned in annoyance before he answered by saying, "Trust me, we're better off avoiding him and focusing on the task at hand. Besides, I'm sure he's not too far behind. Deadpool has a thing about being in the spotlight." As they were searching the city for the chibi Nightcrawler, a loud boom echoed throughout the streets. Looking over at the commotion, Peter and MJ heard a large human roar before they saw the red-armored Juggernaut rushing through a building. "Easy, Juggy. Ah, man, of all the days. I just had to leave my Matador's cape at home." Peter heard a familiar voice call out. "Don't worry, citizens, with Spider-Mom, Spider-Dad, and Spiderling gonna save the day." The voice of a young girl called out. "Ah, Spiderling. You get your butt home. We told you that you were grounded, young lady." Mary Jane's eyes widened when she saw a woman with red hair wearing a black and white Spider-Woman outfit. The Spider-Man of this world grabbed his little Spiderling and jumped up and over a few buildings while simultaneously webbing up Juggernaut's legs and face. "Young lady, you were grounded from crime fighting because you blew up the kitchen with your experiment. I told you not to ignore your Spidey sense, but did you listen to me? Now I have to punish you or else Mom will force me to sleep on the couch, and you know how I feel about the couch." "Ah. Come on, Dad. Cut me some slack," Spiderling shouted. "Yeah, Pete, it's not like you've never blown up a lab or two," the visiting Peter said as he passed by the adult Spider-Man and headed towards Juggernaut. This universe's Peter dropped his jaw as he thought out loud, "Clone!" The visiting universe's MJ appeared beside the adult Peter and said, "The MN Tiger. You got tall." Spider-Dad turned around to see a youthful MJ standing beside him in a completely different outfit from his wife. "MJ." Adult Peter shouted with wide eyes. "Wait. What?" Spiderling jumped up looking over young MJ and shouted, "Who are you? I'll have you know my daddy is married." Young MJ started laughing as she hugged Peter and said, "Pete, you didn't tell her about us? I thought you loved me." "Get off my daddy," Spiderling shouted while waving her arms around in a violent manner. Adult Peter held on to his daughter while his face flushed red and he said, "Wait a moment, what's going on?" Young MJ pulled her mask up to show Spiderling. Both adult Peter and his daughter gasped in astonishment. Back with Juggernaut, adult MJ wearing the Venom suit was fighting toe-to-toe with the giant muscle man, dodging his charges while tripping him on every occasion she got. Young Peter jumped down and smiled as he stared at MJ's developed body and thought, "Damn! I made a fine choice." Charging up his bag of jokes, young Peter waved at adult MJ and shouted, "Spidey wife! Help! I shrunk and I can't grow up. Young Peter zipped in and started swinging circles around Juggernaut, while webbing him from the feet up with cement webbing. Spider-Man? What happened? Adult MJ's jaw dropped as she watched a youthful Peter continue to encase Juggernaut in cement. Young Spider-Man's trusty spider sense was blaring constantly from just standing in the same proximity of Juggernaut. As he ripped through his cement prison with ease, Peter felt the ground beneath his feet rumble as the unstoppable Juggernaut stomped on the ground, lifting both Peter and the slab of asphalt he was standing on into the air. Juggernaut ripped through his webbing with his bare hands and sent a punch flying directly at the center of Peter's face. This is going to hurt, Peter thought as he webbed a nearby building and tried to pull himself away, only for Juggernaut's fist to hit him in the gut and sending him soaring across the street and through the wall of a nearby building. Spidey! Both the MJs called out. That could have been a lot worse if I didn't reinforce my body with chi, Peter thought as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. While Peter's healing factor kicked in rapidly and started regenerating his wounds, he felt as over half of the bones, organs, and muscles in his torso snap back into place. As he jumped out of the rubble, Peter glared at Juggernaut before he shouted, "You son of a—" "Calm down, Pete. Daughter's present. Must watch my language." Standing in place and looking over his wrecked suit, Peter's eyes twitched as he almost blew a casket. The classic Spider-Man suit was his favorite outfit. Although he wasn't planning on wearing it forever, he still carried the same respect for it the same way every Spidey fan carries it in their hearts. Peter looked over to Juggernaut and shouted with fury in his tone, "Hey, cue ball! That all you got?" The two Mary Janes sighed in relief as the young Peter Parker cracked his knuckles and started to fill his fist with chi. Peter then turned to the Spider-Man of this world and said, "Can you please call Jean and ask her to put this buffoon to sleep? I'm about to knock his block off." The Peter of this universe quickly pulled out a cell phone from his waist belt and called up his second favorite redhead. Within seconds, he asked her to prepare a psychic attack for Juggernaut when the visiting Spider-Man shouted, "Spidey team! Blind him!" All the spider heroes shot their webs in Juggernaut's face when young Peter shot forward, slamming his fist into the helmet. The wave of chi exploded, crushing off the hinges and sending the dome-shaped helmet flying. Young Peter then stood on top of Juggernaut's chest and shot his face full of cement webbing before brought down a double-fisted hammer smash against the red giant's face. Juggernaut grabbed Peter's ankle and started to squeeze, but Peter kept punching away and hitting him with venom blast after venom blast while ignoring the pain of his shattering bones. Adult Jean, who was halfway across the city, finally managed to locate the giant brute when she suddenly slammed Juggernaut with a mind-shattering mental blast. Juggernaut screamed out in agony as his eyes rolled back and he fell unconscious. Seeing that the big guy was down for the count, Peter fell over on his back and threw his arms out while panting heavily at the sky. "And stay down, you overgrown fire hydrant." The adult Peter chimed in as he came over and held his hand out. Young Peter sighed as he grabbed his counterpart's hand and stood up. He then looked at his appearance and said, "Ugh, man, my costume is ruined." Young MJ ran to his side and hugged him before she said, "We can fix it when we get back. Tiger." The spider parents looked at the two young versions of themselves and said, "Can someone please clue us in?" At the same time, "I second that," Spiderling shouted. Young Peter quickly webbed up the Juggernaut and threw his helmet into a trash can before he said, "You may not believe us, but we've come from another universe," Adult Peter said while shaking his head. Chapter 11, Issue 11, X-Factor 4. After waiting for the Blackbird jet to arrive, the X-Men marched off their airship and arrested Juggernaut. The adult spider heroes chatted with the X-Men for a while before waving goodbye as the Blackbird took off. The spider heroes reconvened on top of a nearby rooftop and gathered around before young Peter began telling them why they were here. "We're looking for a BAMF that managed to escape from Deadpool's clutches. It looks like a little cat-sized nightcrawler and has the ability to teleport through time and space." Adult Peter sighed before saying, "I know what a BAMF is. And why aren't you in need of a hospital right now?" Young Peter tried to explain, "Well, I have a mutant gene that's at least equal to Logan's healing factor, as well as my Spidey powers. Even MJ's got a bit of my regeneration factor when she was bitten by the same arachnid." Adult MJ was shocked. She had to rely on the symbiote to use the powers of Spider-Man and was a little jealous of her younger counterpart. Adult MJ then sighed before she asked young MJ, "You got your powers from the spider that bit Peter?" Young MJ looked to her other reality equivalent and asked, "Yeah, didn't you?" Adult MJ looked to her husband and asked, "Peter, do you think it's really possible that these children came from a different reality?" Adult Spider-Man nodded his head and said, "When you've been in the business as long as I have, you never rule out interdimensional travels and parallel worlds. Not to mention it's happened before." Young Peter grinned before he and MJ pulled up their mask. Spiderling, otherwise known as Annie, widened her eyes as she shouted out, "OMG! You're so young. Dad, Mom, I can't believe how cute you were." Adult MJ lightly slapped her daughter in the back of her head as she said, "Hey, I still am cute." Annie rubbed the back of her head as she grumbled and asked, "So are you guys really from another universe?" "They're probably telling the truth. I don't have his regeneration factor and your mom is getting my power from a symbiote. I don't think they're clones. Oh God, I hope they aren't clones. I don't think I can handle sharing a kid with Wolverine," Adult Peter confirmed. Young Peter looked at Annie and guessed her age to be around 10 to 12 years old. Seeing her being such a happy child made Peter smile. When he looked back to his MJ, whose face quickly flushed red, Peter asked, "So we name her Annie, huh?" Adult MJ wrapped her arms around Annie's neck and leaned her body back into her stomach with a loving hug before she said, "Yep, her name is Annie Mae Parker." "She's adorable." Young MJ patted Annie on the head. The adult MJ smiled at her younger self and asked, "So, how long have you two known each other?" "I've known Pete since we were toddlers." "Why? Is that different here?" MJ asked as she lifted a brow. "I moved next to Peter to live with my aunt to pursue my modeling career. We met when Peter was in his first year of college. Our aunts introduced us to each other." Adult MJ explained. "Bummer. You missed out on some fun times," young MJ said, feeling a little sad for her opposite. Adult Peter placed his arm around his MJ and said, "We still ended up together regardless of when we met. We've been married for 15 years. MJ and Peter, destined to be with one another regardless of the universe, huh?" Young MJ commented before she smiled as she held her Peter's hand. "Blech. Nasty, I have to watch my mom and dad flirt enough in my universe. I don't want to see it happening when they're young too. I'm going home," Annie said, shooting her webs out and swinging off in the distance. "I guess no kid can handle seeing their parents acting lovey-dovey," Adult MJ said before she laughed and walked over to and hugged the teenage Peter. "I can't believe how cute you were, Tiger. I should have let my aunt fix me up with you years ago." Adult MJ gushed at Peter's baby face. Young MJ was shocked. She didn't know how to react because it was technically her doing this. Suddenly, Adult Peter grabbed his wife back and said, "You have your own kid, this is my MJ." Young Peter laughed when his MJ pinched his back and said, "I agree. No Parker of mine gonna ogle women from another universe. I don't care if it is me. You will never cheat on me." "Oh. I didn't know if you could classify that as cheating." Peter joked. "So you weren't staring her curves?" MJ countered. "Just a little," Peter answered honestly, which ended up landing him in a headlock. After they were done fooling around, the spider heroes put their masks back on and young Peter looked to his future self before he said, "We could use your help. Locating a BAMF is hard enough on our own, but if you guys help out, it should make it easier." Adult Peter then offered to aid them. He mentioned that he has a device that can track Nightcrawler's temporal anomalies and began explaining how it worked. When Kurt teleports, he leaves a small tear in space-time that heals over time. During this process, the tear leaks out temporal and cosmic radiation that can be tracked by using a radiometer. Young Peter finished the deduction of his alternate self. The two MJs stood next to each other and looked at their husband and future-to-be husband before saying, "Nerd." The two Spider-Women looked at each other and blinked a few times before they started to laugh. The two Peters rolled their eyes when Adult Peter declared, "We have to head to our apartment and pick up the device." The women continued to laugh and joke around as they webbed around New York. Eventually they ended up in Midtown residential area and ended up entering through a window on the 5th floor of an apartment complex. When they stepped inside the living room, the young spider heroes saw the small but loving home the two had built together. They didn't hate it and could feel the warm fuzzy that one got when they saw a happy family. While they looked at the photos of their kid growing up, young Peter turned to his counterpart and asked, "Odd, I'm not complaining, but why are you so broke?" The spider parents looked at the younger versions of themselves with a funny and shy expression before adult MJ said, "Well, Pete's a teacher and I'm working on my acting career, so money's a little tight at the moment. I'm an actor in this universe." Young MJ shouted in disbelief. Adult MJ then flexed her body and said, "Yeah, I used to be a model, though if you ask me, still got it." "So, do you have any plans to become one now?" Young MJ then shocked her counterpart by answering, "Actually, I'm aiming to be a fashion designer right now. Oh, and I'm also pursuing a job as a technician once I graduate. Yep, I'm convinced we really are different people. Me as a technician? I can barely fix my web shooters. Adult MJ declared as she changed her symbiote's form into her at-home clothing, which consisted of a loose-fitting shirt that said World's Best Spider-Mom and tight-fitting blue jeans. Peter pulled off his mask and then turned to the adult Peter before asking, "Didn't you patent your webbing formula? Or any of your other inventions?" Adult Peter scratched his head as he embarrassedly said, "Well, the webbing formula isn't permanent, so I couldn't sell it. And due to how busy I am lately, most of my lucrative inventions have been put on hold. The stuff I already made is for a specific purpose, Spidey purposes." "Dude, you haven't figured out how to make the webbing permanent yet?" Young Peter complained. "Well, I don't think it would be that hard to figure out, but I don't want anyone to tie my identity to the product," Adult Peter replied. Young Peter ran his hand through his hair with an aggravated expression before he said, "Spider-Man has been around for what, 22 years or so? I think everyone knows what your webbing is made of. As for everything else, you can use your identity as a reporter to just say you were inspired by Spider-Man's technology that you saw him use over the years you spent shadowing him." Young Peter then grabbed a piece of paper and started writing down a series of formulas. Next, he handed it over to his MJ and asked her to write down her mixture for the clothing as well. Once she was done, young MJ handed the sheet of paper over to Adult Peter as she said, "Here a gift from us to, well, let's just say no daughter of mine ours is going to have money problems growing up." Adult Peter looked to the papers and formulas as felt his rusted scientific mind started spinning again. "This is..." Adult Peter shouted with a happy expression. "Why, I'm not broke, of course. I also disagree about your inventions being only useful for Spidey events," young Peter said as he looked over some of his counterpart's tech. "Do you remember the first science kit Uncle Ben bought you? What you thought when you opened up the kit?" Young Peter asked. Adult Peter then smiled and said, "I want to make something to benefit mankind. I wanted to use knowledge, the greatest power in existence, to make people's lives better." "Right. You just need to change your approach to how you view what you invent. For instance, what about the tools you made to take down bad guys? Stop thinking of how they could be used to help you arrest a villain. Instead, think of how what you've already invented can be used to better the lives of others. Continue this train of thought for a while, and I'm sure you come up with plenty of ideas for technology that you could patent for public use." Young Peter thought of the many inventions that this Spider-Dad missed out that the Amazing Spider-Man went on to own Horizon Labs after getting his body back from Dr. Octopus. Even before that, when he worked at Horizon Labs, he had a similar train of thought. The Amazing Peter Parker went on to make a serostasis pod to preserve and transport organs and blood, sound-canceling earphones, and a few others he made to swell his pockets. While the young Peter was thinking of other ways to aid Adult Peter, the Spider-Dad was going through his box of gizmos. When he pulled out a flat handheld screen and turned on the device, Adult Peter smiled before saying, "Now all we need to do is wait." During this time, the two Spider-Men chatted back and forth about various things such as science, different events that occurred in their life and family. Peter peeked through the box of old tech. From what he gleaned of his work, Adult Peter could make a fortune, and with the knowledge young Peter had, he could offer his adult counterpart many hints to help him along and live a better life. Young Peter also had a lot to learn as well. Adult Peter could teach him many weaknesses of possible future enemies, and while they chatted back and forth, young Peter learned a lot while feeling the fanboy in him squealing for every second of it. He was learning from his personal hero, and as a geek he could now die happy. "So Uncle Ben is still alive in your world?" Adult Peter gasped. Young Peter nodded his head in affirmation as he was shown pictures of them on Peter's phone. "This was taken a couple of days ago, when the documents officializing my patents arrived in the mail." Peter bragged as he showed the picture showed him holding a certificate with Ben and May standing beside him. "So even without Ben dying, I still chose to become Spider-Man," Adult Peter said, scratching his head. "Face it, you've always wanted to be a hero, I just realized it sooner is all," young Peter said with a grin on his face. MJ spent a lot of time talking with her counterpart and pinching Annie's cheeks. "I wonder if you'll be the same kid Peter and I have someday." Adult MJ pondered. Annie slapped young MJ's hands away and tilted her head before she said, "It's a possibility, but you could also end up not having me at all. You could end up with a boy or twins. The world you're from is just one of the infinite possibilities." Young MJ smiled at the girl's intelligence when Adult MJ said, "She gets that from her father. Although I was surprised to hear that you're a lot smarter than me, maybe I should get Tiger to teach me a thing or two." Peter makes a good teacher. He always finds some way to describe what you don't understand in a way that makes you interested. young MJ explained. Adult MJ moved close to her younger counterpart and whispered, I remember our study sessions. I was just surprised you managed to focus on the material. To which young MJ replied with a flushed red face, I didn't spend the entire time studying. We kind of made a fun game out of learning. Adult MJ gave a coy smile and whispered, Tell me. Before Adult MJ could continue teasing her younger self, the Parker twins in the kitchen shouted, Bamf spotted. Masks on, let's go. At the same time, everyone jumped out the window and followed after Adult Peter, who was leading the way. After traveling halfway across New York, the group landed next to Central Park. The scanner's reading for the Bamf was rapidly going on and off, along with the angry shouts of New Yorkers yelling, Someone stole my food. Who took my hot dogs? Son of A, my beer's gone. Peter slapped his forehead. Stop a juggernaut, capture a magical imp devil stealing food from citizens. Just your average day in the life of your friendly neighborhood spider family. I agree. Now let's capture that Bamf. Deadpool placed his hand around the two Spider-Men. Wade. The two Peters shouted in unison. Both MJs slapped their foreheads while Annie asked, Who's this guy? Seeing Annie, Deadpool squealed out as he hopped over near her and said, It's Spider-Girl. Wait, that's the wrong universe. Spiderling. Thanks for the heads-up voices in my head. No problem. A deep-toned voice responded to Deadpool alone. So, since there are kiddies present, Deadpool will be switching to PG-13 mode for future S***T talking, Deadpool said with a smile under his mask. How did he do that beep with his voice? Annie asked, wide-eyed interest. Well, it's certainly not because of the author. So strap your beeps in and beep 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 because we're working as a team. Deadpool shouted before he cocked his head back and laughed into the air. I just want this nightmare to be over. Both Peters said before sighing in frustration. They spread out over the park and spotted several angry people fuming about missing food and stolen items. While they walked, Deadpool was questioned by Adult Peter. I thought Bamfs are a carefree and fun-loving species. Don't they live in small puffball houses and yearn for nothing more than frolicking about the countryside playing with the creatures of the forest? Deadpool laughed. Yeah, normal Bamfs do, but this one was owned by Shikla and her Bamf are, well, a little undisciplined. Suddenly, young Peter had an idea. He walked over to his adult counterpart and Deadpool before he whispered something for Wade to say. You want me to say that? Wade shouted in shock. You would use me as bait. Spider Daddy, help me, your otherworld counterpart is evil. Deadpool cried out as hid behind Adult Peter's shoulder. Actually, I agree with Spider-Boy. Just say it, Wade. Adult Peter yelled. It's Spider-Man and you know it. As for you, Wade, quit complaining. Young Peter growled. But he could end up teleporting me anywhere. Deadpool complained. Not our problem. The two shouted back in frustration. Wade put his hands down and stomped his foot before he said, Fine. Deadpool then took in a big breath before shouting at the top of his lungs. Lockheed got Kitty Pryde to go out on a date with him, and they even kissed. Wade was supposed to stop here, but in classic Deadpool fashion he kept going. He took her back to my place and I showed her why they call me D.P. The Bamf appeared on top of Deadpool's head and smiled with a wicked grin. Deadpool gulped as he heard the Bamf laughing before he said, Don't you do it, you little bah. BAMF. BAMF. A rich scent of sulfur spread out with the dissipating puff of black smoke. The Bamf could be seen patting its hands off like it just took out the trash, and it was about to jump away when both Peters shouted, Wait! The Bamf recognized the Spider-Men as the ones who freed him and listened. Kitty wouldn't approve of you stealing. Young Peter said, pointing at the pouch strapped around his shoulder. The tan satchel leather bag appeared to have shrunk down to fit the current owner, and the material constantly glowed with runes and mystical symbols. Peter had figured that this was the bag they'd been sent to collect. I have a proposition for you. You hand the bag over, and I'll take you to see a Kitty Pryde that hasn't met any other Bamf yet. Think about it, you get her all to yourself. Young Peter said, pleading with his hands together. The Bamf looked tempted when the adult Spider-Man said, Better hurry, it might not be long before other Bamfs discover his universe. The Bamf smiled, held out his hand, and nodded his head in agreement. Smart guy. Young Peter said as he shook the Bamf's hand. The Bamf then ran on top of young Peter's head, hanging the leather bag strap over his face. Young Peter took it and watched as it took the shape of a satchel and grew to perfectly fit his physique. I guess that's a win. Adult Peter exclaimed. Well, at least that part's done. I guess we can get out of your hair now. Peter said with a smile on his face. However, it appeared they couldn't go home yet. Everybody's spidey senses suddenly went off as large explosions sent up a smoke screen of dust nearby and shook the ground around them. Chapter 12, Issue 12, X Factor V. An electric glow covered the south side of Central Park. The two Spider-Men ran over to see their spider ladies kicking Shocker and Electro's butt. After knocked the two around, young MJ jumped at Electro as she shouted, "Time for you to chill out." Zero pellet webbing shot out from her wrists, freezing Electro in a thin layer of ice. Before the villain could fall to the ground, young MJ switched her webbing back to normal and wrapped him up before she threw him into a nearby pond. Spiderling and adult MJ kicked Shocker around while hurling insults at him like, "Look, Spider-Mom, this punch line is a shocking kicker." Annie punched him in the jaw. "You said kick," the Shocker said as his head spun. "You calling me a lair?" "I said punchline and kick. Get it?" Annie giggled while she followed up with another attack. Annie's kick sent him flying towards her mom when adult MJ appeared in front of him and said, "You know, your outfit reminds me that I need to pick up some quilted quicker picker-upper on the way home." As she gave him a swift uppercut, the Shocker was sent flying into a nearby tree, and before he could retaliate, the Shocker was quickly webbed up, put together with his partner in crime, and had both in cuffs with power dampener technology. Young Peter asked for a few to study and take back to his dimension. Adult Peter agreed, understanding where he was coming from. It would be a good idea for young Peter to have this technology, so he could restrain some of his more dangerous enemies. While young Peter showed off the Bamf, Annie squealed on how cute it was and said, "Forget owning a dog. I want a Bamf." The Bamf stood on Peter's head proudly and let out a boastful humph while blowing air out its nose. Adult Peter laughed before he suggested that they move their conversation to a nearby rooftop. Standing around on top of a hotel, the Spider family looked at their counterparts while feeling that they were going to miss them. Adult Peter was the first to break the silence when he said, "Well, I guess this is goodbye." Young Peter looked to Adult MJ and then to Bamf before whispering into its ear. The Bamf nodded its head a couple of times, then smiled before giving the young Peter a thumbs up and Bamf and G away for a few seconds. Everyone looked puzzled as the Bamf returned holding something in its hand. Young Peter then said, "Are you sure it's the same one from this timeline?" The Bamf nodded its head before he walked over to Adult MJ and held out its hand. "Something for me?" Adult MJ asked. "What are you up to, Peter?" Young MJ asked. "A present for my new friend, of course," young Peter answered as Adult MJ retracted her suit around her hand. "Ouch!" Adult MJ shouted as she pulled back her hand. The Bamf then crushed the super spider in his hands, resolving a paradox he created by pulling it out of the moment in time before it died. Adult MJ's symbiote quickly settled in the new spider gene and pushed her body past the fever one would normally get and augmented her body. Her muscles became more toned and her body was filled with energy. Adult Peter went wide-eyed as he shouted, "What was that?" Young Peter smiled and replied by saying, "Now if something happens to the symbiote, your wife will still have something to protect her." "Was that spider what I think it was?" Young MJ asked. "Yep, the same spider that bit Peter. I said I was giving my friend a going-away present," young Peter explained. Adult MJ grinned and said, "You sneaky little." She then gave young Peter a kiss on the cheek before she finished by saying, "Thank you." Young Peter grinned with a red face and felt his MJ pinching his waist. After talking for a bit, they shook hands and said a few farewells. The Bamf suddenly smiled and sent everyone, both MJ's and Peter's, including Spiderling, all back to Dr. Strange's sanctum. When they appeared inside the sanctum, everyone realized that we're upside down and a few feet away from the ground. Young Peter groaned out, "Really?" as they both crashed into the ground. In response, the Bamf shrugged his shoulders and laughed playfully. "Ah, Spider-Man, Spider-Woman, I see you've returned with guest?" Dr. Strange looked at them, the group of spider heroes from the other universe, and sighed. "I'll send you back," Dr. Strange declared as he lifted his hands. Before Stephen could open a portal, Adult Peter held his hands up and shouted, "Wait!" Strange lifted his eyebrow when Adult Peter asked, "Can I see Ben?" Peter looked to his counterpart and said, "I don't think that's a good idea you'd reveal. Oh, maybe this could work. You can meet Ben, but as Spider-Man. People seeing you would dispel any suspicion towards me being Spider-Man. MJ would also be safer if she came along as well. Can Venom change shape to match my MJ's outfit?" Adult MJ smiled as Venom copied her outfit, and she said, "This good enough, little tiger?" Young Peter nodded his head and said, "Now, to do what I originally came here for." He then took off the satchel of infinite space and handed it over to Dr. Strange. Stephen smiled, reached his hand inside the satchel as he took out a bag of gems. Giving the satchel over the rest to Wong, Stephen then pulled out a fist-sized bright green emerald and glowing blue sapphire from the smaller bag as he said, "These two were modeled after the Mind and Soul Infinity Stones. Although they only have a fraction of the Infinity Stone's power, the spells they allow a sorcerer to use are quite powerful. I intend to use the opal and topaz to copy your mind and emotions and transfer it to the suit, thus aligning your consciousness and spirit to exist as a sort of magical learning system." Peter looked at the second sample and said, "Can you do the same for Spider-Woman as well?" Dr. Strange laughed and said, "It would be my pleasure, Spider-Man," as he held the stones in his hands. Suddenly a complex spell circle appeared around Peter, MJ, and their symbiotes. When suddenly a ghostly figure of the two appeared from out of the stones and flew into the samples. The unimprinted symbiotes then began to bubble, turn, and twist out in random directions. After a short while, the two venom samples broke free from their containers and covered MJ and Peter. Like in the Ultimate Universe, the bioorganic symbiotes bubbled over them into a cocoon-like form and shattered away into dust before revealing their new sweets. Peter could feel his new power coursing through his veins. The symbiote, magnifying his abilities several folds. As he gripped his fist and smiled, Peter said, "I can get used to this." "I agree," MJ replied. The sweets were both pitch black when Peter sent a single thought to change the design on the symbiote into his classic red, black, and blue uniform. Responding to his command, the symbiote suddenly spoke out through a mental connection. "Good morning, Peter," altering pigment and structure. The symbiote said in a similar tone to Pete's own voice, only with a slightly lower pitch. With a quick augmentation of the symbiote's color and shape, Spider-Man appeared in his classic suit once more. He then looked over to Mary Jane, who was experimenting with different uniforms until she settled on something that looked like a mix of red and black cane, Scarlet Spider and Spider, red fingers, and boots from the Ultimate Jessica Drew's outfit with a slight alteration of a web-patterned hoodie. Peter grinned before he quickly switched around his design to match the MCU look of Spider-Man. He couldn't help it. As much of a fan of the classic, he had to admit the MCU design was sharp and very to his liking, just without the unnecessary lines. Peter then made the suit retreat and finally discovered where the symbiotes stored themselves. Peter was more than surprised to find out the symbiote was tucked safely away inside every cell in his body. As a bonus, since MJ and Peter's suit was made from the same source, they even could communicate telepathically with each other by speaking through their symbiotes. "I'm not calling you Venom." "So, how about Spidey-Biote?" "No, that's no good." "Spider-Biote?" "Symbiote?" "Symbot." "Oh, I got it, Webster. That's your new name." MJ had settled on naming hers as Spiderling so that she could always remember Annie. The two put on their civilian clothes and said, "Time to go home." Annie decided to go along as well. She was curious to meet the man her father talked so fondly of. When the group appeared in their neighborhood, a lot of people came outside to see Peter and MJ being carried by their adult counterparts. Spiderling hung back and watched as MJ's parents, Uncle Ben and Aunt May, come running outside to see what the commotion was. Seeing their children being carried by two superheroes, they felt a little faint. However, their worry for their children overpowered all of their instincts as they rushed over to their sides. Peter and MJ were suddenly pulled into the arms of their relatives. They were berated with questions of where they were all day and what was going on. Adult Peter held out his hand and said, "You have a remarkable nephew and daughter." Adult Peter felt his nerves building as was doing everything he could to stop himself from crying. Thank you," Aunt May replied. "Did something happen to them?" Uncle Ben asked with a worrisome expression. Adult MJ smiled at seeing how happy his mother looked alongside the Parkers. She then saw her husband was having a hard time speaking when she stepped in. "We happened to come across them while they were in trouble and gave them a lift back." Adult Peter shook off his nerves when he said, "Your nephew told me some words that someone dear to me often told me. That person told me that with great power comes great responsibility. I've tried to live my entire life by this motto, and if your nephew lives by it too, I'm sure he'll turn into an amazing person. You did a fine job raising him." Ben couldn't help but have the strangest sense of familiarity when dealing with Peter's adult counterpart. Uncle Ben shook his hand and thanked him for his kind words. Annie looked at her Grandaunt May and was surprised by how young she was. She even saw her grandparents when they were younger. "Hey, Aunt May, do you think we can get a photo?" young Peter asked as he pocketed adult Peter's cell phone. "Sure, I don't see why not," Aunt May said as she smiled at the group. Young MJ smiled and waved her hands at one of the neighbors. She handed over her own and adult Spider-Man cell phones. After taking a couple of pictures and saying their farewells, the trio of otherworld visitors web their way back to Dr. Strange's place so that they can return to their universe. Peter and MJ were questioned relentlessly. After lying about Spider-Man helping them deal with a mugger on their morning jog, their guardians seemed to have gained a bit of respect for the spider hero couple. Peter headed inside and waited for Ben and May to go to bed before sneaking out to patrol with MJ. Tonight, they were testing out the limits of their new abilities. Thanks to the symbiote, the two didn't have to worry about wasting their webbing while traveling about anymore. The symbiotes also ate his different web formulas and could even replicate their effects. However, they made sure to keep a spare set of web shooters on underneath the symbiote, in case anything happened to strip them of their symbiotes. The upside of it now was that they could web swing infinitely now, as long as they ate enough starchy foods. The two shouted joyously while they pushed their acrobatics and bodies to their limits. They blazed across the city, hopping across rooftops and swinging from high risers. Not worrying about having to refill our web shooters freed up the range of mobility and speed greatly. Peter shouted as whistled past MJ. No kidding. According to Spiderling, we can shoot our webbing for consistent hours before we need to eat in order to refuel. MJ shouted as she ran across the surface of a 20-story building. While they were on patrol, Peter and MJ saw a mugger holding a gun on a young couple. Quickly jumping down, the two heroes webbed the mugger up and promptly saved the victims. However, when they looked over at the defenseless couple, what they saw left them slack-jawed. The two they saved turned out to be Harry and Liz, who were out on a date. MJ was far more shocked than her boyfriend. She knew Liz was dating Flash, but they broke up before the start of summer break because Flash was caught kissing another girl. However, what surprised MJ the most was that somehow Liz had kept dating Harry a secret from her for almost a whole month. Thanks for helping us, Harry said while holding tightly onto Liz's hand. No problem, stranger, but you should be more careful around these parts, Peter said before he webbed onto a nearby building along with MJ. Looking at the two who had been keeping secrets from their friends, MJ tapped her foot against the ground as she said, "That girl's got a lot to explain. I mean, Harry's our friend too, why didn't they tell us?" Peter smiled and replied by saying, "Hey, we keep secrets too, and since we became heroes we've bailed them a number of times." MJ sighed before saying, "I think we should do something before school starts. You know, go to a beach for vacation or something." Peter thought for a second and said, "You know what, that sounds good, we could use a break." After setting the date, Peter and MJ continued their patrol and stopped to break in at a jewelry store, a burglary of an ATM machine and convenience store robbery. They were getting ready to call it a night when they saw an explosion go off at the N.Y Expo Center. Peter saw the trace of lights signaling gunfire being shot through the air and explosions going off like fireworks. Rushing into action, the two spider heroes started to zip across the city with breakneck speeds. As they approached the source of the chaos, they saw Iron Man being shot at by dozens of Hammertech drones. Peter and MJ dove right into the action. Iron Man landed on the ground and began shooting his blasters at the approaching remote-controlled robots. As he was firing away, one of the drones approached his back. Tony raised his hand and ready to blast, ready to intercept the drone. When he was suddenly interrupted by Peter, who came in swinging and kicked the robot in half with both of his feet. MJ swung down and started webbing up the robots and punching through them like they were made of paper, while Peter started using concrete webbing to put up shields and walls in order to keep the stray bullets from hitting citizens and firing out into the city. Seeing the help arrive, Tony let out a relieved shout before he asked, "Who the hell are you guys?" Peter was busy swinging back and forth to rescue citizens from danger. Every time he passed by Tony, he added an additional word until it formed a sentence while taking out a drone. "I'm your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, you tin can. Don't you watch the news?" MJ was also doing her best to help the innocents. Thanks to their speed and strength, they were making quick work of evacuating everyone, while drastically lowering the drone count. As a laser passed through a drone near Peter, Iron Man shouted out, "Thanks for the help, Spidey people, but I got to fly. Can you take care of the citizens?" "Leave it to us, Buckethead. Go do what you have to do to end this," Spider-Man declared as he webbed up a Hammerbot's legs and began swinging it around in a circle. Loud consecutive clangs rang out as the webbed-up drone tore through and destroyed a row of 10 drones. Iron Man took off heading towards the one responsible for this mess while Peter and MJ devastated the remaining drones. They could feel their spidey senses guiding them to each of their targets. If they took that one out, then they would be able to protect that section of the crowd. If they took this one out, then the level of overall danger would lower, and if they hit drones where their senses were directing them, then its entire frame would collapse without a struggle. Their teamwork was flawless as they covered each other's backs and blind spots. throwing out their hands and shooting out a line of webbing. The two hook a drone on both its torso and legs. With a single tug, Peter and MJ ripped the robot's body in half and used its broken pieces as a flail to knock out a few more flying drones. Their strength was far stronger than it used to be. They felt no damage to them as their fists crushed and ripped through metal like it was tinfoil. With a single notice from Webster, Peters commanded the suit to switch to his taser Semtex settings. He started shooting the targets with shocking sticky web bullets that exploded in a zap of blue electricity once they made contact. MJ smiled as she learned from Peter's strategy and started to do the same. After an hour of them putting down an army of drones, they stared down the last of the hammer drones. The two Spider heroes then suddenly webbed the drones up in a noose weaving and squeezed them until their bodies ripped to shreds by their combined strength. As a bonus, Peter and MJ made their way around the battlefield, making sure to break and destroy any of the bombs they discovered with the aid of their spidey senses. The two walked up to each other and looked at the scene of hundreds of destroyed drones around them. "I love you, Spider-Woman," Peter said as his adrenaline pumped through his bloodstream. MJ grinned in the same mood. With her heightened emotions, she looked at Peter with a hint of lust in her eyes as she said, "I love you too." Reacting to their biology, the symbiotes pulled their masks back around their mouths and threw them at each other. Once their lips touched, they realized that their symbiotes still had a lot to learn. However, they were so charged up that they chose to enjoy the kiss. After sharing a deep and loving kiss for a while, the survivors started popping up, noticing that the commotion had died down. The spectators then looked over and saw the Spidey couple kissing when suddenly dozens of cameras and phones started taking pictures of the two making out. Peter and MJ parted with an embarrassed expression. Looking around at the wasted pile of scrap, the two laughed before Peter said, "We should probably check in on the rust bucket." No sooner than Peter spoke, Tony came flying in like a bat out of hell, but to his surprise when he arrived there wasn't a massive explosion waiting for him. Looking at the remains of the drones and the two Spider heroes, Iron Man was pleasantly surprised that he didn't have them all blowing up. However, he was still worried about Pepper and was searching frantically for her. After looking around for a few seconds, Tony suddenly heard Pepper calling out to him. "Tony!" Pepper ran up to him and placed her arms up to his armor. After lifting up his short-circuiting helmet, he threw it to the side and the two looked at each other for a while before Pepper said, "I quit. I can run the company anymore." "Really? Well, I guess I'll have to take back over," Tony responded. The two went back and forth bickering for a while when Peter said, "Just kiss her already, Buckethead." Tony looked at Spider-Man and then back at Pepper and said, "You know what? I'm going to follow the kid's advice," before kissing her. After the two pulled away, Tony awkwardly asked, "That wasn't weird, right?" "No, it felt right," Pepper responded while blushing red up to the tips of her ears. Without anyone noticing, War Machine, who stealthily approached them somehow, spoke out, "I think it was weird. I mean, you two look like a couple of seals fighting over a grape." Peter laughed before saying, "Are you saying they aren't? Then what am I looking at? Maybe a couple of octopods trying to mate? Wait, is it octopods or octopi?" Rhodey laughed as the couple rolled their eyes. Chapter 13, Issue 13, X Factor 6. Tony turned to Peter and MJ and asked, "Don't suppose I could offer you two a drink as thanks for tonight's whole debacle?" Peter looked at him and shot a web off into the distance before pulling MJ over his shoulders and saying, "No need, Iron Man. We rather go home and spend some quality time together. If you catch my drift." Peter then swung off with MJ laughing happily on his shoulder. As they rushed home, Tony looked to Pepper, gave her another kiss before saying, "You know what? They have the right idea. Jarvis, take the suit home." Tony stepped out the suit as it started flying back to his bachelor pad. He then picked Pepper back up and carried her to his limousine. As they drove away, a very familiar red-headed S.H.I.E.L.D. agent was watching the two Spider heroes swing away. "Fury's going to be really surprised by my report." Vanishing from the shadows, Natasha Romanoff headed off to a S.H.I.E.L.D. safe house stashed away near Midtown. Peter swung back to his room with MJ and fell on his bed while making out. The symbiotes switched them into nightwear as their tongues twirled around one another in a pleasurable entanglement. Peter grabbed her ass and pulled her crotch against his hard member. MJ moaned as she reached down grabbing his crotch. She then gasped before she commented, "I'm always surprised by how big you are, Tiger." Peter summoned every ounce of his will to stop as he laid MJ beside him and wrapped his arm around her. "I wish we were a bit older right now," Peter said, kissing the back of her neck. "You know, Peter, we could always." MJ mumbled out with a red face. Peter leaned over her shoulder and kissed her before saying, "I want to believe me." "I want to." However, I want us to be a little older before we do anything we're not ready for. Maybe we could get our own place after we graduate high school. Peter felt MJ shake. Tiger, do you mean that? Peter nodded his head in affirmation. Tears started to form at the corner of her eyes when Peter gave her another kiss and pulled his blankets over her. He then set his alarm for a few hours earlier than usual so MJ could sneak back home before her parents woke up and said, "Good night, my tigress." Peter placed his hands around hers and slept with MJ until the early morning. Peter woke to the sound of his alarm ringing. With a quick tap, he shut it off and told MJ it was time for her to leave. After getting up, MJ gave him a kiss and said, "I'll see you around, Tiger." Once MJ snuck back into her room and went back to bed, she buried her head in her pillow, and with a smile of absolute joy she declared, "I love him. I love Peter Parker." MJ turned around and looked at her ceiling with a loving expression on her face. Before she started to fall back asleep, she felt her eyelids lowering as she thought, "And he loves me back." Peter woke up a few hours later. The following morning, his cell phone began ringing next to his head. He rolled over, reached his hand out, and answered, "Peter's Pizza Delivery. Unfortunately, we're out of flour, sauce, and cheese, so I have no pizzas to give. Please call back at another date." "Funny kid, you want your paycheck or not?" Tony's voice called on the other side of the call. "Mr. Stark, good morning. How was your night?" Peter asked as he jumped up out of bed. "Kid, didn't you watch the news last night or this morning? What were you doing this entire time?" Tony responded, "Making out with my girlfriend. A lot." Peter replied, "Well, that's a valid excuse if I've ever heard one. Is she hot?" Tony asked, making Peter laugh as he sent him a pic of MJ. "Damn son. You really hit the jackpot landing this girl, huh?" Tony shouted. Peter laughed before replying by saying, "You have no idea. Anyways, come on over. I want to introduce you to Pepper," Stark said before he abruptly ended his call. Peter then took the time to look at his messages. Apparently, Reed had called Peter an hour earlier to inform him that his paycheck had arrived as well. Peter stood up with yawn, got dressed before heading downstairs, and made a pot of coffee while putting a couple of pieces of bread in the toaster. Next, Peter grabbed the newspaper off the living room table and started reading for a few minutes before he headed to the kitchen to pour himself a cup of coffee. He was in such a good mood that he didn't even notice the additional person sitting at his kitchen table. "Good morning, Mr. Parker." Peter heard a smooth and beautiful voice calling out to him. He suddenly dropped his paper and stared at Natalia, aka Black Widow, sitting in front of him. She was wearing a gray business suit with a knee-high skirt and was drinking coffee that Aunt May had served her. A/N, Natalia is Natasha's real name. Peter gulped and calmed his nerves before he asked, "Who are you and what are you doing in my house?" Aunt May, who was carrying in the laundry out of the room next to the kitchen, suddenly spotted Peter and said, "Oh, good you're up, Peter. This is Natalie Rushman, a worker for Mr. Stark. She said that she's here to drive you to Mr. Stark's estate so you can get your first paycheck." Peter looked back at the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent and said, "Well, Mississippi. Rushman, it's a pleasure to meet you." "Likewise, it's an honor to meet such a brilliant youth such as yourself," Natalia replied as she held her hand. Peter shook her hand before he asked, "Can I bring MJ along with me? She's a bit of a tetcha herself. If she could see Stark's labs, I'm sure she would appreciate it." Natalie smiled with a cute expression and asked, "And MJ is?" "My girlfriend, and she's a bit of a genius like myself," Peter answered with a look of pride on his face. "I'm sure Mr. Stark wouldn't mind. Shall we leave once you've finished eating?" Natalie asked before taking a sip of her coffee. "Sure, just let me text MJ real quick," Peter said as he pulled out his cell phone and texted her heads up. When MJ heard she would get to see Stark Towers, she squealed in excitement and texted back that she'd be right over. Peter couldn't help but tease her by calling MJ a grease monkey, to which she replied by saying, "Shut it, bio-nerd." The two laughed at their childish antics and met up after breakfast. They met in front of Peter's house before they saw the one and only Happy Hogan sitting in the front seat of a rather expensive limousine. Peter slapped his head because he forgot how showy Stark was. It was only a few weeks until their summer break ends, and with Tony picking the two of them up in an expensive car like this, it was going to become a big issue when they go back to school, not to mention explaining things to his neighbors. Sitting inside, Happy looked at the two of them and said, "So you the new local genius Tony has his eye on?" Peter smiled before saying, "Yes, I'm Peter Parker. It's nice to meet you, Happy smiled and introduced himself. "I'm Happy." Stark's best friend, paid bodyguard and chauffeur. I'm MJ, nice to meet you, Mr. Happy, MJ said as she smiled at him. MJ then sat next to Peter and watched as Agent Romanoff entered the limo and sat across from them. Natalie smiled at them as if she knew something, making Peter break out in a cold sweat. He thought he'd been careful not to reveal his identity, but Fury always had his unique methods of uncovering superhero identities, so he didn't know if he had been found out. As they drove, Natalie asked, "So Mr. Parker, I hear you're the one who invented the body armor that is going around right now. I have to say I'm impressed. Even Tony commented on how popular the item is amongst military and law enforcement." What Peter didn't know was that she was especially thankful for Peter inventing the spider silk armor, because it has already saved a couple of her friends' lives at S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony wouldn't give up his Iron Man suits, so Peter's armor was a good replacement, as it was lightweight and could be mass-produced cheaply, even she was wearing it these days. Peter smiled and replied, "Thank you for the compliment, Mississippi. Rushman. But I'm just doing what I can to help good people survive. The paycheck isn't too bad of a bonus either." "So, Mississippi. Rushman, how long have you been working for Mr. Stark?" MJ asked, moving closer to Peter, and possessively wrapped her arm around his elbow. Natalie giggled at MJ's covetous attitude and replied by saying, "I've been a secretary for Mr. Stark and Ms. Potts for a few months now." The three talked all the way to Stark Tower, and when they arrived they were guided into Tony's office. He and Pepper were going over a pile of legal documents that would transfer all his company rights back to Tony. Now that Pepper knew that he used to be dying, everything Tony had done these past couple of months made perfect sense to her now. Pepper felt like a fool for not figuring it out earlier. When Tony saw Peter walking in, he smiled and waved them over before saying, "Mr. Parker, I'm glad you could make it." Pepper looked over to Peter and was surprised how young he was. Tony had bragged about the kid's genius a few times. The spider silk body armor made them a quite few bucks, and it looked like the profit margin would only increase in the future, so Pepper was very interested in Peter. "Hey, Tony." Peter smiled and waved as he walked up to the desk with MJ by his side. Tony looked over to MJ. "You brought your girlfriend?" MJ walked up to Tony and held out her hand. "I'm a big fan of your work, Mr. Stark. I happen to be aiming to become an engineer myself in the future, and your work is a great inspiration." Stark shook her hand and smiled. "She's a beauty and has brains. You really did hit the jackpot, Mr. Parker." "You talked about me?" MJ asked Peter. Peter smiled as he said, "Only good things, I assure you." "You better have," MJ shot back with an innocent smile before giving Peter a kiss on the cheek. "They're so cute," Pepper thought as she watched the young couple interact. Stark then started looking around his desk as he said, "Right, on to business. Now, where did I put that thing?" After a few seconds of Tony making a mess while searching for Peter's paycheck, Pepper slapped her head before opening up a drawer Tony continuously overlooked. She then picked out the check from it and handed it over to Peter. "Thanks, Pepper. I'd be lost without you," Tony commented. "I know," Pepper responded with a smug smile on her face. Peter read over his check and almost choked before he said, "This is a lot more than you anticipated, Mr. Stark." Peter was only expecting $9,000 to $10,000, but the check he was holding in his hand was $125,000, more than 10 times their original estimate. "What can I say, your armor has really become popular. It has a lot of uses." After the first satisfied buyer reviewed your product, he gave the product full marks on his review, and now that the word is going around, almost every major military and law enforcement personnel signed up to purchase their new affordable armor. "I sold 10,000 units for 4 times their production cost," Tony informed them while he cleaned up his mess. Peter smiled as he folded up the check before placing it in his wallet. Tony then pulled up a holographic screen containing Peter's background check and said, "So Mr. Parker, I've read up on you since you last came here." Tony poked the screen a few times, scrolling through Peter's records that he illegally obtained, and started reading off his achievements. "Straight A's all throughout grade and junior high. You aced all your advanced classes too. Tell me, did you really use junkyard parts to make a device that could detect cosmic radiation for a 5th grade science fair project?" Peter smiled as he waved his hand. "No, it wasn't that impressive. Dr. Reed once built a teleportation device for his science fair project. Kind of hard to beat that." "You're too humble, Mr. Parker. I'm interested in making a grant available for your next year of school. Of course, it will only go to the most qualified. Those that manage to meet the requirements of my grant will also be given a chance to serve an internship for my company." Peter shook Tony's hand as he thanked him and said, "I'll be on the lookout for it once summer break ends." Peter, MJ, and Tony chatted for a while, mainly about technology. Tony was impressed at how tech-savvy MJ was. When she helped him come with an idea to make a better stabilizer for his jet engines, Tony looked to Peter and gave a thumbs up before saying, "Marry this girl, Parker. If you don't, I will." Peter knew he was joking and laughed it off before he said, "I don't think Pepper would approve." As they continued to talk, the hours passed by. Peter and MJ were beaming from everything they learned. Every question Peter or MJ could ask about engineering or mechanics, Tony would make them work out their own answers by giving them hints every now and then. Even 1 hour of talking to a world-renowned genius like Tony would have been beneficial for them. However, they spent 4 hours just going back and forth about various ideas they had and how they could be accomplished. After a while longer, Pepper strolled in and apologized because she had to make them leave. "Tony has a lot of paperwork to sign off on today, and the longer you stay here, the longer he'll use you as an excuse so that he can avoid work." Tony laughed before he said, "I'm not that bad, am I?" Pepper gave Tony a dull look before she continued by saying, "It's been a pleasure to meet the two of you, and if you're as smart as Tony says, I look forward to working with you in the future." By working with you, she means being your boss. And boy, is Pepper a real slave driver, so I hope you're prepared to work tirelessly, Tony remarked, earning himself a slap to the back of the head. They then shook hands with Tony and Pepper and said goodbye. While they were being driven home by Happy, Peter leaned in through the limousine window and asked, "Can you drop us off at the Baxter Building? We can make it home from there." "You guys know the Fantastic Four?" Happy asked in surprise. "Actually, Peter here is good friends with Johnny. It'll be my first time coming here though," MJ added. Peter smiled, thinking back on how MJ insisted that until she could understand the more complicated scientific subjects, she wouldn't visit the Baxter Building. MJ didn't want to feel like a third wheel when it came to her boyfriend, not to mention watching him talking with the pretty Sue Richards without being able to follow the conversation would be rather embarrassing. Peter grabbed her hand and gave her a quick kiss on the cheek before he said, "You'll do fine. I told you before that they don't care about your intelligence. Besides, you're way smarter than Johnny. I guess you can show off something other than pictures now," MJ flirtatiously teased before she giggled. Happy, getting irritated by their public display of affection, rolled up his driver's seat window with an annoyed grunt before as he mumbled, "Kids!" After a few minutes of driving down the streets of New York, they arrived at their destination and waved goodbye to Happy. They then entered the Baxter Building's lobby before Peter pulled out his visitor pass card and slid it through the panel on near the elevator. "So, this is the Baxter Building. Isn't security a little lax?" MJ commented. "Yeah, usually a bot watches the lobby. I wonder if it's undergoing maintenance today," Peter pondered out loud as they stepped into the elevator. Peter pressed the 7th floor button, and before they reached the top, the two spider heroes felt their sixth sense going off like a car alarm. Chapter 14, Issue 14, X Factor 7. Activating their suits, the symbiotes engulfed their bodies, covering them completely moments before the elevator door opened. The spider heroes were shocked to see that the entire room shielded in by barricades made of household items and Sue's barriers. Ben was grappling with giant insect-like creatures. The top half of the monsters looked like a gargantuan prey mantis mixed, while the lower half had the appearance of a caterpillar covered in dozens of razor-sharp legs. Peter felt his stomach pinch in worry as he recognized the creatures and thought, "Oh, God, no! It's the Arthrosians." He saw chitinous exoskeletons, claws, pincers, mandibles, and eyes that appear to glow. Barbed mandibles that are able to easily rend flesh and armor. Even the space-worthy Nova uniforms stood no chance against some of these creatures' formidable strengths. Some of the Arthrosians have other abilities, such as flying via wings, the ability to breathe fire, and fire blast of energy like massive bombs. They come in a wide variety of shapes, from bipedal semi-humanoids to strange centaur body types, beetles, wasps, spiders, and centipedes. They also come in a wide variety of sizes, from insects as tall as humans to monstrosities the size of dinosaurs and spaceships. Thankfully, after gleaning that there were only ground-type insectoids flooding the room, Peter managed to notice that the portal they were coming through was also restricting the bigger ones from entering. However, the more that came through that small portal, the larger the portal expanded. Peter and MJ tried to rush out of the elevator to help, but were suddenly stopped by one of Sue's barriers. It appeared that she blocked the area off so that the creatures couldn't escape the building. Peter started to pound on Sue's invisible barrier while yelling, "Sue, open up! I can help!" Sue, who was holding back a large and invisible bubble around the negative universe transportation pod, noticed the powerful strikes that Peter was railing against on her containment field. Johnny was inside fighting off the swarm of insect monsters with everything he had. His entire body glowing white rather than his usual sun orange, and every time the creatures attacked, they were burned to a crisp by Johnny's fires. When he looked like he was growing tired, Peter started to ram against Sue's barrier with all his strength. "SUE! Open the damn barrier now!" Peter shouted at the top of his lungs as he and MJ relentlessly assaulted the invisible barrier. Sue felt her head pounding as the strain of holding two barriers began to take its toll on her mental state. She then shut down the one surrounding the elevator and focused her attention on the remaining barrier around the dimensional transference machine. Not wasting any time, Peter and MJ jumped into action. First, Spiderman used his concrete webbing to reinforce the building's structure and metal shutter barricades that covered the windows. MJ clogged up the elevator and started fighting the first creature she could get her hands on. Peter jumped over to Ben while the giant prey mantis that he was struggling against pinned him to the ground and attempted to claw off his face. He then quickly punched his arm inside the back of the creature's torso before he ordered his symbiote to take the shape of barbed wire and launch it out in every direction. The creature turned into a porcupine before Peter's suit ripped the giant prey mantis's body into shreds. Helping Ben up by picking him up effortlessly off the ground, he then turned to the approaching foes and said, "Ready for some smashing time, big guy?" "You're saying it all wrong, kid. It's not smashing time, but clobbering time," Ben shouted as he jumped over to the nearest enemy and began clobbering away. MJ was burning through her arsenal of weaponized webbing cartridges. She blasted her shock webbing like a machine gun. She used her concrete webbing to seal their bodies before dispatching them. She used her blast webbing to blind and lock their limbs, and after she ran out, she switched to suffocating them with her symbiote's webbing. Peter charged up his chi as his arms and legs as he watched them be enveloped by a golden hue of energy. He was pleasantly surprised by the control and quantity of his bioenergy. Peter could only be reminded of Iron Fist's ability as he rushed forward and punched through his foes, slaughtering his way through his around the room. Greenish-blue blood shot out over his decapitated and smashed foes as Peter zipped around the room at incredible speeds while busting through their shell-like exteriors using martial arts alone. MJ was no slouch either. Just like Peter, she had learned to control her chi from the same master and continued to practice their techniques daily. The only difference in her chi was that as her arms and legs glowed red rather than gold. She webbed, kicked, and punched her way around while easily managing to hold her own alongside Peter. "I hate bugs," MJ shouted as she kicked the head off a strange bipedal beetle. "Arachnids are cool though," Peter chimed in as he bisected an alien insect with a single chopping motion. MJ then punched her hand through a strange-looking antlion and ripped it in half, and as she threw the monster's head into a group of insectoids, the tail of a giant centipede slammed into her waist and sent her flying across the room. Peter called out her name in worry as he caught her and asked, "You okay?" "I'm fine, except I'm pretty sure you just blew my cover," MJ stated as she stood up and noticed Ben yelling at the top of his lungs while slaughtering back the horde of insect monsters. "I don't think he heard me," Peter replied as he helped place MJ back on her feet. Thanks to the defensive properties of the symbiote, she only felt that her ribs slightly bruised before a tingling feeling quickly spread across her body, while the wounds on her body recovered. Seeing her condition improved, MJ shook off her nerves and jumped back into the fight. Peter charged up his chi and looked at the monster that hurt MJ before he said, "You got a lot of nerve touching my woman." Running over to Centipede Creature, Peter swung his fist out with as much force as he could muster. His punch landed against the creature's body, causing the room to shake and creak. If Peter hadn't reinforced the room earlier, then with that single punch, he would have caused the entire floor to collapse. Peter looked at his own fist and smiled before kicking into overdrive. As he and MJ hopped around killing every monster they touched, they started to notice the numbers thinning. After clearing out the room, Peter, MJ, and Ben all ran towards Reed's lab and was stopped by another one of Sue's barriers. Reed was frantically typing away at a massive computer with a very frustrated expression on his face. Johnny was doing everything he could to hold the army back, and Sue was straining to hold everything together with her barriers. Peter looked around and started pounding against Sue's invisible wall. "Sue, open up!" Ben shouted, joining in on the pounding. Noticing the fluctuations coming from her barrier, Sue looked over to see the three yelling at her to let them in. Joy spread across her face as she saw her fellow FF teammate and the spider hero couple that she heard about recently. Sue quickly waved her hands and opened up a small section of the barrier so they could pass. Without waiting for an invitation, Peter, MJ, and Ben ran in before Sue replaced the barrier. "Reed, your storage crystal prototype, where is it?" Peter shouted out in a hurry. Reed looked over and saw Peter in costume, confused how he knew about the prototype. He glared at Spider-Man before he shouted back, "Who are you and how do you know about that?" Peter looked at the growing portal to the negative universe and made a rash decision. Desperate times. Arf, it isn't worth keeping it from them. Knowing that they were running out of time, Peter suddenly pulled back his mask and shouted, "Where is it? We don't have time waste." "Peter!" Everyone shouted. Even Johnny, who was on the other side of the portal, almost lost his cool and undid his flame-on form. "Damn it, answer me!" Peter shouted again, snapping them out of their shock. Reed stretched his arm out to a large cabinet and pulled out a large technologic metal box with a fist-sized temporal crystal placed inside the center of it. Tossing it to Peter, Spider-Man webbed it over to his position while he towards the portal and shouted, "Johnny, move!" Johnny jumped back through the portal and to the side of his family. As Peter placed the high-tech box on the ground and turned on the machine, a bright light suddenly flashed, causing the horde of insectoids to be pulled into the empty space that existed inside the temporal crystal. Peter slowly moved it closer to the portal's entrance. He then lined up the portal to the box's subspace before placing the spatial device on the ground and backing away. The room started to grow quiet when Peter took a deep breath and said, "Phew! This will only buy us a few minutes." "Reed, what the hell happened here?" Pet, Peter is Spider-Man?" Johnny was pinching himself to make sure he was awake. Sue also pinched Johnny, and as he let out an ouch, she said, "Yep, you're awake." "Why'd you pinch me?" Johnny yelled out. "Seemed like the better option," Sue replied. "Peter, you're..." While Reed was pointing his finger and bumbling, Peter snapped his fingers and said, "Pay attention, Reed. We don't have time to chat and catch up. Now tell me what happened." Reed took a deep breath and said, "Something on the other side is keeping the portal to the negative universe open. No matter what I try, I can't close it. Damn it, is there nothing I can do?" Reed slammed his hand on the dashboard of the supercomputer. Peter did his best to try and come up with a solution, but it was only a matter of time until the alien insects filled up the temporal crystal's subspace. Since they hadn't yet found a way to jettison the stuff inside into void space, they had a solid half an hour to come up with a plan. With that time, they spent every waking second racking their brains for a solution for their current predicament. When the clock hit the 5-minute mark, Peter and Richard managed to discover that the portal had been hijacked by the invading species, but they still didn't have a way to close the portal, short of destroying the creature responsible keeping it open. Johnny looked at everyone in the room, then to Sue's stomach, and then at Peter before he said, "Hey Pete, you have a lot to explain, but I'm afraid I won't get to hear it." "Sue, take care of yourself, you're going to be a great mom." Everyone knew Johnny was about to do something stupid when he shouted, "Flame on!" The room lit up in a flash of light and heat as the Human Torch charged through the portal. Peter knew he couldn't stop him, and his only option was to chase after, but for a second he hesitated. Peter thought that if he jumped through that portal, he may never return. Even if he didn't get lost or stranded somehow, there was a great abundance of dangerous beings on the other side of that portal, and even with his regeneration ability, it might not be enough to protect his own life. On the other side, Johnny sent out waves of explosions, taking out everything he could get his hands on. Suddenly, as Johnny destroyed a giant spaceship insect-looking creature, the portal started to shrink. Peter then felt a boiling sense of disappointment running through him. He slapped himself in the face with both his hands before thinking, "I'm Spider-Man! I'm Peter Parker, and Peter Parker never hesitates to do the right thing." Peter turned to MJ and smiled before he said, "Go get Dr. Strange. He'll be able to find us. I'll keep that moron from dying." The moment Peter made this decision, something very special was happening across the city at Strange Sanctum. Inside the magic vault were the Merlin stones sitting upon a pedestal. All of them glowed with an intense light, signifying that they were in the process of choosing their true owners. MJ's eyes widened in fright, and as she reached out her hand to stop him, Peter slipped through her grasp and jumped through a collapsing portal. Everyone tried to stop him, but it was too late. Whatever Johnny was doing over there, he managed to close the portal. MJ was freaking out when she turned around and started to run away. Seeing her leaving and thinking MJ was abandoning Peter, Sue shouted, "Wait, where are you going?" "To get help," MJ shouted as she ripped a hole through their barricades and webbed out of the building as fast as she could. Meanwhile, in the negative zone, Peter jumped out of the other side of the portal screaming, "He rees Johnny!" As Spider-Man landed, he saw Johnny burring up like a small sun in the distance. After using his power to disrupt the portal and kill the creatures holding it open with their strange biotech, Johnny's flames died down as he reverted to his human form. Peter knew this technique as Johnny's Nova Flame burst. The torch refers to his highest, hottest levels of plasma that he can create, and causes a huge explosion that he calls his nova flame. The exact temperatures that his nova flame body form can attain are similar to the heat of a star that's reached the peak of its explosion. As an adult, Johnny could stay aflame in this form for about 16.8 hours. However, this is his younger days, where he could only maintain his flame for much briefer periods, and it constantly exhausts him while in combat. As a teenager, he could not maintain his nova flame form for as long as could maintain his usual flames. The blast version of this allows Torch can release all of his body's stored energy in one intense omnidirectional nova burst, which can reach about 1 million F, and is similar to the heat pulse of a nuclear warhead detonation. With an area of total devastation of about 900 feet in diameter and the power of a supernova, the Torch once claimed that he can destroy a small moon with his nova flame burst. This technique of his placed Johnny at the top 30 of Marvel's heavy hitter listing. The drawback was that this violent discharge of heat uses up all the reserved energy in his body, with except for the necessary to keep him alive. Once he finishes entirely exhausting his flame power, he enters a state of total weakness, and generally requires hours to recover entirely from such a feat. Peter jumped down next to the wasteland that Johnny created and said, "Admit it, you're glad to see me." Johnny was so exhausted that he couldn't even get angry. He simply turned to Peter and asked, "Pete, what did you do?" "Only one of us had to." "Shut up." Peter shouted before he plucked Johnny off the ground and proceeded to scold him by saying, "I'm saving my friend from committing suicide. You got a problem with that? Do you think you're hot shit jumping in here without a plan?" While he was being criticized for his choice of action, Johnny and Peter noticed a new wave of Arthrosians in the distance rushing towards them. Johnny sighed and stood with his own strength before he asked, "So you got a plan?" Peter sighed as he enveloped the symbiote over Johnny. As it covered Johnny, he felt what it would be like if he had Peter's powers. As the powerful strength of the spider gene and Peter's regeneration gene flowed through him, Johnny lifted his arms into the air and shouted, "I feel great!" "Easy, we have a Tony and a Tiger, we don't need you shouting that phrase," Peter joked. Without being able to discern that his Fantastic Four suit was gobbled up by the symbiote, Johnny's stamina and power suddenly shot back up to max while his body was once again lit aflame. Only this time, a clear outline of the black from the symbiote could be seen containing his fires, giving Johnny the same appearance as his Fantastic Four outfits. Johnny looked to Peter amazed that he could now perfectly maintain his Nova Flame form and asked, "What the hell is this thing? I feel like I could blow up a star." "It's my suit and I'm only lending it until this whole ordeal is over," Peter answered before he quickly webbed up his body in a makeshift vest, arms, leggings. He didn't want to face an army of advanced alien insects in his Spidey boxers. Johnny looked back at the approaching army and gulped before he asked, "So about that plan?" "Kick butt and survive." Peter's arms started glowing with a great amount of chi that would make the Iron Fist jealous. "Ah, a classic," Johnny stated as he got ready to take off. Peter continued to spread his chi around his limbs until his entire body glowed with a golden hue. Every time his chi depleted, Peter continued to regain it through his healing factor and infused it into his body. While he might not have as much chi as a dragon god of Kunlun, as long as he maintained this pace of storing it in muscles, he could eventually rival one. Peter then looked back to Johnny and asked, "You ready?" Johnny smiled and nodded his head before he charged spheres of white fire around his hands while saying, "You know it, Bug Boy." "Spiders are arachnids, you moron." Peter shouted as the two charged into the war zone and started their onslaught. Every one of Spider-Man's punches carried the same force as Thor if he were playfully swinging his hammer. The air cracked and powerful concussive waves echoed from Peter's attacks as the blood and gore of hundreds of victims began flying about. Johnny was mercilessly blasting white-hot flames at every insectoid creature in sight. The ground surrounding his targets melted like glass and nothing of their corpses remained, not even ashes. Back in N.Y., Spider-Woman could be seen flying across the city moving at very reckless speeds. Seeing the sanctum within her sight, MJ launched herself through the air. Landing a few feet away from the building, she then dashed towards the door before she started pounding on it. "Hello, Dr. Strange. Please open up. Peter needs your help." MJ shouted with panic in her voice. The doors opened and Strange stood over her and said, "Lead the way, Spider-Woman." Stephen had a strange expression on his face as looked over towards the Baxter building. Chapter 15, Issue 15, X Factor 8. One portal later, Spider-Woman and Dr. Strange hurried into the Baxter building, and when they finally arrived, they saw a devastated Fantastic Three looking like they had lost their souls. MJ walked up to them and shouted, What are you doing? Get yourselves together. Right now Johnny and Spider-Man are fighting to survive, and every second we waste they are in more danger of dying. Why aren't you trying to do something to get them back? Why aren't you doing anything? Reed sighed before he answered her with a sorrowful expression. Spider-Woman, every time we open the portal we come out at a random location in the negative zone. The reason we can't find them is that the universe is built like a constantly revolving 4D maze. The doors we open are pinned to a single location in space while the rest of the universe moves around it. If we opened it up again, it wouldn't be in the same place as before. With the sheer size of the negative realm, it could take us an eternity to find that spot. Sue finished Richard's sentence. Hearing all that, MJ gulped before she turned to Dr. Strange and asked, "Can you bring my Spider-Man back?" Strange smiled as he looked over Reed's mechanical wonder and said, "I must say I'm impressed. Your invention is actually able to tap into world energies and create a bridge between the realms." Strange walked around the device and continued to speak as he inspected it. "However, you have no defenses or cloaking mechanisms. Very reckless, Mr. Richards. One as smart as you should know that when a person stares into the void, there is something that is going to be staring back." Reed slumped his shoulders and asked, "Who are you?" Stephen smiled and said, "I'm the Sorcerer Supreme of this world, Dr. Stephen Strange." "Sorcery like the magic Doom uses?" Sue asked. "No. Doom is a charlatan compared to real sorcerers. He has just started on his journey of spell crafting and only knows a handful of spells. Since his training is incomplete, I can say with complete honesty that I am far more proficient than him." Strange then started to levitate and began using his magic to locate Peter and Johnny. He was searching through multitudes of possible locations, making his body seem like it was moving through time slightly. His face turned left and right, leaving an afterimage of it, making it look like he had more than one face, each face representing a possible location. While he was searching, Peter and Johnny were still fighting for their lives on a floating piece of what Peter thought was a titanium atom the size of a moon. Peter was covered in blood, both dry and fresh. Entire hillsides of dead alien insects were laying around him, forming into a larger canvas of gore that covered everything in a 100-mile radius. Johnny was lighting up the battlefield with his symbiote-enhanced flames and still going at full strength. However, even after fighting so long, it was beginning to wear on their mental state. Peter's chi had waned greatly, the golden glow on his body dimmed and his attacks became weaker. When Peter realized that he had exhausted most of his reservoir of chi and his chi's regeneration had slowed, he raised his hand towards Johnny and called back his symbiote before he said, "Sorry, need a refill." Webster covered his body as Johnny was now fighting in his Fantastic Four logo design boxers, that thankfully the symbiote didn't eat. Peter felt a change in his suit, the most obvious one being that Peter now could gain a slight copy of Johnny's power, but it was much weaker as he could only ignite around half the length of his arm and legs. Although the pyrokinesis was pretty cool. In addition, Peter figured out why he didn't gain Johnny's full power. It appeared that since the suit had a weakness to fire, it couldn't gain the full source of Johnny's ability. However, the upside to this was that the symbiote had now gained a resistance fire and negated its original weakness. He felt another change that came from eating Johnny's unstable molecule suit, but he decided to look into it later as he had a swarm Arthrosians to deal with. Peter sent the suit back to Johnny, and the two fought for what feels like hours. Peter remembered that 1 minute on Earth was equivalent to 5.5 hours in the negative universe, and he wasn't too sure of how long they were fighting. The place they were in was dark and full of exotic materials floating around a void. With no markers to keep track of time, Peter didn't know if they were fighting for 10 hours or 10 days. However, despite all this, the two continued to fight on. Peter and Johnny covered each other's backs perfectly, a ring of dead insectoid bodies piled around them reaching higher into the sky. Every time they switched the symbiote back and forth, Peter gained a little more of Johnny's power while Johnny mastered more and more of his power. After so many swaps, Peter could now perform the most basic flame on ability. Testing it out, Johnny was surprised to see Peter able to replicate his power. Johnny quickly blasted another wave of searing heat towards the enemies when he asked, "Seriously, can you get me one of these suits?" "Sorry, but Webster stays with me. Besides, even if I could get you one, I wouldn't know how," Peter mentioned as he thought of the symbiote's breeding ability. He didn't know what the circumstances were for allowing his symbiote to spawn an offspring, so he couldn't really help Johnny get a symbiote of his own. Also, Peter didn't know if letting Webster spawn another symbiote would be such a good idea either. He was unsure if the magical alterations would carry over, and Peter really didn't want a crazed symbiote running around. Thanks to Webster, the two managed to survive for days in combat. Because of Peter's regeneration factor, Losing sleep would only tire him mentally. However, even he, with all his supernatural boosts, needed to sleep. Not even the symbiote could keep him awake forever. Johnny was even worse off. He had to rely on the symbiote's copy of Peter's powers to stay awake and replenish his energy, and every time the suit came off, he felt like he was going through withdrawal. Honestly though, regardless of the drawbacks, if it weren't for the symbiote, both Peter and Johnny would have ended up as food for these creatures a long time ago. Back with MJ and the rest, Dr. Strange was still searching through the massive maze that is Negative Zone, when suddenly, without any warning, he opened up his eyes and stated, "I found them!" The magical doctor waved his hands in a circle as a portal opened up, showing Peter and Johnny still fighting on top of a horde of dead Arthrosians. Peter and Johnny were panting heavily and mentally drained. All they wanted to do was go home and take a nap, but these damn endless swarm of insectoids just wouldn't stop coming. As they continued to fight, a group of voices rang out in their ears that gave them a sense of endless joy. To them, the shouts of worry coming from their allies sounded like a group of angels singing in a church choir. Peter felt MJ's webbing reach out to him and tagging his back before she started to yank him towards her with all of her strength. Johnny quickly spotted Reed stretching out his hand and took hold of him as his flame powers died down. Within seconds, the two flew through Strange's portal while it was rapidly closed behind them. Peter was caught by MJ and was being held like a princess. Being the troll that he was, Peter placed a kiss on MJ's cheek, and with a corny and flirtatious tone, he said, "My hero." MJ slapped him, dropping him on the ground before she glared at him and started shouting, "Don't you ever do something like that to me again." MJ felt her legs grow weak as she fell to the ground. She then wrapped her arms around Peter's neck and started crying loudly. "I thought I'd never see you again. Do you know how bad I felt? Spider-Woman, I'm sorry, but I had no..." Peter didn't even get to finish his sentence before MJ slapped him a couple more times. "I thought my heart was going to explode," MJ declared as she sat on his waist and gripped her hands through the webbing vest on his chest. While she shook Peter back and forth, MJ continued to cry out as she said, "Promise me, Peter. Promise me you'll never pull a stunt like that again. Promise. Never again." Peter sighed before he picked MJ and hugged her. "No promises, Spider-Woman. You know more than anyone what I'm like. If I can save someone, then I'm going to do it, regardless of the danger, and you know better than most why." MJ pouted as she glared at Peter and said, Then, at least promise to take me along next time." Peter chucked and said, "Fine, the next time I jump into the Negative Zone without a way back, I bring you along." "Peter, you know what I mean," MJ shouted as she stomped his foot. "Ouch. I get it. I get it. I promise not to leave you out again, but I think you just outed my identity to Dr. Strange," Peter declared as MJ finally removed her heel from his foot. Strange laughed and said, "Actually, I know both of your identities. I guess you have the Ancient One's old friend to thank for that. Her name is Madam Web. Furthermore, in the future when you two begin your magic training, you will have the chance to meet with her." Peter's heart thumped. "Madam Web?" MJ asked. "Someone very close to the spiders, all spiders," Peter answered before looking at Strange. "I may not know of my totem, but I at least know of them." Dr. Strange looked at Peter, smiled before saying, "I look forward to our next meeting, Mr. Parker, and Mr. Reed, next time think about cloaking your portal presence and maybe add some defenses to it." After offering Richard some advice, Stephen made a portal, stepped through it before it disappeared behind him, and he returned safely to his sanctum. Sue was apparently taking a note from MJ's earlier actions as she was ruthlessly slapping Johnny across the face. The symbiote, noticing the danger that was coming from Sue, returned to Peter and left Johnny in his boxers. Now, Sue was currently slapping an almost naked Johnny while shouting, "You idiot! Stupid! How could you? You're the only blood I have left, Johnny. Did you think your life belonged to you alone?" Johnny cried out for help as he begged for mercy when Sue's hand came to a halt. Tears filled her eyes before Sue hugged him and started crying. "I wouldn't be able to face our parents in the afterlife if you died for me. I don't ever want you to do something that reckless again." Peter smiled as he held MJ's hand and said, "I'm sorry as well. I try my best not to worry you like that again." MJ, who was still sniffling, squeezed him harder and said, "I'm going to hold you to that, Tiger." Ben grabbed Johnny and put him in a headlock before saying, "Don't you ever do something that stupid again. You hear me, punk?" Reed sighed and looked over to Peter in amazement, not only because of him saving Johnny, but because he saw the symbiote in action and it fascinated him. When Johnny was finally released, he turned to Peter and shouted, "Now, Spider-Man, you have some explaining to do." Peter laughed and removed the symbiote's mask before he said, Well, this may come as a shock to you, but I'm Spider-Man. No the. How? When? Why? Johnny shouted in frustration. Long story for another time, Peter said, holding back his laughter. Not understanding what Peter was snorting at, Johnny then turned his attention over to MJ before he looked her up and down. Well, are you going to introduce us or what? Johnny questioned. Maybe you should put some pants on first. You wouldn't want your flaming Johnny to be seen now, would you? Peter asked, pointing at his underpants before he burst into laughter. Johnny looked down and crossed his arms over his pelvis. Damn it! I forgot about that. Give me back my suit, Peter. Peter laughed before responding with a wide grin. Sorry, the price of saving one Johnny Storm was a suit comprised of unstable molecules. Besides, once the material's been absorbed by the symbiote, there's no way of getting it back. Johnny didn't really care about the suit. After all, Peter did just save his life. He just figured it was worth seeing if he could get it back. Ahem. Give me a second. I'll go get dressed, Johnny said before running out of the room. Along the way, Johnny saw the damage to the building, and after a few seconds one could hear Johnny shouting, "Ugh! My room!" from a distance. Grabbing a replacement suit, Johnny ran back to Peter and slicked his blonde hair back before saying, "Hi, my name's Johnny Storm, of course, you probably already knew that." MJ laughed as she removed her symbiote mask and shook his hand while saying, "I heard a lot about you from Peter. My name is Mary Jane. I'm sorry we couldn't meet under better circumstances." "No way," Johnny said as he looked at MJ's face. "What?" MJ asked innocently, making her look even cuter. Johnny glared at Peter and said, "How'd a nerd like you land a babe like this?" "Watch it, Torchic." Peter bumped heads with Johnny. "You did not just call me a Pokemon." "Oh, it's on Webhead." The two suddenly started calling each other a string of insults. "Motor brain," Peter yelled out. "Geek," Johnny countered. "Says the guy who claims Harry Potter is the best book about wizards. You need to expand your repertoire beyond children's books and magazines of Player Weekly. Do those pickup lines even work?" Peter shot back. "Oh yeah, you skipped over being a four-eyed nerd and went straight to, wait, how many eyes do spiders have?" 8 eyes. "And what's up with the color scheme of your costume? You look like an American flag and a spider had a baby," Johnny shouted out. MJ looked to the adults and pointed at the bickering children as she said, "Is this normal?" Sue and Reed started laughing before Ben said, "Whenever Peter visits. This kind of thing happens often." Peter and Johnny were panting when they suddenly stopped and shook hands. "Not bad, Peter Punker. Not many people can diss it out with the best like me," Johnny said with a grin on his face. "You're not too shabby either, Johnny Stork," Peter said as he withdrew his hand. In response to their tomfoolery, MJ rolled her eyes and mumbled, "Boys, I guess we owe you one, Peter. Ben told us how you managed to keep the building from falling apart, not to mention what you did with the temporal crystal to buy us time. You really saved the day," Richard said as he patted Peter's head. Peter flicked Mr. Fantastic's hand away while he said, "Knock it off, I'm not a kid." Sue smiled and patted Peter's head as well before she said, "You saved Johnny. I don't know how I can repay you." Peter smiled as he held out his hand before he stated, "A paycheck would be nice." Ben laughed before shouted out, "Kid's got a point, Reed. We did invite him over today to pay him." "Yeah, but who knew that we'd be paying Spider-Man?" Johnny added in. Ben slapped Peter's back and joyously said, "You did good, kid. Sue, pay the man." Sue gave Peter a hug before she said, "Thank you for saving my brother." She then quickly left to grab his check. When Sue came back, she held out his payment, while Peter pulled out his wallet, his symbiote. He wondered, "Where does Webster keep my wallet?" As he took the check into his hands, Peter's eyes bulged as he shouted, "Why is it so much?" The check he was holding in his hand made him shake. Seeing this, MJ walked over and scoffed before she shouted, $150,000. "Don't be so surprised, Peter. Your solution has pretty much taken over the adhesive market. Right now is only the beginning. Once we alter the solution, we can sell every type of glue that outperforms everything on the market. Not to mention how quick concrete can be set with your adhesive solution. Contractors and building developers drooled over it. It even had medical uses such as a replacement for sutures." Peter smiled and put the check in his wallet. He then turned to the rest of the Fantastic Four and asked, "So, anyone want to go get something to eat?" "I'm buyin'. I could go for some pizza and then a long nap," Johnny said while raising a hand into the air. "I just get the mother of all paychecks and all you can think of is pizza." Peter shouted. What, pizza is good food? Johnny complained. After bickering back and forth for a few more minutes, the group decided on going out for sushi, against Johnny's protests. Along the way they stopped by a central bank and opened up an account for Peter before he deposited all of his money. He also bought a new phone along the way. This one would be the main one he would use at Peter, so no more burner phones. Peter started entering all the numbers into the contacts listing, and then sent a mass text informing everyone that he had a new number. Peter, MJ, and the Fantastic Four returned to their building and ate while talking and getting to know each other. They noticed that Sue wasn't eating the meals and only going for the cooked fish when she announced that she was pregnant with Reed's child. Of course, everyone congratulated her. Ben laughed like the jolly giant he was. The only reason Johnny figured it out was because found the pregnancy test in the bathroom trash can, so he wasn't shocked at all. Reed, on the other hand, was the most surprised and the happiest of them. I'm gonna be a father. Mr. Fantastic shouted with a joyful expression.